Championship Saturday, the final one of our main draft tiers. This is for Master Division. By the end of the night, we will be crowning the best of the best. It is myself, Sir Pegasus, joined by my Team Hosky brother, Subzan.
Thank you, Pegasus. Yeah, wonderful day here for some RSC action. The apex of our competition come into this. 8 teams remain in the event, only one with a chance to come through as the victor when all is said and done at the end of the night in about, I'd say, 4 hours' time.
And well, Team Hosky, a team we used to cast, of course, a team which used to win the highest division over here in RSC, but that title has kind of changed a bit with the removal of Premier. Now you can get top players playing in a draft league, and I know about one of these players and one of these teams you know extremely well.
I mean, yeah, we've got to talk about it. We have got Dominion taking on Mania for our first game of the stream here on the main stream, and 2 rosters that have fought very valiantly to get to this point. Mania, a last week heroics to get themselves through to that bye situation, taking down Vulcan, who then unfortunately dropped down to the lower bracket in the final series of the stream on Thursday. Compare that to Dominion, second place in Glacies, led by Starman Dansku on the run, and what you can see there, made light work of third place Leo from the Ignis Conference in the game on Wednesday.
And wow, that would have been an incredible series to have on stream, on the main stream. But I believe we had it on B. I believe we had a certain producer casting that one. I'm not sure how many people heard it. Reports say it was just him. But on the B stream, Wyverns versus Inferno will be going on at the same time to try and find the opponents for the winner of this series we cast in the upper finals. I'm really excited for this matchup. And it's going to be a very long night here, Subzan, but what an absolute banger we've got ourselves to start with. What are your predictions for this best of 5?
I mean, it's going to be difficult to say. I mean, we've got the bracket up right now, and you can see that it's a marathon for a lot of those teams, especially the teams that remain in that lower bracket starting from scratch. We've seen tiers where that lower round 1 has actually decided a team ending up in the grand final. I'm not 100% sure if that followed through with Rival and Elite, but I know full well it did in Prospect and Challenger. Both teams ended up getting the reverse sweep initially, but both fell at that final hurdle. Now, Master, completely different level of players. These players have got the ability, and they've also got the energy in the reserves, where even if they have to run 5 best of 5s and 2 best of 7s, they can definitely do it. But if we talk about the present, you just mentioned it yourself, predictions for this upcoming series. These 2 teams, they are incredibly close matched. I mean, you can't really disregard how good Mania are to be able to secure that first seed, especially with how close their season ended up coming. But for me personally, you cannot look at these 2 teams without looking at the talisman of Dominion. It is Dansku. He has the ability to single-handedly turn games on their head. His mechanics are probably going to be by far the best in this lobby. So for me, it's going to be 3-1 to Dominion.
Oh, and you spoke about the man himself, of course, Dansku. He has a fear factor whenever he's on the pitch, and you can tell that the opponents are feeling it. I had the opportunity to actually cast Dominion a little bit earlier in the season, and that was a really brilliant performance all round from these Dominion players. They did go on to take victory, and well, they've taken a lot more victories as that season continued, of course, landing very highly in their own conference. And well, we can call Dansku the star man all we like. He's not my star man. My star man still wears the same decal, but of course, it's going to be Kingsman Gas. It's going to be my RS cast brother. He has looked excellent all season. He's had a history of being, fail of the week winner many times, but I feel like he's going to chase a new title this evening. So I'm going to start off with a win for him here in this series, but I'm going to put it to game 5. I know that Mania are really tough competition. They had tough competition in their bracket. I mean, I just look at that Vulcan roster. They are so scary, and they've been the case for a lot of the season. They had a bit of a slower final week, I think it's fair to say here, but still, undoubtable that they were able to dethrone an absolute king in the form of Vulcan. And, well, now they find themselves in the lower bracket, so that's how much can change here once you get to that playoff stage. And I feel like Dominion are going to continue to be fueled by this big stage as well, and I think they'll go on all the way. You can see it on the Twitter, you can see it in my predictions from RS Cast on the Discord as well. But our predictions don't really matter, do they, Subsan? It's all about what happens on the pitch, and we're going to be entering that very soon, as I see that the Mania and Dominion players are all in the lobby. Ladies and gentlemen, Championship Saturday, the last time we are going to be casting one of these tiers. Be here for RSC Cup, but this is the one everyone is waiting for. Champion of Champions, King of Kings. This is the Master Tier. Let's get this series started. Mania versus Dominion. We have kickoff.
Yeah, and in the Master Tier, there are no excuses, no second chances. Every mistake can be punished to an extreme degree. You cannot afford to let through any freebies because you have to fight for every individual opportunity. Every scrap of offense is earned by these players. The defense will always hold strong. Kingsman immediately off the rip. That's one off the crossbar that maybe had hoped to have gotten back, but at the moment, it has seemed like Dominion, the early leaders in terms of the speed, in terms of the momentum. Llama now with a chance to go up. He sees himself on Twitter, commonly missing open nets, but he's not going to be missing that one. Dansku tried to get that one across the line, but Milne will be good to clear their serve now on the ball. But it's a bit of a loose touch back to Llama, who now has control once again. But the midfield for Dominion currently holding strong. They're suffocating Mania into their own half and forcing them to waste a lot of boost on, well, if I'm completely honest, a lot of garbage plays.
Yeah, certainly. It was a big start there coming from Dominion, but Mania now had their opportunities on the ball. It's been thrown back into possession of Dominion relatively quickly, however. Llama being patient here on the wall. Jeffer will just flick that one over. A lot of boost burned yet again on not quite a lot, and I love that Dominion are able to go for lots of these fake plays. They can whittle down a team, and they can give themselves some really close chances. There was another one there from Dominion, that one high. Jeffer, Milne will team up together to send that one long. It's Kingsman having to stretch out all of his boost to tap that one. Jeffer wants to take it alone. Llama and Dansku, the ball bounces between them. They do manage to hold on, but Mania finally have some semblance of an attack.
Yeah, and we've talked about the talisman of Dominion being Dansku, but if we have to look towards Mania, there's one man you'd expect for them to step up, and that is the player that you're just about to see on the ball there. It's Milne. He had a highlight play against Vulcan back in that final week in their 3-1 victory that secured them this position with a bye. He's going to be looked towards once again to replicate those same feats alongside his two teammates, Serve and Jaffa, but unfortunately there, Dansku with a breakaway opportunity. The angle does betray him though, so not quite able to squeeze that one past. And here we go again. Mania are still struggling to keep consistent pressure outside of the midfield, as Dominion are doing a really good job of keeping control of the boost and keeping control of the ball when the possession is theirs.
Oh, and Dansku looked awkward. But if there was any player to be able to recover himself in that position, it would be him. It's another save, but it feels like a temporary throwaway off this Mania attack. It is still on. Dansku again finds himself in the corner trying to clear this one out. It looks awkward, but Llama able to pop that one high. Kingsman has spent quite some time with little boost, and again he's not able to get a touch. Llama will pop it high, serve with the bump. Kingsman has to get involved yet again. Milne waiting in that corner. It's ball back in field. Double commits coming from the Dominion players. Dansku will be the last man standing. Didn't make a connection on that one either. It's going to be Milner back off that corner. Kingsman again with the hold, and Dansku needs to buy some time for his teammates to get forward, get some boost, and maybe they can create something themselves.
Yeah, and I think this is a dangerous look here for Dominion, who, despite getting so much momentum at the early doors of this game and were really suffocating the side of Mania into their own half, if they keep up these double commits, if the communication is not, working perfectly, they will slowly start to lose their control of this game. And if you lose control of one game, you might lose control of the whole series. Llama there with a shot on target. Milne not threatened though, however. But again, Dominion continue to attempt to break past this defense. Pepper the nets with shot after shot. Kingsman not in position to capitalize on what was a relatively open opportunity. Dansku now with the shot. Demo Milne is completely smokescreened, and Dansku, the talisman, will make the first opening.
And this is what we were waiting for. Kingsman may have been out of position to get the goal. He'll get the assist. He's demoed his man and opened up the play. Great opening goal there coming from Dominion. But there are mentions of a game crash there in chat. I'm not sure how true it is. We've got all 6 players moving at the moment. Dominion, of course, holding that lead as well. Mania have to try and make a comeback. I know it is true. Dansku has left the pitch. Unfortunately, the goal has been scored. We are past the first minute. Those are the 2 requirements for a server reset. It all has to count, and Mania have to take advantage of it. It's the tough truth of the game, but our scores are equal, and it will stand.
Yeah, I mean, Dansku, unfortunately they're on that game crash, but at least Mania do not go ahead because he's now back into the lobby, back into the game. So all that's happened is an equalization of this scoreline. We're effectively at 0-0, if you want to look at it that way, but Dansku will feel a little bit annoyed that his game has crashed because Dominion will feel like they could have just held this game, but instead, a collapse on the defense. Calamity for Dominion as they can't collect themselves. Their mentals clearly in tatters, and Milne, well, if you give him space, if you give him a free ball like that, there's only one result that's ever going to happen.
And that was a complete spilling off defense there. Kingsman was an option on that back wall. Didn't predict how it would bounce off the ceiling, and they concede as a result of it. And there's the third goal. It's going to be Milne that's credited with it. That's a hat-trick for him. Straight off the kickoff. Big bump landing on Kingsman. And Dansku, it was a side flip there, which found him out of position and tapping it into his own net. Mania now surely taking game 1, Subzan, and that's just when we thought that Dominion had broken away.
Yeah, they looked so strong, but I mean, that disconnect clearly got into their heads, and ever since then, they've failed to stem the bleeding as Mania have truly taken advantage of that free momentum gain just from having a player not in the lobby. I think Dominion really need to get that second goal. They cannot afford to let this fall as a 3-1 scoreline because game 2, that could also end up being a similar conclusion. You won't have the disconnect, but Mania's momentum right now is looking scary. Jaffa with a demo there as Llama failed to get control of the ball. Dansku forced into action. Jaffa now with a shot. Llama can't keep it out. And things continue to go from bad to worse here for Dominion as they let in yet another.
No excuses for that one. It's a well-worked play. It's a perfect play all the way since kickoff. Mania worked hard for that one. It's Jaffa's first goal of the game and the 4th of the series. I'm sure we'll see many more. And I feel like game 2 leaves a lot of questions to be answered. Will Dominion be able to recover themselves after that disconnect, after throwing away that victory? Or are we going to just let Mania run away for it and send this roster into the lower bracket? It's been a very unusual game 1, but luckily this isn't going to be the FIFA World Cup format. There is still a chance for Dominion to take the series victory.
And I love how you're taking a bit of a pop there at the World Cup format because I'm not a big fan of it, but I mean, I think we could. They could have done. They could have
They
copied
could have
us, and
copied us.
the format's so much better. Who wants to sit there on LAN for 2 individual games, but one team that's
Oh
not going to
my
be sitting there
goodness.
for 2 individual games? It is Dominion. I predicted 3-1. So in theory, my prediction is still on, but I mean, they need to take this minute, these 60 seconds, to really just cool their nerves because, frankly, Dansko disconnecting has rattled them just a little bit because you could see they were playing much more chaotic and a little bit less
Mm,
coordinated than they were in those opening 3 minutes. We saw signs of it even before they got that goal and before Dansko's disconnection. But Mania were not able to capitalize on it. Now, ever
mm.
since that goal went through, Mania did a good job of capitalizing it, and well,
Oh,
Pinchmen will call for a tech timeout, so it seems like Dunsku's game
yeah,
not quite with everything sorted just yet. Game, yeah, official confirmation. The game has gone again. I
yeah.
believe they've got 5 minutes for a tech timeout. Correct me if I'm wrong. We'll just
Yeah,
get
it
Dunsku
is
back
indeed.
into
It's
the lobby.
5 minutes timeout. And
Yes.
then the forfeit timer will start there on out, which is technically another 5 minutes because no one here was late, so they do still have that forfeit timer to burn as well. But formally, yes, it is 5 minutes for a tech timer, and we do hope that Dansku can get his stuff sorted because I mean this is Championship Saturday, Subzan. It's not like he can sit out and come back a different day. You can do that on play-ins. Teams have done that on play-ins. This is playoffs. This is where everything is on the line. So, again, for the sake of competition, for integrity, we'll want him to get back and be able to hold this one out.
Yeah, it seems like he's back into the lobby as well, but I think we're missing one of the players from Mania, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it seems like Mel not in the lobby at the moment. Maybe gone back to free play while this tech pause was happening. So we'll get him back into the lobby as well. Yeah, there he is. Green, yellow text popping up on the side. So I think if everyone's ready, we can start game 2, kick off this momentum, and we'll see if Dominion have the answer and can claw themselves back into this series.
Okay, the two teams have called that. They are ready. It was a tech timeout, which did give them those extra couple of seconds to get themselves in. They have returned to the pitch now. It is game 2. Hopefully, these two teams will be able to stay on the pitch for the full 5 minutes of regulation and maybe a cheeky bit of overtime if we do end up going that far. But, of course, Mania still have the series lead, and it's up to Dominion now to respond. Big opening here from Mania in this final third. An early miss coming from Kingsman, but Dansku on the pitch will clear this one out.
Yeah, and if there's one thing that master players are amazing for, I was going to say it's adaption, but, well, no adaption's going to matter when your opponents is just like, £5 on PayPal, let me put that one in my own net. Milne, we talked about him being the talisman, the counter offense for Dansku, but a complete fumble of the bag on his own back line.
Well, sometimes that's just how you concede. I think he's lucky that it was early in this game because he's got plenty of time to try and make that comeback. Serve, looking to provide it fast. Kingsman was able to make a save, but another shot flies into that top left corner. And that's a bit more like it. That's more like some master gameplay here in offense.
Yeah, and I'm going to be completely honest with you, but it's an own goal as well. Coming the other way, Llama, it's unforced.
Oh.
It's forced, that one. It's bounced off the post. Realistically, Llama had to jump anyway, but you can't blame him. But at the end of the day, the goal was going to happen. Even if it didn't come off of that shot, it was going to come off of another, because the entire side of Dominion had about 20 boosts between them. Kingsland completely boostless as well individually, so they were never going to get that ball out solidly. If they were going to require a little bit of a miracle. Now, talking of miracles, they need to find something else because they got their early momentum once again, not quite able to make it work and convert it to a full game. This time, Llama with a shot. Llama's not going to be missing that one. You do not see this one on a Twitter Llama highlight. This one is a Llama regular highlight. 2-1 now.
That one finds the target and Serve. So much boost on him. Plenty of time behind the ball to get enough power to clear that one out. And he just doesn't. He tries to be a bit too conservative on that one. A little bit too clever. And unfortunately, he will face the price. But Serve looked to go for something individually. Laid this ball out to Milne. It's a ball across here. Serve waiting on the floor ball will allow Jeff to go up first. Llama looking for that sidewall. Couldn't find it either. Now it's Dansku back on. Milne looking to compete with that 50-50. That pinch Won't straight up find the back of the net like it did before. It's going to have to be a little bit more well-worked than that. And, well, booming balls from both of these teams will send the ball across both ends of the pitch.
Yeah, and I think if we're going to talk about one thing, the confidence here from Mania, they're still one goal down, but they've got that confidence to pre-jump each other's plays, but a disaster there as Serve backflip twice, and Jaffa with a whiff as well, so Milne had to be called into action in the dying seconds, but their chance, Jaffa, no one putting a hands up there for Dominion. Very interesting that Llama has been completely dusted and there's no one in the net. Pinchmen actually was there, but no contact to be found. So once again, almost as soon as Dominion get themselves ahead, they're clawed right back into the series.
I must say, Subzan, there have been some dodgy defenses, I think it's fair to say. We've seen it from Mania. They've conceded as a result of it. And this just might be another one to add. Jaffa positions himself really well, to be fair to him, to get this goal across. But Llama is sent absolutely flying for that ball. He doesn't get the intercept, and now Mania will take the lead. It's been a very unusual game yet again. I don't think this is what we expected out of the opener. A disconnect in game one really turning the tide, and in game two, well, there's just been no real excuses, and if anything, that's been stranger.
I mean, yeah, when you get higher tier, when you get to high levels of gameplay, you sort of expect that as that goes up, the defense will go up alongside the offense. But, well, right now, neither of these teams seem to really actually be able to get a hand up on defense at all. Mania doing a better job, but simply by virtue of the fact that Dominion aren't really putting any shots on target either, so their defenders never being called into action. There's another miss there from Llama, but no second man for Mania to capitalize. Downskill on the backboard. He's got a full tank of boost and he'll put it Kingsman's way. A chance to shoot that one. The shot does not land. Milne would have had that touch though, so maybe it might work out for their better. Dunsku eliminated from the field now as Kingsman tries to take control, beats out Serve, and it's now loose in the midfield. Jaffa's called into action. Llama now looks to play disruption on the last man, does so well, but Milne good to avoid it and still makes contact on the ball. Dunsku now to his back corner. It's a good back pass there from him, but right now it does look like Dominion just trying desperately to get themselves that control of the midfield and of the ball.
Oh, when you got worried there, seeing Dansku with plenty of possession and some time in that box with the backboard as well. That one not quite finding the target, however. Serve looking to show something off for himself, and he's come off the ceiling, but Kingsman has cleared that one out before it's become anything too extravagant. Dansku, yeah, again, has to put this one away in the corner, and it feels like a lot of these defensive chances are very last minute after a miss from a first or a second man. So it looks very desperate overall from Dominion, and that's only going to increase here in these final 60 seconds. Kingsman with a shot, it, and that's what he's been looking for. He spent so much time in this final third when it's been Dominion possession. He has never been able to quite find the target, but this time, just shy of the crossbar, he will find Dominion that equalizer, and this game is left to be decided in 60 seconds or OT.
Yeah, it will be. I mean, the 1 minute left. It's interesting to think about the team dynamics at the moment of this game too. You look at Mania, all 3 goals coming from the name of Jaffa, a hat-trick to his name. Whereas on the side of Dominion, a much more team-orientated effort as all 3 players with 1 goal apiece. And I think all of them assisted. No, only 2 of them, Kingsman, with no assist on the board, but that doesn't matter. All that matters is the number at the top of the screen, and that is currently 3-3. But that's carry there from Serve. Cannot be stopped. Llama had no idea that that was ever a possibility.
Oh, that is dirty coming from Serve. They're 50-50 against Dansku, being able to maintain possession in the air and dribble it into that top corner. That is something special. That is something you only see in this tier at this stage of the competition.
Yes, the best of the best of the best, if you want to put it that way. Now Jaffa gets the fake on Kingsman, can't quite get the shot, but Llama will put the dagger in the hearts of Dominion by his very own hand. Jaffa fakes that one brilliantly, and then Llama panics trying to get that ball out, and they can't get round it, can't get the ball out. 5-3 now. It's a foregone conclusion here in game 2, unless Dominion pull off some kick-off magic. And with that ball landing at Serve's lap, it does not look like that will be the case.
And well, from best goal of the series to, I would say, easily the worst there, that own goal. It was unfortunate. You spoke about him having a history on missing open nets. I feel like it would have really helped, actually, in that instance. He's actually had quite an eye for it in this series. I feel like he's done really well at finding the target in the final third, and apparently his own as well. And Mania, they have had really good defenses in certain moments. I don't think that second game was a great showing of it. In the first one, it certainly was, but a 2-minute tactical timeout is being called here from Dominion. I will just confirm that that is something that is allowed after a technical. I'm inclined to say that it is, but yeah, looks like we're going to have another cheeky break between games in this upper semi-finals.
I mean, it's a resource that's there. You might as well take it. Dominion down 0-2. They need to claw their way back, and that's going to start with this game 3. And, well, if you can just take that time to talk things as a roster, figure out, well, you did so well in this game 2, but things have gone wrong. There's been those little mistakes that have invited Mania back into that particular game. And, well, what turned out, or what was originally turning to be a Dominion dominance, turned out to be a 5-3 win, comfortable for Mania. So now you get that option to sit there, say, okay, what do we need to change? And if there's one thing that I would want Dominion to change, it's physicality. You can see Mania doing a good job with their coordination on the defense and on their offense. Dominion are not playing well enough into the fact that they can counter that with just a demo on the back line. They've gone for a few bumps here and there, but I'd like to see a little bit more aggression from a first man that's maybe too far out of the play.
I feel like as well, this Dominion side in defense, there just feels like there's a lot of panic. And I hate to highlight the two players, but it has to be Llama and Kingsman. I'm not saying that Dansku can't do any wrong. I mean, that fantastic goal that Sir was able to get came off the back of a 50-50 against him. But I mean, you have Dansku behind you. Have a little bit more confidence, and you know, when you're sitting there with a 2150 on your team, look, they don't come cheap. It does come at a sacrifice with a lot of team building, as my co-caster will also know, having to build a master team as well. Use it. Know that you have that factor in your pocket. There are so many times where I'm seeing these very random double commits coming from a first or a second man in defense. And sometimes even these plays where they're just rushing either a little bit too early or a little bit too late. The timing is completely off, and I feel like a lot of the times it's them playing off their hearts, playing off their adrenaline. It doesn't really feel like they're playing just that regular Rocket League they would do in any other series, in any other lobby. And I'm hoping that they'll use this tactical timeout just to find some calm in themselves, because it has been a bit of nervy defense, and I feel like it's actually made it harder to create offense. They have to start from your own third, and well, when you're double committing, burning down your boost and can't find any possession, it's never going to come. And there are so many opportunities where you saw Dansku bringing these long balls across, being able to snipe one of his players, but they've just got nothing in the tank to make something happen, and it came from a prime mistake.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes those errors can just be almost a heat of the moment thing when you get up to the master tier. The pace of play so much faster than any of the lower tiers, and well, realistically, every bit of hesitation can be fatal. But the players are now in. The tactical timeout is over. There is no more lives here for Dominion in the upper bracket. If they want to make their place in the upper bracket final, well, they've got to earn it here and now. The only way to do that is a reverse sweep.
The reverse sweep against Mania of all teams. We mustn't forget the pedigree that they bring to this matchup. They've been doing excellently the entire season. This is their first series in the Plains playoff stage. They earned themselves the bye due to their performances. That one doesn't quite find the back of the net. Ball off the wall, however. Dansku's involved. Top right corner. And there's the opener we were waiting for. There was the trust we were waiting for, and that has carried them their entire season. What a pass from Llama, and Dansku does what he does.
Yeah, and just in the opening 30 seconds of play, you can see the confidence of the players on Dominion is up. The communication of the players on Dominion is up. The speed of the players of Dominion is up. They clearly took that minute extra in stride and have come out now in the first 30 seconds looking like a completely different team. They've gone from a team looking completely flat and dead in the water to finally showing a glimpse of championship form.
Let's pinching this one forward. Llama alone in defense, but these were the moments I was talking about before. You cannot panic. I like that first touch. It's not quite as close as he wanted to be to it, but he didn't waste it on a flick. He didn't directly give it away, and already that's an improvement from what we were seeing in game 2. Serve. Back on the ball, flick reset, collected. Has Llama to beat, but calm, cool defense, and Pinchmen will send that one out. He knows he's got Dansky behind him to follow up should this one pinch forward. It does, and Milne able to go alone, but that's a very highly positioned Llama there. He's done well to get himself out, but serve off the corner. Can he get that one on target? Spot hit! And this is more the master matchup we were looking for. High stakes, high performance, high octane, and a sea full of Fenix.
I mean, yeah, the Fenix, it feels like as the skill goes up, so do the number of Fenix in the lobby. I miss the days of the Octane. In fact, no, you know what? I'll take it back. I'll take it a step further. If someone shows up to the Master Tier in a Scarab, I will buy them some KFC chicken nuggets. Or some KFC chicken tenders, there we go. If someone in this playoffs race shows up, 6-piece chicken tenders on me in a Scarab, called saying that now. And you have to play a full series in it.
Well, clip that and post it in Masters discussion. The promise has been made. And Dansky, when you sign to a team, it's a promise that you're going to bring lots of goals, plenty of opportunities. He's brought that ball forward, but this one will go wasted. It's Mania back in possession. Dansky able to pick this one up. Serve so fast up onto the ball, however, does leave this ball to be cleared by Pinchmen instead. And oh my goodness, the way that Serve is able to change his play into something completely different after plan A doesn't go right needs to be studied. It is excellent, but he's going to have to defend this one. Milne able to save that top corner shot there from Dansky, and it's a miss here from Pinchmen yet again, but Llama able to pick it up, and again it looks a lot more calm here from Dominion. It doesn't feel like they're 2-0 down in series score. They were panicking more after game 1.
Yeah, they were, and there's always that extra asterisk that you can add on to Dominion's play, and that's the fact that, well, while he's obviously been scoring goals, Dansky has not needed to dive into his mechanical playbook just yet. We know how good this man can be, the pioneer of the Fetelix jump, if you remember when that became popular. Obviously, people invented it, but he was the one who really grinded it out, but unfortunately that jump, that mechanic will not work there as Pinchmen base it in by Jaffa, who just beats him to the punch. Dansky cannot get back, and the scoreline is tied.
And it's one of those plays that is just on a thin edge. The rotation was just slightly off there from Dominion, and of course in the Master Tier, that will never go unpunished. Mania get the equalizer. We are approaching those final 90 seconds. Mania, if they win, it will see them progress through the upper finals. Dominion, this is just a case for survival. Pinchmen trying to bring this ball back and build. It under the crossbar. It is that textbook play that they've been going for all season. Pinchmen off the corner, Pinchmen with the bump, an open net from the man in the middle. They've been doing it during the 9 weeks of league play. They're going to bring it to playoffs as well.
The bread and butter of Dominion, and what a brilliant time to see it in a game that they have to win, and that gets them the lead now. Llama gets a little bit of control here, does beat out his first man. Milne will beat Dansky to the punch, but Pinchmen now have a chance to boom this one down the line. Jaffa not going to be too awkward, but is running low on boost. Serve and Milne both commit for that one now. Might see a chance for Dansky to get into the action. He does, but Milne will clear down the line. Pinchmen has to make a touch, does so, and it's in the arms of Llama, who now waits and sees what he can do. Tries to get this one to the corner. Might look for a bump again, but Jaffa going early to ensure that this bump, he tried to go for it now. Dansky pops that ball to the side. Serve. Loose touch there. Jaffa first to it, but side of Dominion playing a little bit further back, I'm noticing now in the final minute of this game, where they might get burned here if they play too passively, but if they don't, and they play with just enough passivity to waste the time off the clock, this is a winning strategy.
Absolutely. This is game management. This is what you want to see. They are leading in game score. They theoretically don't need to get another one as long as that clock whittles down. It's that stage of the match where it becomes a 4v3. That clock is such a big factor. It is on that side of Dominion, but hold on a minute. Serve with a final opportunity, dribbles that one out, looks a bit awkward and wide, tried to find a player in field, but Jaffa will want to go alone. Big clearance coming from Dansky. Serve has to save it. And sweep chances thrown out. Dominion come back with a game.
That's one. It always starts with the first. A reverse sweep is incredibly difficult, whether it's a
Oh.
best of 5 or a best of 7. I mean, I'm not going to talk about best of 3, let's be real. Those are Mickey Mouse brackets, but it's incredibly difficult to fight back because often the biggest block in a reverse sweep is your own mental. It's how well can you fortify yourself, get yourself to push through the difficulties, knowing that a single mistake could cost your entire series. Dominion did well there in this game 3, but they did it off the back of 6 shots from Dunsku and 3 from Llama. Mania forced into 7 saves. But is that repeatable from both sides? Can Dominion hold their nerve? And can Mania keep up that solid defense? Because if either side falters on their dignity and on all of that, well, things could start to look rough for the other.
And well, you spoke about best of 3 being a Mickey format. How about best of 2? Just kidding. I'll leave it. I'll leave it. This is RSC. We don't have to worry about that. But the defensive playstyle is something you actually start to see in these higher tiers with a lot more success. I feel like you see some teams attempt it, but there are just too many mistakes there. They don't quite have the mechanical capabilities to hold it off for an entire game, let alone an entire series. We saw that coming from Mania in that last game, and they were able to keep that game within 1. It was still competitive. So it's just very interesting to see the different styles of these two teams shape their way through. But at the same time, I think Dominion kind of forced them there. They were so much better at maintaining possession, so much better at following each other up. And ultimately, it was less panicky. Maybe they can trust that Dansku isn't going to randomly disconnect. They see him more as the powerful Dansku, as we've seen for the rest of the season, as we've seen basically anywhere in the Rocket League world at the moment. And we'll see if that factor is going to be enough for them to pull off this reverse sweep. Like you said, it's going to be a tall order in any series, but especially when it's the playoff stage and you are playing against a titan that is Mania.
Yeah, and I would love to see some mechanics coming out from Dansku. As you sort of mentioned, he's got that playbook that we all know he's got, but bearing in mind how good he is at speedrun maps as well. It means he's going to be practicing all sorts of different mechanics over his time. Pinchmen there will be collecting that ball because Llama with a bit of a miss, Dunsku onto it, and the speed from that man is utterly sublime, but can't quite squeeze it through on a one-man push, but he will try and go again. Llama now down the line, Pinchmen choosing not to turn. They're just going to let this ball flow in front of net as Llama looks to play disruption. Mill eliminated from the game, and here comes Dunsku, the talisman of the roster, but no touch there on the back. Well, there's no follow either, as company looks like Mania trying to claw their way out of their own half. The red is currently entirely being suffocated by the purple. Dunsku with a shot, but squeezing that one out barely.
And these physical plays keep on coming here by Dominion. They've used it so much throughout the season. I'm not sure if it will save him here. Kingsman needed that second touch. He was able to recover himself and get it, but that was dangerous there for Dominion. It was a rare chance there coming from Mania. But they are all about quality, not quantity, this Mania side. Once they are in that final third, you need to be on your best behaviour. Dansku going for some of these bumps, trying to find its way in field, but Mania have done well to keep it in temporary safety. Llama looking to get it out of there. Big clearance again into these corners. Dansku, it's not the greatest touch from him, and all Kingsman will do there is try and delay this Mania side, give his teammates some time to get back, give some time for himself to get back and shut down that offense. It feels like we're in neutral ground right now. They got serve, able to pull off something incredible. What a save! And just so I was about to say, it was quite a quiet portion of the game. Serve was able to pull out something special, as was Llama.
The depths of defeat there for the side of Dominion. That ball tantalizingly close on the goal line, but Dunsku with a shot with a touch to keep its momentum cancelled, and then shut out enough time for Llama to recover, put himself back in the position and get it away. Now Mania are still looking for that first. They will feel so hard done by that they didn't get it right there. Jaffa touch to the side, but Dunsku will be called into action. Serve will beat Llama though in the midfield, and Kingsman now the chance to control this ball as Dominion look to escape their half once again and form a counter-attack. But Jaffa on that ball from the ceiling will say, no, you're keeping this in your own half, and there will not be heroics on the goal line a second time. Serve might be denied once, he will not be denied again.
And serve, it was a long time coming, but he would get himself on the score sheet. So many chances, so many created from him, but it had to be him to put it in the back of the net at the end of the day. He's been fantastic throughout this series. He's been fantastic throughout this game, but it is not over yet. Dominion, they've had a majority of that offense. They've been going for these physical plays. A lot of them have missed, but it's not about the ones you miss. It's about the ones you land. And if they're able to find it in these final seconds, they might be able to push this one further. It has to come with solid defense. However, they can't allow a double lead. Neutral Demo sees this ball fly across to the Mania half. Kingsman will pounce on one play. Doesn't need to make a connection on the ball because Dansku had space to take it himself. However, that touch will go straight to Milne. Back off the corner. Llama looks awkward. Didn't commit his jump until he needed it. That was smartly played. He didn't lose his head, but Kingsman's 50-50 has put its ball back central. And Dansku can't skip his way through the defense. Kingsman is required again. Bumped his man off. And Dominion, desperation strikes in the final 40 seconds.
Yeah, this is where things will start to get a little bit rougher here for Dominion. They'll start sending the house some odd plays. You have to think overall will come out, but they need to start sending everything they've got. They need Dansku to come online and be that hero, and maybe just there, boom downfield, but Jaffa with the touch. There's still probably 2 more chances here for Dominion, but they leave their back line open. The defense going on a walkabout here for Mania and Llama. A pop shot from the midline, and no one there to collect.
Can we consider it a Ronzi if it is that slow and off the sidewall? I'm not too sure, but either way, it will be an equaliser for Dominion. They survive for now. And Kingsman shot, hold on a minute, on the buzzer, but serve. Able to clear that one out of the game. Almost crumbling at the hands of Mania in the final seconds there. We do reach 0. We do reach an overtime. 1 goal could be the difference between Champions Field or progression on the side of Mania. Double demo coming from Kingsman. Will open up his defense. And it's Dansku to take us to game 5.
You can't speak highly enough of Kingsman on that shot chance. Sure, Dansku the one to convert it at the end, but Kingsman eliminating the entire defense on his own. 1-2. Goodbye. Back to the lobby. We'll see you on Champions Field.
That is how you clutch. That is how you come back against a first seed. They had their connectivity issues. They had just their issues themselves within the team. If you want to talk about game 2, game 2, frankly, was a shocking game from Dominion. But game 3, game 4, even when they fell a game behind late into the game, even when Serve was playing absolutely insane and looked almost unstoppable, that almost was planted in by the 3 players of this Dominion roster. What a comeback. And well, the question is if they can go all the way. What happened in games 1 to 4 no longer matter. It is all up to game 5. And on the other side of the bracket here, Subzan, Brave Esports beat Wyverns 3-1. That's another top-seeded team dropping down. Will Dominion be able to do the same on this side of the bracket?
I mean, they're going to want to hope so, because they do not want to run into Wyverns in the lower bracket. I'd say Wyverns is, well, they're an incredibly strong team, but from what I saw on the B stream, if you're not watching the B stream, by the way, go check it out. They seem to be running in with an elite sub, but I don't care about the results from that series. I want to care about this series, because we go into game 5 between Dominion and Mania.
Said like a true AGM, Dominion looking to fight their way through Mania's defense. They tried to get some early scores at the doors. It's not going to be that easy. Champions Field creates the best plays. Dansku brings the best plays to the ceiling, and it came with an extra bit of work. That finish touch, it's Dansku yet again, season after season, series after series, tournament after tournament. He is the man to perform.
And the Talisman finally shoots his shot with a bit of a mechanical masterclass off the ceiling. Beautiful there by Dansku. That will give Dominion the lead, and it's an all-important goal to get. This one might waterfall down Milne. awkward on the touch. And now Jaffa in a race with Dansko, a race he will win, but for how long will that ball stay out of Mania's net? The bleeding is getting worse and worse as time goes on. Milne and Llama both with nothing in the tank. So a bump is collected, but the defense of Dominion will get itself back in time. That's a snipe on serve, but a snipe that's almost too perfect. Bouncing out, and now here we go again. Jaffa, no contact on that one, does not even win the boost steal. So Dansku now selects himself on the ball, calls his number, but serve will not be tested, will not be panicked, and will not be moved.
Well, I'm sure this Mania team thought they had the equaliser. I thought they had the equaliser. Hold on a minute, Pinchmen. Almost going for his signature play there. The hit off the corner and the bump to follow that one. Didn't quite land, but it's just another warning shot being sent out. He's going for it again. Milne has to get that quick clearance, and you can see the panic that it can inflict on this defense. It was a double demo from the man himself that shut down game 4 in overtime. He's looking to repeat those feats yet again. 50-50s with serve. Does find Milne in field. We're going to need that third man. Jeff is waiting. Pinchmen, however, able to sneak that one under. Can't get the 50-50 to follow, but Dansku is there to be the follow-up touch. Milne back onto the wall yet again, and Jaffa already up. Llama is left rooted to the ground, and it's going to have to be Pinchmen to pick up from the pieces, but that is a complete giveaway of possession. That's dangerous because Jaffa's found his man inside, and Dominion recovering defense.
On Thursday evening, it was Vulcan who failed to complete a reverse sweep against Inferno, their fellow 2 seed from Ignis, dropping down to the lower bracket. Now, Mania have 2.5 minutes, half the game left to prevent themselves from falling in the same way that their comrades failed to complete on the previous stream. Now, Pinchmen tries to get that one down the line to serve. Awkward touch there, but it's touch into midfield with Jaffa to collect, with Dansku with just a pop clear and gets the boost as well, leaving Milne in a bit of a spot of bother. Currently Mania struggling to keep this ball out. They're being suffocated on their own half, and that's not a good sign. Whenever they get this ball down the line into the purple side of the field, you can't really say that they've really generated much of significance.
Oh, there have been moments that have been half chances, I would say. Hold on a minute, a pinch and fill. That might be a full chance coming from Dominion. Unfortunately, no one was there to complete it. Dansku 50-50 finds its way high. Llama is 50'd off this ball. He'll lose that dogfight. Dansku can't get past Milne. Llama might be able to, however, but it's serve. He's going to be there on the follow-up. This ball will spend some time in this corner, and I must say that Mania's chances so far have just been one killer pass away, and those interceptions have just about been able to stretch themselves forward, but I wouldn't say they haven't been close. Hold on, this one's through. Llama with a very vital save. Pass attempted there from Milne, but serve didn't turn around to take it. The offense slightly delayed here coming from Mania. And I think that was a chance. They made a bit of a hash off there, Subdan. I think there was a chance for a goal.
I disagree, actually. Dansku was there on the pre-flip on that particular opportunity. So serve actually playing the fake to get the boost instead. I think what he did was actually the correct play, set themselves up for that pass that they went for into the midfield directly afterwards, but the mistake lied in the fact that they were unable to connect that second follow-up pass. Now they come again. There's 1 minute left on the clock. If Mania want to stay in the upper bracket, they need to find something in the dying embers of Champions Field in the same way that Dominion did in the dire embers of Beckwith Park Knight. Llama now beats his man to the punch. Pinchmen tried to get that bump on Jaffa, doesn't, and Dansku would instead take over the ball. Pinchmen beating out one now, 38 seconds left on the clock. It's still a midfield battle. Dominion are not setting themselves into game advantage just yet. They want to fight for the second, and they're fighting hard, fighting well. Pinchmen with a shot. It's on the goal line. It should go in. It does go in. Dansku calls game.
And the road to repeat elite has become so much more of a higher chance for this Symbiote roster. Dominion get their second goal. It's been a nervy game, full of Mania offense and time in that final third. But with 20 seconds left on the clock, it feels like they've secured their ticket to that upper finals to play that brave roster. 14 seconds for the ball on the wrong half of the pitch for a Mania comeback. Subzad, how are you feeling about having to face this Dominion roster in what will be the upper grand finals?
I'm going to be completely honest with you. I think those two teams are about 50-50 on their win rates. I think they've tied both times. But either way, before we even talk about what they do in the next series, we've got to talk about what they did here. Brilliant display there from Dominion. They
Wow.
kept their heads on after going down 0-2 and looking relatively flat overall, but they bounced back off that timeout. And ever since, Legend Mania's Mania roster just did not have an answer. They just consistently got beat to the punch. As we look at the post-series stats here, shots from Dominion, despite the fact that they were completely dominated in the first 2 games, an extra 14 shots on top of Mania, same number of goals, equal on the saves around about. But there we go, the demo stats. Dominion getting a lot more physical in the latter half of that series. Exactly what I wanted them to do, and clearly that's worked out for them.
A sweep versus Leo and a reverse sweep versus Mania. That has been Dominion's run so far in the upper bracket, about as entertaining as it could get. And this player, Dansku, on Series MVP, is a player that provides plenty of that. 7 goals from 19 shots, 3 saves, and 1 assist, and 2 demos to put on the side. Fantastic performance there from Dominion. I don't think it was quite Dansku and his merry men like lots of people tried to hype up this roster to be. We saw the importance of those demos coming from Kingsman. Llama does so well to fill the gaps as well in those games where he is playing really well. It's a team that love to pass the ball between each other. It's a lot of combination plays. This isn't a 1v3 like I've seen way too many people disrespect this roster with that title. And I feel like we saw it there in that game 5.
Yeah, you 100% did, but the one thing you've got to look towards for Dominion in the future is they had a very slow start in that series. That has to be said. A lot of double commits, as you said, communication errors seem to come through, whether that's off the back of Dansku's disconnect in game 1, or if that was just an unfortunate factor of maybe some outside factor, but really, they cannot afford to let that be the case against Inferno, because Inferno's a roster that will make you pay if you start slow. They did it against Vulcan, who, frankly, they started slow as well, picked themselves up into that series on Thursday, but could not close it out because Inferno had given themselves too great of a lead. If Dominion do the same thing in that upper bracket final, they will find themselves probably with the exact same outcome.
Well, I'm sure you'll be nervously watching that series, of course, at 8 CET here on the mainstream. But for the time being, it will be Sovereigns versus Wyverns in the lower quarter final on main. And then on B, we are going to have Nox versus that Mania side you were just watching. So if you enjoyed watching this Mania team perform, check out the B stream for the lower quarter finals. This was myself and Subzan here for the Master Playoffs here over at RSC. We will see you all very, very soon. Stay tuned.
Tainted love is all we had. Our issues run so deep. Now when I try to sleep, I feel so bad. I should leave, and by the time it's done, I'll be
bass goes boom as we enter. Shaking the room from the back to the center. Making you move to the track, you surrender. Got you scrunching your face closed up. Boom as we enter. Shaking the room from the back to the center. Making you move to the track, you surrender. Got you scrunching your face closed up. The bass goes boom as we enter. Scrunching your face closed up cause the bass goes. Shaking the room from the back to the center. Making you move to the track, you surrender. Shaking the room from the back to the center. Got you scrunching your face closed up cause the bass goes. Shaking the room from the back to the center. Making you move to the track, you surrender. Shaking the room from the back to the center. Got you scrunching your face closed up cause the bass goes as we enter. Shaking the room from the back to the center. Making you move to the track, you surrender. Got you scrunching your face closed up cause the bass goes as we enter. Shaking the room from the back to the center. Making you move to the track, you surrender. Got you scrunching your face closed up cause the bass goes. Scrunching your face closed up cause the bass goes. Scrunching your face closed up cause the bass goes as we enter. Shaking the room from the back to the center. Making you move to the track, you surrender. Got you scrunching your face closed up cause the bass goes as we enter. Shaking the room from the back to the center. Making you move to the track, you surrender. Got you scrunching your face closed up cause the bass goes.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life, just a good another season. Not for them, just a time, just a good another season. You came into my life, just like another season. Not for them, just a time, just like another season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall my way this season.
I keep dreaming, but my dreams keep flying away. It's somewhere far beyond. Keep chasing them and I never rest for a day. There's something I don't do. I feel the wind blowing my face, but that's alright. I smile at people passing by. Some smile back, some might not. I'm always looking for a shade when it's hot. I've been low key and I'm trying to stop. God, I'm feeling good. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a fast forward. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a fast forward. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. I'm the storm that beats the moon. I'm the sun that will not move. Do you think you are? Who do you think you
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the RSC Master Tier, and we have had some interesting games already tonight. We've had 4 games being played, 2 of them on stream, obviously 2 of them off stream, but we've had reverse sweeps, we've had upsets, and we've thrown every talent prediction possible into the bin. I'm alongside Hodge, and well, we've got another good game on our hands here.
We absolutely do. Like you say, the talent predictions have been tossed out the window in the first hour, and now we're essentially just playing for, well, we're watching for fun, and, well, we hope it's going to be a very interesting stream. This match is a match that a lot of people say shouldn't have happened, but the team named Inferno would say it should absolutely have happened. Inferno 3-1 Wyverns, the number 1 team coming from the Glaciers Conference, to send them packing down to the lower bracket to face off against Sovereigns, who had a really, really strong performance against Leo in that lower bracket round 1, and Sovereigns, that 6th seed coming out from the Glaciers Conference. So it does still show, Daramus, that it doesn't matter how you qualify for playoffs, it doesn't matter where you come from in the bracket, you still have a chance to make something happen. And, well, Sovereigns now, a team standing in front of them, is, you know, if they win this match, they get top 4.
Yeah, Sovereigns, they have only dropped 1 game so far in these play-in/playoffs period. So playing really well, overperforming one might say. But yeah, they are doing quite well so far. But Wyverns, they've just come to a defeat. And it wasn't a beautiful defeat. I watched that game, I casted that game on the B stream, and I was disappointed. As someone that took a look at the number 1 seed of one of the tiers, it was disappointing. It was. I sat there and I said to Rhino, I expect a lot better from Wyverns up against Inferno, but Inferno performed a lot better and closed them down way too quick. Will we see the same against Sovereigns? I genuinely don't know. I feel like Sovereigns, they are overperforming at the minute, and can they keep that momentum going up against a number 1 seed?
I'll have to see if they're going to be able to do it, because, you know, Wyverns and Sovereigns, this isn't the first time that these two teams have matched up against each other. These two teams have played each other a couple of times so far throughout this season, and, well, so far, when we look at the record between these two squads, it's gone one side heavily in the favour of Wyverns, and a second time less so in the favour, but still a win to the side of Wyverns. So Wyverns have the record in this matchup so far, and we're going to get to see if Sovereigns can, I believe the phrase that Rhino uses is upset the apple cart.
Yeah, well, the full Irish side, right? They're all Irish and they're all playing together. I just find that quite great, quite nice to the eye. But Sovereigns, they're gonna have to pull off something spectacular here. And predictions wise, well, we didn't discuss this beforehand, did we? But I'm gonna throw it out there. Wyverns, I feel like they're gonna get the first sweep in this. Well, today, the first sweep today. And I'm going to say 3-0 to Wyverns there being my prediction, just based on the fact of where they are and the fact that Sovereigns are currently overperforming.
So, I mean, I predicted Wyverns to win this whole tournament. I predicted them to run through that upper bracket and be in this grand final through the upper bracket. They haven't done that. They've dropped to the lower bracket, and I've got every single prediction wrong today so far. I don't want to curse anyone else, so I'm going to say that this squad of Sovereigns are going to take this in a 3-2, and we will see where that goes. I'll either be the smartest man alive, or I will be just, you know, an average caster. But anyway, that's the predictions done. I believe it's time to get this match cooking and underway. I see that all the players are ready to go, so let's get them in the lobby and tell them to join as we head on down to Manfield United for a very our very first game of this series between these two squads. I was going to say our very first series of the day. We've had quite a few series of the day so far, and they've all been pretty good. But now we get to hop into another one, and we get to see a rematch between these two franchises in the Master Division. And well, these two franchises have matched up a lot so far throughout their Master Division journeys in RSC14 Taramis. It's been one-sided throughout this affair so far, but will Sovereigns be able to turn the tide?
Well, as we are seeing quite a dejected Wyverns at the minute, but it's their ability now just to turn their head to this game, forget about the last one, and Jazz will try and get a pass across, but D-Lynch charging down on that one. Steb will get a shot. That's a fantastic shot by Steb into the bottom left corner. 32 seconds played, 1-0 to Wyverns.
Well, Steb already finding the angle. Decomp not able to get a touch on it. Opening goal to the side of Wyverns, and is that going to be something, just a teaser of what we're going to get to see this series, or is Sovereigns just starting to heat up a little bit? We'll have to find out, and Dotai's not done yet with the offense. Wyverns are not done yet with the offense, but Decomp has to clear that away, is able to get the touch this time and make up for what was left a little bit wanting in the last attack coming through from Wyverns. Now they try to go again, but they're blocked out by Sovereigns, and I mean, Sovereigns are just being forced into these defensive situations time after time, but they've managed to get a breakout, and now they've got to try and hold onto this possession. It's been thrown away, and now they have to try and play for this recontrol of the field, recontrol of the midfield, and they've been able to do just that. Decomp doesn't have a reset, doesn't have a flip, so that is just going to switch over to the possession of Wyverns, who are going to collect things and restart their attack.
Yeah, Jazz getting a pass to Dote off the backboard, but it was cleared well. Steb not getting the 50 there. D-Lynch has time on this ball and will take all of that time. Will drop down and get past Jazz there. That is crucial, but Dote is back for it. Tomster will maintain the attacking pressure. That ball put in a really awkward spot. Decomp gets no power on the end of that one. D-Lynch will just tap that one back. Tomster going for something interesting there as Decomp will send this to the backboard. Dote tapping that one to the sidewall. It's just playing a little bit of defense for Wyverns there, but you know they are back up on the opposite end of the field. Jazz going to leave this one for Steb, but it didn't quite pay off. So Dote now has time on the backboard, and it's a little bit back and forth right now, but the game seems to have slowed down a little bit.
Slowed down a little bit, and it's important to note that with these two teams facing up against each other, this really is a sort of Titan, it's sort of a David versus Goliath story when you look at the season standings, and that right now is not what it's transferring over into in the scoreline. Sovereigns, they equalise. Decomp goes on the solo play. It's not quite successful, but it's successful in the setup. It's successful in the team play, and now Sovereigns, will they be successful in game number 1?
Well, this is looking very familiar to the previous game, Inferno versus Wyverns, where Wyverns, they felt comfortable, but then out of nowhere, they just started falling apart, little defensive errors here and there. And I mentioned the fact that their rotation after going up was a little different. That is a great flick from Jazz, though, and it opens up space for Thompson as well to get rid. And they can't afford to give this Sovereign side any opportunities because, well, on paper, they're a much better side, and while the RSC doesn't run on stats, it runs on the-day performances, you should be expecting a comfortable victory as Jazz goes for a flip reset, and it doesn't quite pay off there.
Well, now we see another attack starting to build here. This down! It is indeed! Tomster slots it through, and unfortunately there, for the Wyverns defense, Steb had a touch, but not quite in the right direction. As unfortunate as it is, he doubles it into the hands of Tomster. And Tomster cleans it up. 2-1 Sovereigns.
I can't believe my eyes. Steb with a defensive error Topster charging for that one, but Steb will get a pass mid to Jazz. Jazz with a shot. Okay, there you go. 2-2. For a minute there, I thought Steb was going to get another one and put it into the bottom right, but it wasn't necessary. Decomp in all sorts of incorrect positioning, and Jazz, the captain, the Welsh captain, sends that one into the middle of the net.
Well, the Master Division's waking up to play here on Championship Saturday. Sovereigns read the touch from the first man, but unfortunately for them, it was a passing play. It was something they didn't expect. Now here's an opportunity, but that's cleared away, and Dotai is going to be denied the opportunity to strike that one home and try and get the lead back into the hands of Wyverns. It's back into this corner, though, so they're going to have an opportunity to keep on this attacking play and keep on pushing, but that's blocked away as well. Instead, now we're going to have to restart this play from step one if Wyverns are going to want to go again. That is going to be a bit of an awkward spot, so Jazz is going to have to come in and play a little bit of a support, but he's managed to find that over the first man, and Wyverns still scrapping around to clear this away, and it looks like they were successful a little bit there, but they still have to continue that success throughout the rest of this game.
Indeed, as Jazz will get a 50, and that will launch to the side wall. He's going to get an awkward touch, but allows Steb to get onto the back of it. D-Lynch will charge for this one and manage to get the touch on the corner, but Dote is there. Gets a hit as well. Just killing the clock a little bit. No, it's still all even here, but we want to see attacking momentum from both sides. Tom's to the left and all sorts of awkward on the corner, but D-Lynch will get to it. Tomster will wait this one out, beat out Jazz as well. Steb is there though, 70 boost to work with. Will get a good 50. The ball's in open space. Tomster has to get to it, doesn't get to it. Don't let this on the backboard. Jazz surely has a shot, but no. Waits it out, and D-Lynch knocks that downfield. I feel like Jazz should have gone for that one there, Hodge.
Yeah. Well, 23 seconds left, and in game number one, we've already seen the good and the bad from both teams. Both teams have already showed us what they're capable of, what they have to bring to the table. But now, who is going to be eating good in game number one, and who's going to show up to start off this series? Decomp going to try and keep that pressure up and send that downfield, but that's going to be picked up. And Sovereigns look like this ball just might hit the ground, but they look to try and continue to attack. Tomster infield. Decomp's there. Backboard looks for the double. D-Lynch isn't there to read the touch though. That's going to drop down. That's overtime. Sovereigns, Wyverns, 1 goal to take the lead in the series.
I was going to go completely delusional if there was another 0-second rule. I've witnessed too many of them already in the Master Tier bracket, if you remember Illusion on Wednesday. You know, we come to our first overtime. Steb's on the backboard here, leaves it for Jazz, and Decomp managing to get to that one, and we'll continue going forward. This is dangerous, but Dote does well. Gets a 50, D-Lynch is there. D-Lynch will spin round, but Dote with the bump. Steb hits this back little corner. Jazz has time on this one. Decomp pre-jumps way too early, manages to leave him out of position. Pass to Dote then. Dote off the backboard. Dote with a double tap off the backboard. Steb is there with a shot. It's too high. And that should have been 3-2. This is looking very familiar to the Inferno game, where they just couldn't convert, Hodge.
We've seen defensive masterclasses, we've seen offensive fails, but right now, Wyverns, they've held on. And we're a minute into overtime now. What's going to be the breaking point for either of these two teams? 50 in the midfield, that's going to drop down. So Decomp's going to try and collect what's sort of crumbled to pieces throughout this game here for both of these teams. It seems like both of these teams really could have ran away with this game at one point, but a couple of blunders and that could have just swung either way. Tomster plays the reset downfield, so now D-Lynch opportunity, top bins, and Sovereigns take game one.
Wyverns need to sort themselves out. That is a nice shot by D-Lynch into the top right corner. That's about as top right as you can get, but this is very disappointing. It has to be said, Hodge. It is very disappointing to see this number one side not performing to the expectation that we have, right? Steb and Jazz, they're doing all right. Don't be in the support there, but it's just not working for them. Whatever they're trying to do, it's not working. They need a shake up immediately.
And coming into this series, you would have absolutely said that this is, well, coming into this day, actually, if we didn't just watch the sort of massacre in the upper bracket where Inferno took down Wyverns, we would have said that this is a David and Goliath series. We would have said that, you know, Wyverns should have this in the bag. Sovereigns is a team who were like 1 series away in the final week from not even being here. They were 1 win away from not even being here. Now they find themselves potentially top 4 in the Masters division. You know, like I said, they weren't even supposed to be here. They had an incredible week 9, winning both games in a dominant fashion, going 7-1 in their games over the course of week 9 to get themselves through into that 6th seed, get themselves a play-ins position, and give themselves the chance to run this bracket. They had a chance, and now they're taking it. They're running through this lower bracket, and now they're 1-0 up in this best of 5 against the number 1 team in the Glaciers Conference. The team who've really had their number the entire season, and now, well, it's 2 more. It's still 2 more, and you've got to continue to lock in. You can't let Wyverns start to get cooking, because we've seen them do that before, and it's sort of, well, it is very, very scary when it happens. So 5 minutes going to be put on the clock again, and we really need to see that composure from Sovereigns once again if they're able to continue what they showed us there in game 1.
Well, we love an underdog story here at RSC, and well, Sovereigns, they're currently pulling it off at the minute. They are 1 game to the good here, as a pass mid by Steb allows Jazz to put that one into the back of the net. There was a defensive error there by Sovereigns. Some cracks starting to show, maybe, or a bit of copium from me, to be honest. D-Lynch wasn't ready for that one, and neither was Decom. So just like that, Jazz, again, performing as he should. 1 goal here in the right spot at the right time. Steb now will continue this attacking momentum off the ceiling. We'll go for something spectacular, but Decomp is on the backboard to read it. This better be dropped down here by Dote. Dote will drop it down. Jazz is there again, and whenever Jazz is in the mid, he just can't stop scoring. 2-0.
Well, it seems like Wyverns might have heard you calling them a little bit of a disappointment there in that first game, and they've said, you know what, Daramus? Just sit down, let us play here. In this first 30 seconds of game 2, 2-0 already, and they're going to look for more. But what have Sovereigns got to say about it? Are they angry about this opening performance here in the first 30 seconds of game number 2? Seems like right now that is the answer, as D-Lynch is looking to start an attack, but that's been blocked out and controlled so well here by Doty, as he has managed to just clear that away for the time being. Not able to get another attack going, but it doesn't really matter at this point with this goalie that they currently have. They've just got to play your game, and obviously you're going to want to try and pick up a couple more goals, but if all you're able to do is keep on stalling the enemy out and keep on holding out that possession, then if you are able to do that for the whole game, it is going to end up resulting in a win either way.
Well, if they're telling me to sit down, if they did watch my reaction, then here's another reaction for you. It's about time. It's about time we've seen Wyverns wake up and take an advantage. However, Tomster is knocking on the back of the net. There, it doesn't quite fall for them. Jazz hitting this one and getting a very good clear indeed. But yeah, Wyverns, you're doing what you're meant to be doing now. You're taking advantage. You're 2-0 to the good, and you should hold this one. You should hold this one. A minute 30 left to go. A minute 30 left to go, sorry. A minute 30 playing. And, well, the ball kind of lackluster in the midfield here, Hodge.
Yeah, who's going to take advantage of it? D-Lynch flying forward. The double miss comes through. Everyone's missing the ball. What's going on here in the Master Division? And what we saw in the last game, a shadow of its former self in this game, it seems, from both of these teams. An opportunity now that could have been sealed away there by Sovereigns. Goes a little bit wanting, but to be fair, I mean, I also would, if I was in Sovereign's position, Daramus, I don't think I'd be expecting both the defenders to miss it.
Well, it wasn't even a miss, it was a team bump. They just cleaned each other out, and just like that, the ball was kind of left in open space. I don't blame Sovereigns for not going for it, because, like you said, completely unexpected. And thankfully, that unexpectedness gives Wyverns a little bit of luck that they need. But off the backboard and corner wall, Decom will send that mid. Thompson's there for it to apply more attacking pressure. And I feel like at this moment in time, for the past minute, it's been all Sovereigns. Decom getting a 50 there. Will not get it. Thompson with a great drop down. Is the speed to get a shot onto that one. Catches, I think it was Steb off guard. And just like that, 2-1. And they're back in this game.
Tomster had it read perfectly. The situation was in his hands and he was the director. But Sovereigns now, they have a chance to bring themselves back into this game. They've already made it halfway, but you've also got to keep up that performance. Tomster is going to be taken off the pitch, and now that's going to give Decomp an opportunity to go the whole way, but isn't able to quite find the angle needed. So back down to Tomster it goes, and he's played that 50 well in the midfield. It is going to levitate up in about the midfield though, and that's going to drop down once again. So everyone's scrapping around to gain this possession here, Daramus, but who's going to become the benefactor right now? But D-Lynch ready and waiting to save the day off of his teammates' mistakes, and Sovereigns, it's looking a little bit more shaky here, but they have managed to hold on for the time being.
What? Another shot here, and there it is! Doke getting a third, but I just want to say, Sovereigns, they were all over the place. There was a team bump, there was a shot on their own net, and just like that, it was enough to just throw everything into discourse. Sovereigns, 2 goals down again, a minute 38 left to go, and thankfully that phase of play is over. That was truly horrifying.
Yeah. And here we are, 1 minute 30 remaining of this game, like you said. 3-1 to the side of Wyverns, and now it's an opportunity to bring that lead shorter and shorter for Sovereigns as they take to the sky once again. Tomster is going to be the pilot of this play, and unfortunately, it's gone a little bit off course, and maybe they have to get back in touch with air traffic control because Sovereigns are falling out of alignment here, it seems, but this ball going to be forced down the pitch once again. Tomster from the ceiling, will he be able to find the angle? No, Decomp also not able to make the connection needed, and 1 minute remaining in this game, and maybe a couple more opportunities for Sovereigns. A pass in field, but that's also going to go a little bit wanting. This is where you need to step up. This is where Sovereigns have to get something cooking, because right now Wyverns are just in a playground. They're in free play.
That pass was insane, and unfortunately Step couldn't put the ball in the back of the net. That would have definitely been the highlight of the match so far, but Jazz, up they go. Will maintain possession just about. Low and boost will tap this down to Step. Step with another shot. Double commit save. Don't should be there for it. Is there for it, but Decomp does well to get his nose on the end of that one. D-Lynch launches that one back downfield. And Sovereigns, they need to get a goal now. Otherwise, game number 2 is guaranteed to go the way of Alpha Surge's side. Jazz knocking this one downfield. Final 10 seconds on your screen then. And we can probably safely say now that this game is very much over, and thankfully, maybe a bit of normality restored here.
Maybe just a bit. And now that series will be brought, that momentum will be brought to a halt there, and the series tied as Doty puts the nail in the coffin. That game number 2, signed, sealed, and delivered for Wyverns, but now they've got themselves back into the game. Now what you've got to do is take charge of the game.
Indeed, Wyverns finally breaking through, managing to get that point, well, they just need 2 more now, and it's easier said than done, as we've seen throughout today already. But Dote being the absolute performer, 670 points, Jazz also being there for it as well, 581, Step being the support, Tomster trying to get through, but we just want to see the shot here, 13 shots by Wyverns. 13, that's a lot. And then you've got 13-8. So Wyverns definitely playing with a bit more aggression. 6 saves by Sovereigns wasn't enough to really keep any sort of threat out. Wyverns managing to get a very comfortable lead actually in this game. So maybe they can hold on to that momentum and it should be quite comfortable. I am taking a look at the B stream here and it is still 1-0 to Mania score-wise. We are waiting for another result. We are waiting for game 2's result there, and we'll get you that as it happens. But right now, Wyverns, they have the momentum here, Hodge, and they should be continuing that momentum going forward.
Well, they have that momentum. Will they be able to continue it going forward is what we're looking at here going into game 3. Wyverns, a strong performance there from all 3 players on the team. But, you know, one who I want to especially highlight there is this player of Steb, and you know, he wasn't necessarily the goal scorer, the flashy man here on Wyverns, just doing it all, scoring all the goals, but what he was doing, setting up all these plays, getting those passing plays in field there for his teammates to really have run of the map. We saw it there, a pass that came through, and unfortunately, like you said early on in that game, it wasn't quite able to be finished off, but the pass was there, the setup was there, and that's what Step provides for this roster, and that's what they're going to continue to try and focus on going into game 3, because it's what worked for them so effectively in that game 2.
Definitely so, as D-Lynch is tapping this one back, he's going to have to pull off something here to just get rid of it, does well to do so in fact. He's for Tomster, Tomster gets 50 by Steb. Now, like you said, he's very good at being in that support role. That's a great pass by Jazz. Don't even put this on the backboard, is Steb up for it? Yes, they are, it's going to hit the backboard once more. It wasn't a clean shot, it was just another set of play there. Jazz with a 50 and it'll fall to Decomp. Decomp here off the backboard, it'll go and he will drop it down. D-Lynch is there waiting for it, but Jazz up at the speed of light, managing to get that one. Tomster will maintain attacking pressure here for Sovereigns, but it doesn't quite pay off for them. Step pinching this one downfield. Jazz lurking on D-Lynch, seeing what the touch will be, and just gets him off the map completely. Don't. I thought that was going to be absolutely slammed into the top left corner, but it was just wide there. Steb getting 50, and Jazz leaves it for Don't. Well, it's back full stuff here, but it's, again, it feels a bit slower and a bit more methodical from both sides.
Yeah, and that's what you've got to do to win in these situations. You've got to just take things into more of a calm situation, take things slow. Remember that, you know, you still have what it takes to win, and we've seen that throughout the entire season coming through from Wyverns. It would feel like a disappointment if they went out now, but Sovereigns, they've been cooking. They don't want to sort of be known as the number 6 team coming through from their respective conference. They want to be known as the champions of the Master Division, but still a long way to go if they want that to be the case, and it all starts here in this match. Jazz redirect off of his own.
No! What? What?
And a player that was setting up there for what looked like an attempt at a psycho ends in an unfortunate situation where we can only describe as something that can't really be said on the stream here, but we have 3 minutes remaining in this game, and Sovereigns now with a lead, regardless of how the situation was gained that lead by, and Wyverns now, they're going to have to find a way back into this game. If that was, I tell you what, Daramus, if that was the situation that makes Wyverns lose this game and lose this series, they're going to be kicking themselves.
Kicking themselves? What?
Put it nicely.
What? Fail of the week? No, that's fail of the season if that's the case. Oh my goodness. Jazz trying to make up for an absolutely fantastic own goal. Doesn't get the shot through, and we're halfway through this game, and we're going to have to see some redemption here, I feel. As he has time on the ball, up on the sidewall here. We'll get a solo play, doesn't get the flip reset, we'll pass it mid, Steb is there. We'll pop this one to the corner, and I'm stunned. I'm still stunned. I need to move on. If he's, I can't guarantee that he's moved on here, but we definitely need to in the commentary box.
Yeah, I tell you what, if I was playing, I certainly wouldn't have, but let's see if this squad of Wyverns have got better composure than a Wash Champ 1. Anyway, Doty certainly trying to have that composure and really step up for his squad here, but that's been beat back, and now Tomster has an opportunity to force that ball through, and he's going to do just that. Sovereigns, they make things 2-0, and this time they score the goal.
Well, it's now double the difficulty for Wyverns to get back into this game, but you take a look back at this game and you think, oh my goodness, this shouldn't be the case. It should still be 0-0 and potentially a bit of a deadlock, but now Wyverns, they're going to have to charge forward a bit more here just to open up a potential scoring opportunity, but that does allow counterattacks to become very prevalent for Sovereigns here as D-Lynch pops this one up, gets a very nice touch, doesn't get the drop down that he wanted, instead will charge onto that one. Jazz getting the beat there as well, and will continue to go forward. Tomster passing this one mid unintentionally, that's a good 50 by Dote. It's going to fall back to Jazz. Jazz is awkward, low and boost, couldn't really get much on the end of that one. D-Lynch is there for it. Dote will send this back into the corner and will continue the pass midfield. Tomster's there for it. Steb again trying to charge forward, but nothing, but I mean nothing, is giving Wyverns any sort of opportunity here. As Dote off the backboard, anything there? No, Thompson will send this downfield. D-Lynch is there with a redirect, off the backboard it goes. And with a minute left to go, Hodge, Wyverns, they are really struggling to get forward.
They're really struggling. The 1 minute left to make a bit of a play. We've seen it happen before in RSC, but we've got to see it now when Wyverns really, really need it. When they're on the precipice of being knocked out, or well, not knocked out yet, but match point against them, and well, then they're going to have to perform. So it just is, for this Wyverns squad, Daramus, it really essentially is just worst case scenario. And now they're going to have to look to find something, find anything, but you can't find anything when Decomp's just adding to the trilogy of goals that are being put up by Sovereigns in this game.
I have no words. I have no words. If I was disappointed before, I'm definitely disappointed now, I can guarantee that. 3-0 to the good, and to be fair to Sovereigns, that they're playing exceptionally well. 6th place, they've come through the play-ins, and they're potentially looking at a top 4 finish minimum if they can get this game done and dusted, which it will, and then have a chance at the next one. And This is crazy to me. I've never seen a performance like this from a side that we expect so much better of. As Jazz almost rifles that one into his net again.
Well, Sovereigns will give this squad of Alpha Surge absolutely nothing in game number 3. As, you know, we saw some interesting plays, and we'll delve into that a little bit in a second, but Sovereigns, they did well at working with what they had. They recognised that Wyverns were in a situation where every single piece of momentum that could have possibly been against them was definitely against them after that own goal. Sovereigns then capitalised and just didn't let up at all. They didn't, you know, get complacent and be like, we've got that 1-0 lead, we're fine. They kept on pushing, they kept on forcing the issue, and they're rewarded with a 3-0 win in game 3. But Daramus, you know, these unfortunate situations happen for Wyverns, but it's just about how you bounce back, and they've got to.
Yeah, definitely so. And if I wanted to see a tactical timeout, now would be the time, I think. That
Yeah.
would have been the time for Wyverns to call that, because this is twice now they're staring at a 2-1 deficit tonight, and just like that, in a blink of an eye, we could see the number 1 seed drop out immediately from this bracket entirely. This is their last chance, and they're not playing like it at the moment. And to be honest, if they do lose here, I don't think conflict will be at the end of it for a long time.
Well, game number 4 loading up. The timeout not going to, in fact, be used by this squad of Wyverns, but will that come back to haunt them in the next 5 minutes? Or will this be their ticket to Champions Field? Let's find out our answer as we delve back on down to the pitch, and we get to have another episode of what has already been an incredible story so far. That's going to be sent downfield by Jazz, who's just going to have to leave that one to the possession of Tomster, who's going to take charge of the situation. D-Lynch already pre-jumping. The pinch attempted but not quite succeeded. The pass absolutely there, though, for this squad of Sovereigns. And now this is turned around almost instantly. Jazz looks to put it on target, but Wyverns, we've come to know that their shots so far this series just haven't been quite as good as they need it to be.
Not just this series, it's been all night. Their conversion rate has been poor throughout the entirety. However, it's now or never for them. They need to start putting things on the net, and they need to be a bit better overall. Jazz get it past 2. It's a 1v1 here. Decomp on the back of him, but Thompson does well to get that one out. Dote will hit that one through, but Thompson's there off the backboard. It'll go, it'll fly towards, but Jazz up immediately, and you could tell the way Jazz is playing now, it's a different style. You can tell. I feel like he's a little bit tilted here, Hodge, just from what I'm seeing. He's all over the pitch. He's trying to get the ball at every opportunity.
Yeah, now Jazz going to collect this ball and see what he can do himself, but tried to play for a reset, unfortunately didn't get the play that he quite wanted, so Dotai's going to collect that ball and see what he can do, but now Steb going to take things to the back wall. Everyone on this Alpha Surge side having a go, but no one quite succeeding and really doing what's needed here for the Wyverns team.
Tomster up for that one. And has no boost, so will not do anything with it, but D-Lynch is there immediately to charge for it, and that was a good pass. Dote does well to get to it, and that is a fake and a miss from both. Jazz gets a flick, but D-Lynch is there with a good save. Dote with a shot, nothing on that one. No power whatsoever, let alone on target. D-Lynch will charge for this and launches it onto the backboard. Doesn't quite pay off though. Jazz will clear this. Thompson with a miss though. Steb with a double tap doesn't get it. Well, doesn't get it to a player, and I don't know if he wanted to take that shot personally, but Jazz will pass this to Steb. Steb gets a demo, doesn't go for the ball instead, and it's a weird one at the moment. The ball's kind of just being floated around in the air. No one's really going for anything significant as of right now.
No one just yet. No one able to break that 0-0 deficit, and we haven't really seen that so far throughout this series. It's been more of a someone scores first and then we see an instant response, but this game we haven't really seen anything from either of these two teams. D-Lynch saving that one away, but it was a close shave there coming through from Sovereigns as they hold on right now. And both teams, that's really the story. We've seen the offense coming through from everyone on the pitch, and no one quite successful in their attempts just yet, and that will continue as Jazz saves that one away, and we see this ball rotate back into the midfield. Pressure, and now that's a shot opportunity for Tomster. Sovereigns 1 minute and 49 seconds away from eliminating the #1 team from the Glaciers Conference. But will Wyverns go out just like a flash in the pan, or will they hold on? Will they fight to the bitter end?
I'm going to start entering the 5 stages of grief in a minute. I'm already in denial. Okay? This is outstanding, okay? Alpha Surge, they should be comfortable, they should, but this isn't what I'm seeing. Jazz tries to pop this one into the mid. Thompson drops down, D-Lynch is there, and it's just been solid rotations from Sovereigns. You gotta wonder, how on earth were they 6th place in the first place? They've been playing so well so far, as Jazz gets a 50 here off the backboard. Who's going to be on the end of it? Dote will be, but it's a triple commit, and it works out for them. Steps hit this one back. Jazz couldn't get the pass to him properly. Hits it behind him, and Step knocks that one back, but Decomp off the backboard will get that one clear. And that's all they need to do. They just need to get this ball clear. That's a great 50. Jazz is there, but Jazz, he has been chased throughout the entirety by one of the 4 Templar players, and Tomster will double the lead, and surely now Alpha Surge can say goodbye to their master run. I'm calling it now. I'm aware there's 57 seconds, but I just haven't seen enough from them.
We just haven't. We really haven't, and it's when we needed to see something from them, but unfortunately they haven't really been able to deliver, and now we're going to get to see how things turn around in this match for them, because, I mean, if anything at this point, 45 seconds remaining, they need something, they need anything, but Sovereigns, it just feels like they're just digging the grave deeper and deeper as this timer goes on. That ball's going to be hit back, and Wyverns might have one more chance, but Decomp taking to the skies and looking to end it all here for the Wyverns side of things. Will not quite get the killing blow just yet, but it might not matter. Daramus has 20 seconds left on this clock.
20 seconds left. Doty is up here, and any sort of chance now will be a golden one for Wyverns, but it's not going to work out. It's going to bounce off the backboard. Decom is there, and we're in the final 10 seconds, and we are about to announce something that nobody expected here, as the clock will tick to 0, and Wyverns, with their final shot saved, are out. The #1 seed of the Glaciers tier are gone. They are finished. Alpha Surge, they are done in the Master tier. And Sovereigns, who have come through the play-ins, are now in the top 4. This is spectacular.
A team who really clutched up in week 9 to even be here have taken down the #1 team, not just the #1 team in the Glaciers Conference, the #1 team in game wins when it comes to the entire of the Master Division. Now, Sovereigns continue with their lower bracket run. They've come all the way from play-ins, and they will move forward to your lower bracket semi-final to face off against Legend Mania's Mania. But when we look at these series statistics, oh, it's special. It's special what we witnessed today from this squad of Sovereigns, and they really are just having a day. They're having a performance, and, well, I mean, when we start to get into the statistics, when we start to get into the series MVPs, there's really, you know, a couple of players on that team. Everyone on that team can be in contention for it, but Tomster was having a game of his life. It felt like when that ball was going towards the net, Daramus, every chance that, you know, Sovereigns got, and it was Tomster leading the way, it felt like it was pretty much in 100% of the time.
Yeah, it was really well played, but like the link up between the 3 Irishmen was fantastic. You know, you had D-Lynch passing to Decom, and Decom would get that to Tomster, and Tomster would score. It was just so methodically well played by Sovereigns. And like I said, I don't know how they finished 6th. And it was barely 6th as well, wasn't it? And now they are sat here, top 4. Top 4, and this is phenomenal. Hashtag
It's crazy.
Can't topple the 4 will definitely be trending tonight amongst RSC fans.
It will, and, well, I mean, you know, we've just seen this squad of Sovereigns topple the #1 team from the Glaciers Conference, but now the #1 team from the Ignis Conference steps up to challenge them. Will Sovereigns continue their reign through the lower bracket, or will Mania well, upset what's starting to become the favourite in these matches. And, well, that's going to be on the B stream next in your lower semi-final. But after this break, we will see Inferno, who also took down Wyvern, taking on Dominion, who dispatched Mania to the lower bracket in a Game 5 series. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be intense. You won't want to miss it. Stay tuned after the break.
Standing in the cold, cold rain, I don't even feel the pain. Anything to step away, I know we could both do better. Wish you would've left me here, now I'm just controlled by fear. What's the point in our reflection, if you never look in the mirror? Counting the days until you're gone, waiting for us to carry on. Oh, I'm running, what am I running from? Time's going by, but where's the time going? I tried to give you everything, you took it all and took it for granted. If you're still falling out of love, maybe it's 'cause it's not enough.
'Cause I felt something leave from within. I feel empty, have I got nothing left to give? Am I living? 'Cause I only felt alive with him. I'm driving in the night, the hood down. It's when I feel alive, when no one's around. The darkness deep inside comes to light now. But it's alright, it's alright. I can break no heart if I got none. I won't break apart if I stay on the run. But sometimes in the night I miss the sun. Why did darkness come? I felt my body break, my heart give up. Why did darkness come? I felt the lightning shake me into hell. Why did darkness come? I wanna stay in here where I belong. Why did darkness come? Something keeps waking me up. Why did darkness come? Why did darkness come? body break, my heart give up. Why did darkness come? I felt the lightning shake me into hell. Why did darkness come? I wanna stay in here where I belong. Why did darkness come? Something keeps waking me up. Nothing left to give. When we break apart, the darkness with him. Why did darkness come? Why did darkness come? Lock away your lust, I don't need it. Throw away your love, it's unrequited. You don't deceive me, I see very small screen. Throw away your love. It's You can try all you want, but you can't change me. I am stronger than you could ever hope to be. You don't deceive me, I see through small screens. Throw away your love. Throw away
crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder. Go 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 crazy, berserker.
Welcome back, everybody, to the RSC EU. After a very surprise result in our lower bracket quarterfinal, we now transfer ourselves back to the upper bracket, where we see what was the surprise earlier on of Inferno after they defeated Wyverns, now facing off against Dominion, who demolished their way through Legend Mania in a game 5. In a game 5, like, it was a close game 5, I believe, as well. So, you know, it was a very close match, but Dominion came out on top, and now they face up against Inferno to see who's going to go through to that grand final. And, you know, we had to get him on here for this match. We have, of course, had to get Big Chebs to help me to sort of tell the story of this upper final. And Chebs, how are you doing?
Good. I've just jumped over from the B stream where we saw a very interesting game. Sweep in the favour of Mania, which has seen them now come up against Sovereigns, who are on an incredible lower bracket run at the moment, knocking out Leo and Wyverns on their way to that lower bracket spot, as we can see now on the graphic. And yeah, Sovereigns are on a crazy run at the moment, taking out, I think, second and third, first and I think third of their brackets. Of seeding. So incredible run by Sovereigns at the moment, and now they come up against their main foe in Mania to try and get into that lower final. And yeah, they'll face the loser of this game. And what a game we have coming up now: Inferno versus Dominion. Two very, very solid teams, both taking out very, very solid teams in that first round. And yeah, it's going to be a fun one.
Absolutely, it's going to be a great match, and it proves, you know, that based on the stats we've already seen this season between these two squads, that it is going to be a good match. We've seen Dominion take on Inferno a couple of times already in our league play, and the results of that on the first occasion, back in week 1, you know, a long time ago now, it was 2-2. And then back in week 5, I believe it was 3-1 to the side of Brave. So, you know, this really proves that it can go any way on the day, but so far the record has shifted in the way of Inferno slightly, but now both teams coming off of the momentum of their win, and we're going to get to see who's going to take it here when they need to the most. Let's waste no time. Let's hop down into the predictions and wait for everyone to get in the lobby, and then we'll kick this match off. So Chebs, who have you got in this match, and in how many games?
This is a difficult one to call. Both teams looking so solid today. Dominion performing a reverse sweep in that first game, and Inferno looking incredibly solid to knock Wyverns down into that lower bracket. And both teams just looking really, really strong, but I'm going to have to go with Dominion. Mania looked so solid in that lower bracket game, and Dominion were able to kind of come back and reverse sweep them to get into this situation. So they've got it going. They've got that kind of momentum coming in from that series. So I'm going to go with a Dominion 3-1.
Right, okay. So now, in my head right now, by the way, I'm trying to think out what is going to be the best outcome here for my predictions, my overall predictions that were on the RSC Twitter earlier on. And I don't think I can come up with a good one because I think in the first hour, all my predictions just went in the bin and it's unsavable now. It's absolutely unsavable. But in this game, I believe that Brave are going to take it 3-2. I think we're going to get a close match between these two squads and it's going to end with a Brave victory. But we've done the talking. I mean, the people in the chat doing the talking, it seems like the Brave fans are absolutely showing up in the chat. But now we're going to get to see how this is all settled on the pitch. The players, I do believe, are ready, so we'll tell them to go, go, go. We'll tell them to join the match, and we'll tell these teams to get this upper bracket final underway. A best of 5 between Inferno and Dominion, two teams whose people did not expect to be here. Some people said, you know what, Wyverns might win this match. Some people said, you know what, Legendmania might win this match. Well, both of these teams proved people wrong, and now they're going to try and prove the other team's fans wrong as they ascend here in this upper bracket final. But only one will move forward to the grand final.
Yeah, Dominion looking so strong through Dansku and Llama on that attack, and Kingsman really has been such an aggressive player in these previous series. So many bumps coming through from him, leading to some incredible goals from his teammates, and super solid showing from Dominion. But Inferno shocking everyone in that first series and really looking solid. So this could be anyone's game, as at the moment looking, so both teams looking to kind of get into this game, feel each other out. It's probably been a long time since the last time these two teams have faced each other in a full serious competitive match. I think you said week 5, that's over, I think, almost 6 weeks ago, 7-8 weeks ago, a long time ago. So it's going to take a little while as Llama puts one on target, saved by Dash in the end. Dansku's going to try and follow this one up, saved away by NC, and now Kingsman a little bit awkward, does manage to get that pass back into Llama. Rocket Beast off to the side, picked up by Dash. He's going to take it onto that wall. It's going to be 50'd by Dansku, trying to bring this one forward yet again. Pitch to the middle, but again saved by NC, and at the moment Dominion holding the pressure, but is being controlled well at the moment from the side of Inferno. NC trying to bring this one out of their half. Kingsman towards net, onto the backboard. Dansku up quickly and puts that one away. Again, we're already seeing Kingsman with some good passes straight up to Dansku and instantly coming through to demo Rocket Beast away from any chance of saving.
Yeah, chance whatsoever there. The opening goal comes through for Dominion, but will they be able to hold on to it? This match, you know, it sort of seems like it's destined. After the 2 times that these two teams have met in league play, they now face off in a match that decides who's going to get that extra life in our grand finals and who's maybe going to have to go down and fight for survival in our lower bracket final. This match was two teams who some people might not have expected to be here in general. It was the number 2 and 3 seeds from the Glaciers Conference respectively, and you know, it was Dominion taking down Mania. It was Inferno dispatching the team of Wyverns, and now we see this matchup here in the upper bracket final, in game 1 already going the way of Dominion. But let's see if Inferno can turn things around as Rocket Beast is able to try and play that 50, but that's back. Will NC get back in time? The answer is yes. Not a lot of boost to work with, but was able to get there nonetheless. And now Dash tries to play off of his teammates' touch there. Unfortunately, is not going to be able to because Dansku was waiting there like a little spider on that wall. And it's paying off for this Dominion team as they continue to hold this opening goal. But will NC find a redirect? It was on target, but the save is going to come through. Llama calm and composed on the back lines to stop that from getting any more dangerous. Dash redirect as well. It's all coming out. The tricks coming through from Inferno, but none of them paying off, and they might have to just go again.
Incredible save to keep that one out. Kingsman and Llama pulling one off respectively, and incredible defense shown by Dominion. They've proved they can score across the last series, even putting one very nice goal in this series, but holding well on that back line at the moment. Zensi back onto the backboard, but cleared away by Kingsman, and Rocket Beast is going to pick this one up. Full boost to work with, gets that 50 across to the side. but is only going to go as far as Llama, who plays that one forward. NC, not the greatest of touches. Could that end up in the net? No, Bucket Beast is able to get back for that one, and that was a bit dangerous from the side of Inferno, but no goal in the end, and still keeps this game open in their favour. Ball's going to go forward. Kingsman, all on his own at the back, is going to be able to kind of challenge Bucket Beast, but NC is going to follow through with that one. Not the greatest of 50s from Kingsman, and it ends up going straight across net where Dansku isn't ready for it, and NC is able to get that 50.
NC cleans up the pieces there for Inferno, gets that goal, tied game, and this series is starting to heat up a little bit. It's as close as you would expect, and both of these two teams, we've seen good things come through from them. We've seen shakiness so far, but who's going to be able to get that all-deciding second goal, which could be the winner for this game? That's going to be brought into the midfield, and someone's going to have to challenge it. Dansku is going to win that challenge and now try to go on his attacking front, but it is going to be sent away, and 30 seconds left on the clock. Inferno now have an opportunity, but will they win this 50? Will they position their players in the right space? Bucket Beast says absolutely yes, and hammers home a second.
Incredible play from Inferno, catching Dominion, napping, as they're all stuck in that corner together. Kingsman no boost, has to try and scramble back across net to get to that one, but Bucket Beast finds that pocket and puts it away, and they take the lead in this series, and maybe even trying to look for a third as Bucket Beast up into the air. He's going to follow this one, but Dansku does well to make that save. Kingsman across to the middle, Llama's going to pop that one up, but no one from Dominion able to follow it just yet. Llama no boost, Dash is going to 50, it's going to head across there. Dansku's going to be there, tucking that one away and tying up the game with only 12 seconds left to go, and game one is looking spicy. And this series is looking interesting.
And just when you thought that goal from Bucket Beast might have sealed the deal, sealed that game away, Llama infield pass over to Dansku, who ties things up, but now an opportunity, now a chance for both of these teams to try and win it in regulation. Not a lot of boost here to control. The 50 is played by Kingsman, but that's going to drop down. The ball will be grounded, and both of these teams are going to call for overtime.
NC and Llama getting us underway here in game one overtime. Dansku 50 across to the middle. Llama going to go for a shot, but well blocked by Dash. NC versus Dansku. NC wins the race. Dash going for that bump on Kingsman, but Kingsman doing well to dodge it. Llama now on target, is going to get a touch on it by NC. Very close in the end. Dash now trying to take this one forward. Dansku, good block, is going to be 50'd by Kingsman, but Dash, first one to it. The ball's going to head back towards Dominion's net. Good block by Dansku to pick this one up. Full boost to work with. NC doesn't, as Dansku now gets that flip reset, but doesn't manage to do too much with it. Llama full boost over the top of Dash. Just Bucket Beast to beat, but doesn't have facilities to get past him, as the ball's going to head straight back down the other end. Bucket Beast tries to pinch that one middle. Good block. Keeps it up in the air, but no one on the side of Inferno is going to challenge it, as Dash now gets that touch, but is blocked out by Kingsman. Trying to send it middle. Kingsman again going for a signature bump. This is going to be blocked by NC in the end. Kingsman now back across middle and no one there to meet it, and Dominion starting to amp up the pressure, but Inferno still holding strong.
Still holding strong. And 1 minute 20 seconds remaining. Is that on target? The answer is no. It's going to be collected by Dash, who now tries to chaperone it downfield, but Dansku is going to pick his pocket completely, steal it away, and maybe just steal away game number one. It's won by Dominion, and it's forced through by Kingsman Gas, off of the pass coming through, the drop down from Dansku, and that's going to be taken home, sent home by Dominion as they steal away game one.
Dansku showing his skill with that pass, dropping down onto it and just leaving it perfectly for Kingsman to pop it over the top into the back of the net, and wow. Game one starting us off with a bang. We knew it would be fun, but Dominion and Inferno really showing up here in the upper final. 14 shots from the side of Dominion and 9 shots from the side of Inferno, and both teams know how to hold pressure. Both teams know how and when to make these saves, and at the moment, both teams looking incredibly strong.
Both teams looking incredibly strong, but at the end of the day, it was Dominion. It was them who got that late second goal to give themselves a chance to send it to overtime. They won it in overtime. And Inferno, you have to think that this game was a missed opportunity for them. Inferno, they got themselves back into the action. They were 10 seconds away from closing things out, but they let their offense slip a little bit. They let Dominion turn around and play off of a counterattack, and unfortunately weren't able to stop them from sending it to overtime. So Inferno, they've been very, very close to getting that game 1 win, but they just fell short. And now we head into game number 2 to see if the story is going to be repeated, or if maybe Inferno are going to find a little bit of magic here and maybe give us a bit of a twist to the tale.
We will see game number 2 here on Forbidden Temple. We're going to see Dash and Kingsman get us back underway as we see whether Dominion can keep up this pressure or whether Inferno are going to have an answer to it, as Llama is going to pick this one up in the midfield. Dash gets that touch but still sends it towards his own half. Dansku on target, might find it straight away, and they start off game number 2 and they ended game number 1, and that's Dansku causing some chaos.
Last time it was a passing play. This time it's Llama who passes it over and Dansku finishes it off, but he's always there causing that chaos, like you said. Dominion up in the early seconds of this match, and it's Inferno who once again, just like the last game, are going to have to look for a response, and maybe this is the response as it's passed over to Dash. He fakes out everyone. He's able to just magic his way through the defense, almost like he's in the Matrix or something. And he's able to tie things up just as quickly as the lead was taken early on.
Incredible play by Dash, fakes out one and then gets the soft 50 to get it around Dansku. Works out perfectly in his favour in an incredible way to tie up this game. Kingsman faking that one out. Ball's going to come down to Llama. He's going to put one on target, but saved away by Dash. Really showing what he can do here in game number 2 as Dansku trying to get this one back onto target. Big hit by Kingsman, but it's going to be picked up by Bucket Beast. Going to try and take this one forward. Pops it to the middle where Llama will be waiting. Sends it long. NC sitting as third is going to pick this one up. But Kingsman straight onto it. Gets a second touch. Gets a third. It's going to fall down to Dansku and it's going to go all the way. And Llama picking up demo duty as he takes out that goalkeeper and puts it into the nets.
Into the back of the net it goes. And that's going to be once again a statement coming through from Dominion. They want this game, and unfortunately it did like they had a little bit of trouble there, but we do have everyone back on the pitch. It was 2 players there for a moment, but we have all 3 players back and ready to go, and the lead held there by Dominion at 2-1. Will they be able to continue that, or is Inferno going to start to turn things around and throw a bit of a spanner in the works once again? We've already seen it before. Now Bucket Boost is going to be the one to put things onto the backboard, but NC will be there to touch it over to the corner and set up a teammate in Dash, who we saw how effective he could be earlier on when it comes to those fakes, but now we need to see all 3 players on Inferno be effective when it comes to these team passing plays, when you're not reliant on those solo plays. And so far throughout this game we haven't quite seen that, and we might not be seeing it for some time as its sport is finding itself in the Inferno defensive side of the field, and they're going to have to try and break free. Dash is going to be able to do that, and NC launches it to the sky, and Bucket Boost also coming up for the challenge as well. So everyone getting it involved here, Chevs, but no one quite being able to put that shot on target.
We see the ball back in the side of Dominion's favour as Dansku putting this one middle. It's going to be blocked out by Bucket Beast. Just Kingsman back, and that's a great touch by NC. Puts it just out of the reach of a backwards Kingsman, and is going to find the back of the net. And again, they have the answer. Kingsman just in a little bit of an awkward no man's ground situation and couldn't really find any way of getting a touch on that one. Ball hits the back of the net, tied up yet again. And will we see Inferno finally take the lead in this series as NC is going to put that one middle to Dash, who's going to find the bottom corner. And it looks like I've read the script as Dash takes the lead.
Oh, Dash, I think we need to give you a rename there. It's now Sonic. He was there in the right place at the right time at the speed of sound. And he's ready for Inferno to take home game 2. But there's still half of this game left to go. And it's now about holding on, continuing the pressure. And that's exactly what Brave want to do as they hurl that onto the back wall. But no one quite there off the kickoff to take charge of that. early pressure, so it's going to be hit back over to the corner, and now Llama with an infield opportunity. Bucket Beast blocks it away and now tries to send things the opposite direction as Dash is able to get that one past the first man with some help from Bucket Beast. And I mean, now Inferno, they've taken charge of this game, but that's not all said and done just yet. You've still got to continue that for the rest of this game, and Kingsman's going to be the one to collect it for Dominion. Going to try and take charge here and regain control, but it is being blocked away by Inferno time and time again, and that ball is once again going to be stopped in its tracks. Infield, once again it goes, and we see these chances come through time and time again from Dominion, but they're being blocked and blocked away by Inferno time after time.
Inferno picking up momentum as this game goes on. Kingsman is going to try and flick this one away, manages to do so. Llama up for it, leaves it as Dash also goes flying by. Kingsman goes for the pass back, but Dansku's already committed. Should work out in the end. No, Bucket Beast sends that one middle, is going to be touched by Dash, but Llama is able to get a touch onto it. Good demo by Dash onto Dansku. Kingsman returns the favour. Llama's going to pick this one up in the halfway. It's now Kingsman, good 50, just Dash to beat, gets the bump. Llama's going to come piling in, but NC does enough just to keep that one out. It's Dansku now onto that backboard. Dash there to meet him, is going to waterfall down, but Bucket Beast waiting at the bottom to pick that one up. Going to send it forwards, picked up by Llama, who's going to challenge NC, but NC does well to win that one. Goes for the double, sends it across, Dansku there waiting for it. He's going to pick it up, picks up the boost as well. He's going to try and take this one off his own backboard. Tries to get the 50 against NC, but again, NC doing so well to get in the right direction, to get these 50s going the way he wants them to. Dansku going to pick this one up again in his own half, as Bucket Beast now tries to get past Kingsman, but Kingsman does well yet again, and Dominion holding strong, but it's not what they need to do. They need to get this ball down the other end, and really all that's happening at the moment is Inferno are just trying to run the clock down.
Absolutely, and you think back to this early game, it was set ablaze by both of these teams, but right now the fires and the flames have started to drop a little bit, but who's going to emerge from the danger at the end of it? 18 seconds remaining, NC over to the wall, and at this point Inferno just have to continue their hold on this game. They have to continue their hold on this sort of pressure, and they've been able to do that so far, but NC has to win that 50. Onto the backboard it goes. Llama just has to clear it away, isn't able to, and that presents an opportunity for Bucket Beast to kill the ball, as I'm trying to get my words out, but it won't matter at the end of the day. Inferno take game number 2 and answer back from what was an incredible performance in game 1 from Dominion. Inferno take over in game 2, and they're here to play.
Yeah, Inferno answering back. Way less shots here in game number 2, but an exciting one nonetheless. A bit more of the kind of pressure in the midfield rather than the kind of aggressive shots that we saw in game number 1. And Inferno seem to prefer that playstyle. Works out in their favour. Looking very comfortable in that last minute. Dominion not really having too much kind of pressure as we went into the kind of rest of that game. Inferno really looking strong. But we know Dominion have the kind of the levels that can kind of answer back. They have Dansku, and Dansku is a player you can't mess around with, because he's a player that can make something out of nothing. We've seen him do it a couple times this series already, and it's kind of not all on him. Obviously Llama and Kingsman are here too, both kind of dropping off a little bit in points from game number 1, and kind of that's where we need to see them level back up and see Kingsman getting a bit more aggressive, pushing back at that Inferno defense, as at the moment Inferno seem to have their rotations looking really solid, always seem to be there to make those saves and keep that pressure. And one little demo from Kingsman, his favourite thing to do in the world, will cause a bit of chaos in that rotation, and maybe we'll see him pull a bit more of that off as NC trying to bring this one forward. Dansku cutting it out early. Bucket Beast Kingsman gets the bump, but on the wrong player. Hits his teammate out of the way. Llama getting a bump. NC a little bit dodgy, but manages to get there in the end. Kingsman back across there. Dash will be there waiting for it though. Sends it down to Bucket Beast. He's going to pick it up on that wall, but gets bumped on his way through. So now Dansku, bit of space to work with. Does have some boost. Goes for the 50 across to NC. Into Llama. He's going to pick this one up. Dansku and Llama both on this one. Dansku flip reset, incredible! Puts that one away, and that's what I mean. He can make something out of nothing, and the double commit from Llama. Dansku obviously calls him off, and incredible flip reset to get that past both defenders. And yet again, Dominion take the lead.
The map, Sovereign Heights, the theme, Rise to New Heights. and it's Dansku who soars through the skies and opens up game number 3. But will Inferno find a response, or will they go quietly into a match point against them situation? The answer is they will find something to hold on to, as that save is going to come through, but now you've got to turn it around the other way. And well, unfortunately for Inferno, they're being held back here a little bit by Dominion. It's chance after chance, and every time after time they're being forced back into their goal line, forced back into their defensive 6-yard box, I guess you can almost say. And 4 minutes left on this clock for them to turn things around, so a lot of time for them to work with here. But you have to capitalise off of these chances, and well, we've got players like NC who's, you know, stepped up here on the defense, getting saves like that to stop the bleeding from getting any worse. But you've also got to step up on the other side of the field, and that's where players like Bucket Beast come into the equation, like Dash come into the equation, who we've already seen setting up and knocking down these plays so many times. It's just a matter now of doing it when it matters most, doing it when you're not in the lead, doing it when you almost have to create yourself a redemption story out of nothing. NC over to the sidewall, looking for a touch, is able to find the touch, but will he find something else? No, it is beat back over to this other side of the field and beat back into the possession of Dominion as they look to strike it home. Pinchmen doubles the lead, and like you say, all it takes is a bit of chaos, all it takes is a demo to come through, and that opens up the gates of hell for Dominion.
This is what Dominion did in their first game. They got that little bit aggressive, put in some demos, and it worked out in their favour. And we're seeing it now. We've seen Llama pull off one. We've seen Kingsman pull off a lovely little double demo to give themselves some space. And this time, I think Dansku pulling off that demo to give Kingsman an open net. And they doubled their lead. I think for the first time this series, we see a team take a 2-goal lead, and maybe that little bit of a cushion is what Dominion need. As now Dansku up in the air, gets that foot preset, leaves it for Lamo, who's going to put it up onto the backboard. Dash waiting for it again on that backboard. Dansku now pinched across to the middle, blocked by Bucket Beast. As now Kingsman again into the middle, but cleared away by Dash, and they're doing well to kind of defend these aggressive plays from Dominion, but at this point they've got to get something going as they go forwards. NC going to pick this one up on target, saved by Llama. And that's a bit more in the right direction for Inferno, as Dash on that corner is going to try and get the flip reset. Doesn't manage to do too much with it. Bucket Beast's going to pick it up and try and put it back to the middle, but Kingsman's going to be there. Plays this one forward. Llama is going to wait for NC's touch. Is going to end up in the middle, but again, NC on that backboard, and 2 minutes left to go, and really need to see something going in the favour of Inferno. But that one definitely isn't, and Dansku taking that opportunity, finds the space, finds the gap, and finds the goal.
Well, that one slotted through perfectly. Inferno almost looked like spectators to the world that's being created here by Dansku and Llama with these passing plays. And now 2 minutes remaining of this game, but we've already seen the highs from Dominion. Now we need to see the highs from Inferno. We need to see a response. We need to see something at this point, because they haven't really shown us a lot. And well, Bucket Beast is going to be the one to get that downfield. Dash already pre-jumping, trying to predict his opponent's move. But I mean, at this point, you can't really blame them, Chebs. You have to be just going for anything at this point, like a redirect such as that. And if you're going to have to be able to climb your way back into this series, you've got to be able to take those risks. But the unfortunate reality is you've also got to score them.
Yeah, it's time to throw the kitchen sink here in game number 3, as being held on their backboard is not where they need to be to get anything going in this game. Ball's going to go middle. Bucket Beast is finally going to be able to relieve this pressure, as Kingsman now gets not a great touch and is going to end up all the way to Bucket Beast. A great pass from Dash to find him in the middle, and Kingsman a little bit awkward, no boost to work with, and Dash, incredible pass to play that middle to Bucket Beast. He slots it away. A minute to go to find 2 goals, and if there's any team you can bank on, Inferno can prove they can do it, and this might be a little bit of an opportunity straight away. Dash going to find a space, puts it in the goal, and now 53 seconds to find just one.
They threw the kitchen sink, but they didn't just throw it on the ground. They threw it straight at the skulls of Dominion, and it's knocked out every single one of them right now. But will they finish things off with a killing blow and send us to overtime, or will it all result in nothing? 50 seconds remaining, and Kingsman now trying to get it over the top of Bucket Beast, but this team of Inferno have held on so much, and now They've got to try and take over in the final seconds of this match. Will they be able to do it? It is sent back, and Bucket Beast, with not a lot of boost, has to jump into action and is able to stop the danger for the time being. But now you've got to go to the other side of the field, and you've got 30 seconds to do it.
Pocket Beast is going to try and send this one long, but Dansku's already there to meet it. Ball's going to fall down to NC, sends this one goalwards. Llama and Kingsman both up for that one, but Llama does manage to get a touch on it, but that's going to give the space. The double commit causes an open net for Dash, who's been so clinical already this series. NC with a lovely little touch, and Dash reacts to it instantaneously to slot it into that corner, and we see the equalizer. Only a minute ago, we didn't think it was possible, and Inferno have proved us wrong. 15 seconds left till we hit overtime here in game number 3, and Inferno have the momentum on their side. NC trying to get this one in regulation. Llama going to pick it up on the backboard, trying to take this one forwards, but it's going to hit the floor, and we're going to see overtime.
We're going to see overtime from a situation when we didn't even think we might see a goal from Inferno, but they've switched on their engines. They've lit fire of what seems in their hearts, and will that result in anything? Will that result in nothing? That's all going to be decided by one goal. It seems brutal, I know, but that's the reality of the situation, and Dansku going to try and end all hope, end all comebacks. But it's Llama who finds the killing blow, and Dominion are going to be the ones to take this game, take game 3, and lit themselves a fire in their stomachs in this series. They move forward to game 4 with match point on their side.
Yeah. Dominion just proving that the comeback means nothing. Slotting that one away perfectly did Llama, and Dansku Llama link up has gone crazy this game, but Inferno did so well to get us to that overtime, but Dominion were having none of it, slotted that goal away, and now it's all down to the mentals on the side of Inferno. They've got to keep it together going into the next game. They can't let that game get to them. It feels so good to get that comeback, but for it to then be pointless as Dominion slot away that next goal is painful, and they've got to find a way to kind of keep it in their heads that it's fine. We can keep going. We can still win this series, and yeah, they're players that have been around in RSC for a long time, and they're going to have the mentals to keep this going.
I think at this point you've just got to, continue to keep that momentum up, continue to keep the energy high in your call, because, well, yes, you still have a second shot if this goes a little bit south for your squad and you end up in potentially a game 5, or if you're in Inferno's case, if you end up in, a lower bracket final. But, you don't want to do that. You want to take charge of this game, and we are just going to hit a quick restart on this game right now, and we will get game number 4 underway very, very shortly. But, right now, it's the situation, like you said, we're gonna be playing a game essentially, Chebs, of how's your mental. And personally, if I was in that situation, coming from an overtime loss, I think you've got to try and find the positives in that situation. Yes, you lost that game, but you also managed to come back from a situation that looked impossible to come back from. You managed to come back from a situation where you were 3-0 down with 50 seconds left.
Yeah, they done so well to get to that situation. It's a painful way to kind of get that goal put away, but works out in the end that they played so well to get back into that game, and our tech issues seem to have been fixed, so we'll get this game underway very shortly. But yeah, it's all down to Inferno to keep themselves together going into this game. But Dominion are just going to try and continue where they left off and get those early goals that we've seen them do multiple times this series, and Inferno have to find a way to secure the game like they did in game number 2.
Here we go. We've seen one series end today in game 4. It was the last one on stream, and it was an incredibly hyped series. But will this be a repeat, or will the story be shifted a little bit, and will Inferno find us a game 5? 4 minutes, 50 seconds left on the clock, and we're going to get to see which of these players will write their own stories in game 4. And that's already hit back. That's already a redirect. Is it on target? No, but Kingsman wants to come in and finish things off a little bit there, but it is hit away. We already see some early pressure from Dominion, and it's on Inferno to break free.
Yeah, so close from the side of Dominion to get that early goal that we keep seeing them do, but this time they might do. No, NC has an answer to that shot from Dansku and saves it away perfectly. But now Llama trying to send it middle yet again. Bucket Beast is going to beat Dansku to that one. As now Kingsman up into the air is going to waterfall down, plays it forwards. Dansku wasn't able to pounce onto that one quick enough as Bucket Beast clears this one away. Llama now in the corner, just going to leave this one for Dansku, takes it up the wall, dash across to the middle, NC going for it, but is going to be blocked yet again, and this time Inferno, bit of space, is again blocked by Dansku. Dash is going to pick this one up, both defenders not much boost, he might find the gap, he finds the gap. Dash yet again putting in an incredible slotted goal.
Lovely shot there. Lovely goal, lovely opener from Inferno, and will it be the goal that sends us to Game 5? Will we need a couple more? We'll find out soon, but as a reminder, coming into this series between these two teams, the seasonal record was 5-3 when it comes to individual games to the side of Inferno, and Inferno now are starting to show why they're not going to go quietly into the night. Double commit comes through from Dominion, but they are able to get their lines cleared, and that's all that matters in the grand scheme of things. It is hit out. Dansku, opportunity. Going to see what he can do, but that is just going to filter out back into potentially a midfield or potentially back into the corner. It is back into the corner, and Inferno, once again, it seems like scrapping around to try and get things cleared away, but the pressure's continuing to be fired on from this squad of Inferno, and they may just go the whole way. NC tries to find the second, but that's going to be blocked out. That's going to be denied, and maybe Dominion are going to try and turn things around with a counter-attack.
Bucket Beast picking this one up in the box. Kingsman trying his best to challenge, but doesn't manage to get anything in the end. Ball going to be sent long, picked up by Dansku. Doesn't have too much to work with. Dash good block, but it's going to fall to Llama. He's going to now challenge Bucket Beast. Bucket Beast sends this one long. Dansku not too much boost to work with, but does well to keep that one away from danger in the corner. Ball's going to go straight across to Llama, who's going to send this one as long as he can. But NC blocks it out before Kingsman can do anything about it. As Dansku up onto the backboard, Bucket Beast is going to try and read this one. Doesn't manage to, but Kingsman, again, not the greatest of shots in the end, is going to be saved away by NC, who's now going to try and follow this one again. Good bump from NC, but Dash not able to touch anything of that ball. Dansku now picking this one up, going to try and find the infield pass, but doesn't find Llama, as Kingsman's going to have to wait for his turn. The ball is going to fall down to Dansku. Kingsman gets the bump to push NC away. Dash now into the corner. Bump onto Llama. Kingsman, good clearance as NC is going to follow it up. He's trying to get this one back into the middle. Bucket Beast, great touch, shot on target, saved by Dansku. And Inferno are really pushing to double their lead in this game, and Dominion really don't look like they've got anything good going forward.
But they want to double their lead, but you've also got to be careful of your backlines. You've also got to be careful of the pressure that Dominion generates, as their 6 shots still count for something when it comes to, you know, the overall pressure levels. This team's still playing pretty well, but that doesn't matter when you can't put a shot away. Unfortunately, Dash not able to find the right end of things here, and neither will Bucket Beast, so that's going to drop down, and an unfortunate series of events. Inferno may just watch this game fall before their very eyes, as that's tied up. Dash not able to make the connection, NC with a little bit of a mistouch, and Inferno a little bit of an unfortunate goal that they concede there.
Will they be forced to rue it, or will it just be a bump in the road as Dansku's going to try and follow this one up? Kingsman again is only going to hit the crossbar, and Llama is going to be blocked out by Bucket Beast, and all 3 shots just about squeezed away by Inferno to keep them in this game. And maybe that's the payback for letting that one in, as they keep this game at a level playing field. Kingsman is going to try and take this away from his own net, but isn't going to get anything on the end of it. Bucket Beast now gets the flip reset over the top of Llama, is going to try and get this one middle. Great pass, but Kingsman flying through to clear that one away. 40 seconds left on the clock, and we're still tied here in game number 4. Dansku down to Llama, but Llama only as close as the ceiling as Bucket Beast tries to go forward. Not too much boost to work with. Is going to get a bump on Llama on the way through. That's going to leave Kingsman in a very awkward situation. Dansku going to try and meet Bucket Beast. Bucket Beast there first. Llama does well enough to keep it in the corner. time is ticking for both teams before we hit the golden goal overtime. As Dansku now tries to get a touch on that one, but doesn't manage to, as Dash is going to try and take it forward. Llama down into the middle, but NC is going to clear this one away. It's going to be bouncing towards net, but Dansku can wiggle his way back for that one. Cross to the middle is going to hit the floor. And then we head into overtime here in game number 4.
This series has been tough. This series has been close, but now it all comes down to one goal. Will we see a game 5, or will we see Dominion as our grand finalists here, our first grand finalists? And both of these teams are going to want to try and find the answer to that question, but only one of them can. Llama going to chase this downfield in hot pursuit of a grand finals position, but it's Pinchmen who's able to put the dagger into the heart of Inferno, and Dominion launch forward, stride forward into the upper bracket of the grand finals. They will have 2 chances to close things out, and that means that unfortunately for this squad of Inferno, they will drop to this lower bracket, and now they will get an opportunity to fight for survival and have one more shot at earning a rematch.
I'm sure we will never see the end of Kingsman taking an MVP performance to see his team into the grand final, getting both goals to secure Dominion's place in this grand final, and an incredible showing from Dominion to close out such a close series between them and Inferno. But the one thing that is catching me off guard at the moment, Inferno dropping now into the lower bracket to face Sovereigns, the team that have come all the way from the first round of the lower bracket, have made an incredible run through to the lower bracket finals, and it's going to be a fun one. But Dansku is going to be leading his team in that grand final to play the winner of that lower final, and incredible performance from Dansku in this game.
Incredible performance from Dansku, incredible performance from every single player on that pitch, but only 3 of them were able to earn themselves a spot in the grand finals. And now, like you say, excuse me, that lower bracket final is going to be a battle between a team who every single caster here predicted would not get further than 6th. Every single caster who sent in their predictions, who sent in what they thought would be the results of, today's matches, not a single person said that they'd get further than 6th. But Sovereigns are here to play. They now find themselves in a 3rd position guaranteed, but will they go one step further? Will they clinch themselves a spot in the grand finals? Dominion find themselves there, but who will rise up to challenge them? It's now time for our lower bracket final. Will it be Sovereigns? Will it be Inferno? That's the question, and we'll answer it at the top of the hour.
it's all too late. Maybe I'm just done fighting. Maybe, oh, maybe I'm indecisive. Maybe it's all too late. Maybe I'm just done fighting. It's all too late. It's all too late. All too late. It's all too late. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm falling down. Maybe it's me in my head and I can't get out. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm falling down. Maybe it's hazy. Oh, I almost touched the ground. Touched the ground. Oh, I touched the ground. Touched the I can't seem to make up my mind about us. Make up this time for us. Make up my mind about us. Yeah, but believe me, I tried. I don't know why I couldn't make this work. But believe me, I tried. Now it's all too late. Now it's all too late. All too late. All too late. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm falling down. Maybe it's me in my head and I can't get out. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm falling down. Maybe it's hazy. Oh, I almost touched the ground.
I never wanna hold you back. I wanna give you every chance to make it, to make it. I'm afraid if our love collides, you'll leave me alone tonight. 'Cause I'm changing and I'm breaking. Is this over? I'm scared to ask these questions 'cause I know that you'll reject my love. Moving slower, frozen to these pieces without a shoulder to cry on. back. I wanna give you every chance, and I'll stand against all enemies, your enemies. I'm afraid if our love collides, you'll leave me alone tonight, 'cause I'm changing and I'm breaking, but I'll still be your superhero. I'll be your superhero.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the RSC EU mainstream, where of course we have our podium teams decided here in the Master Tier, and therefore these are surely the best 3 teams that RSC has had to offer. Dominion already sits in the grand finals. They've guaranteed themselves silver, but waiting to face them is of course Sovereigns or Inferno. That is left to be decided here in the lower finals. It is myself, Sir Pegasus, joined here with Puffo Bob.
Hello, I'm excited. I'm seeing here Inferno versus Sovereigns, and well, though, my predictions were quite handed towards Inferno. I thought they were just going to swipe and go directly for the grand finals. We're here in the lower finals to see who goes up against Dominion. It's a big match, and yet again, it's a best of 5. So with it, before we get into any type of action here, Sir Pegasus, what type of prediction would you put for these players that we're going to be seeing, or at least these 2 teams as of current?
Early predictions. I think I'm going to go Sovereigns. You know, I had a conversation with D Lynch. He did drop his way actually into this VC before this series began, and he filled me with quite a lot of hope for him. They've been going on an absolutely insane run. Give me 5. Give me Sovereigns.
Okay, that's fair. You know, I'll counteract that, and I'll do a little 3-2 for Inferno, since I can't back off of a challenge. I also can't back off the fact that I put the predictions on them in the first place. So, you know, I need to go into this with a bit more positivity, hoping that they do bring out that, you know, maybe it hasn't been the best run up until now, but they're definitely just getting things started. You know, this was all just a warm-up, trust me.
Oh, and it's been quite a crazy run today. Well, just in general, actually, from Sovereigns. Both these teams come from round 1s, of course. Uppers for Inferno, lowers for Sovereigns. Sovereigns have braved that lower bracket all the way to its final points, but Inferno definitely have some performances of their own. They, of course, managed to grab themselves a victory versus Wyverns before defeat against Dominion. And it was quite a close game, actually, in that upper finals. I feel like Game 4 doesn't really do it justice. Plenty of overtimes, plenty of 1-goal games, and, well, they'll be wanting to earn that rematch. And I'm sure that if they were able to achieve it, we're in for a fantastic grand final. So it's either going to be the lower bracket run of dreams to the grand finals, or it is going to be the revenge run coming from Inferno. And I tell you what, I'm pretty happy with both those storylines.
Oh yeah, it's always a victory for both situations, because, you know, Inferno, they want to get back on that upper stadium. Well, in the meanwhile, if, of course, we do get a bit of a victory here from Sovereigns, then it's going to be a different story. We get to see some interesting teams, 2 that we haven't seen face off, as of course in this bracket here today, and that just puts in a little extra spice, although we have to get to them in the first place. Now, yet again, though, this is going to be really intense, because I haven't seen Sovereigns. I have some personal experience with Inferno, but in the meanwhile, let's kick things off with a kickoff, as you usually do.
Speculation is over. It's time to see the performance. Sovereigns versus Inferno. A ticket into the grand final awaits. Can Sovereigns continue this insane run? It'll start off with them in defense.
Yes, it will. Now we have NC challenging up above, as of course, ball is dropped right into the middle. It's a nice little shot, yet though not confirmed fully, as of course the defense is going to have to tighten up for Inferno, because the aggression is coming out quite tightly from Sovereigns.
And it's going to be Bucket Beast along with this one, Decomp. They will shut this one down temporarily, but NC, of course, sitting there as the GM of Brave Esports, here on his very own Inferno team as that premier player. But Dash looking to fight his way through D-Lane, just a player that's been in Master for quite some time. I believe actually formerly played for Team Serene, a roster of my own, was a very good performing player, and no surprises here, he finds himself taking at minimum bronze in RSC14. But NC looking to get himself close to silver with that shot, but Thompson making a great save, brings this ball across the pitch.
Nice little demo coming out onto Bucket, but it's not going to be enough to shut down Inferno here. They get a hold of it. Boost isn't looking too high, as Dash doesn't have much in the chamber either. Bucket going up top just to make sure that that ball is away from their net and closer to Sovereigns here, as he does pass it on. It's going to be a down bump onto the right, not much happening there. Tomster, he passes, continues that legacy, goes for a nice little dribble, but it's all intercepted, passed on to NC, and he means to make a play out of it. D-Lynch, though, coming in to intercept, and it's going to be a nice little pass right back into the hands of Sovereign, as it was a close one, but Dash was just there in the nick of time.
Looked more controlled than I was initially expecting there. Saw that ball looking fast towards that Inferno net, but Dash, even with no boost, was able to pick that one up. But still more work left to be done, especially with that infill pass from Dealing. Decomp onto that back wall. We've got to wait for someone to be up for it. Tomster was a little bit delayed, but he wasn't in that position in the first place to commit early. So it was a clearance there following from Inferno. Ball across yet again to Bucket Beast, who just has to send this one forward, and it definitely has felt like a little bit of a feeler game as we start to approach that halfway point.
Halfway through, you said it, and there has been no definitive goals, which means these teams, early on, they're very close, but there's going to have to be some sort of opening for one of them to make a play or the other to just make enough of a large escape way through for the enemies to attack. Now, in the meanwhile, going up high, there's going to be a nice little pass over to the middle. Tomster, he tries passing it over, but NC there intercept. D-Lynch, he's right on top, tries to help right after, and Tomster, he passes it on, going for that big boost. It's going to be huge here for Lynch because he needs it in order to play off of Decom's pass, but it was just a bit too awkward for anyone to work with. A double commit, it's going to be backed off by Lynch as he goes into the defensive. Backed up, and Tomster here ready to take it on. He goes into the air, while though a demo is exchanged. It's exchanged for a goal nonetheless. And this ball is just ping-ponging from one side to the other, as it usually does. But we need to have an opening here, Pegasus.
Absolutely, still waiting for that first goal. That double commit could open up opportunities, but instead a big boom from Dealand will see this ball into possession of NC. Flippy said tempted, couldn't quite sneak it through that Sovereign's defense. Both teams have done well to hold on. There's definitely been the odd few mistakes, but overall the BC plans, whatever you want to call it, have been able to keep both these teams in the game, and it's going to be Inferno yet again on the defense. D-Lynch sends it long. There's been a demo from Tomster and Dasho. NC has to clear that one out. Still finds his Solitude teammate. Ball over top. That one goes wide. It needs a finish. No connection there from the Inferno players. We remain at this deadlock.
Too close for comfort here. Right on this red side, completely bouncing back with every single strike made by Dash here as he looks to make a goal out of it. It was a pass, and NC makes it, but just a bit too straight. In the end, it's going to be Rocket Beast backing him up, and that's going to be the opening here for Inferno.
NC off the back wall, sets his teammate up perfectly. Dash thought he was going to be the hero in this instance, but Bucket Beast got the cheeky intercept of his own teammate to get that first goal. 60 seconds to try and hold this one down. It has been the first goal of the game. Sovereigns supposedly haven't even had a shot. They've definitely had that time in the final third, but the quality of which has been much better seemingly from Inferno. That first shot will actually find the back of the net. It's Tomster.
They get back into the driver's seat and shift into gear 2. It's a nice little 1-1 score equalization through very late on. I mean, we have a minute remaining, and the honest question, said enough of speculation, but it keeps on bringing back these mysteries. Do we get an end into this regulation, or are we going overtime? It's very possible. Demos coming through. We haven't been seeing as much of those as you're used to, but it doesn't matter. There's going to be a very close attempt from Dash, but no cigar in the end. Bump attempted, but just not enough to stall out this defense, and they're going to keep it coming. Pocket from above, and Ainsi from above. Just absolute domination.
And this offense, it was too much here for the Sovereign's defense. Suffocating, and it would be NC to put in the final bullet. Of course it had to be. Inferno regained their lead. They tripped up once. They allowed one shot. It was a goal from Tomster. I feel like it's going to be a tough call for them to try and push this one into an overtime now, especially with that time left on the clock. You saw the announcement on screen. We are under 30 seconds already. 10 of that has passed. 20 seconds remaining, but hold on a minute. Decom in a 1v1 versus NC wanted to go for that bump. Couldn't quite land it. NC holds on well, and from his own back wall sends that one across. And I feel like that could be the clearance that secures this game one and gives Inferno the opener. Sovereigns, though, one desperate final push here on 0 seconds. They desperately need a goal now. Decom tries to find Tomster. NC still waiting on that back wall, saves his jump for the perfect time, and there it is. Officially, Brave Esports will take game one.
Game 1 is theirs, and they need 2 more to clutch it out. And while though Inferno, it wasn't anything short of a victory, it was still quite close. 2-1, you know, it was down to the final minute here, as of course the equalization came through. But in the end, we look at these saves, and we can only wonder, why are Sovereigns having such a tough time shooting back? Inferno, the aggression was there. I mean, we have 10 shots against 3 and 4 saves against 1 from Sovereigns. It is a complete yin-yang between the two teams, as now we hope to change things up a bit.
Well, I want to just point out it's been 3 shots overall from Sovereigns, and of course we're seeing 10 from Inferno. All those 3 shots came from and including that Tomster goal he was able to get himself. That was their first shot of the game. The 2 that followed probably in those final seconds, actually, thinking back, Puffo. It was just too little too late there coming from that Fort Templar roster. I'm going to need to see a lot more heading into this second game if they want to stay competitive, and of course if they want to get themselves that ticket into the grand final. And when you're going into the grand finals, you want to put yourself up with a good fight against the team that already sits there. This current Sovereigns team is not going to beat that Symbiotes roster. I'm going to need to see not just up 1 more gear, maybe 2 or 3 compared to that first.
Good fight, you said it. We love a one-sided match. Nobody said that in the meanwhile, because we would love to see a 2-2 go into that 3-2, which is just that much more intense. But all is going to be down to the wire once the first team reaches the 2 in the series. Although we started off quite aggressively yet again, we saw that demo coming through, and Inferno are going to be putting it to use. In the meanwhile, though, just not letting the ball be touched by anyone else but themselves. It is going to be quite open. This defense isn't looking too positive, as Dash is going to be barely getting it, but in the end, it's going to be Decom back him up, and a goal completely switched out from the previous match, as this time it's in the first 20 seconds here.
That's a lot more like it. That is what I was calling for. Come out the gates, looking a lot more aggressive, get yourself in that final third and make the most of it. I love that assist coming from D-Lynch there. Did so well to dribble individually to just put that shot away and just challenge that defense a little bit. And once you saw that heavy touch come through the goal, it was already guaranteed. Poke some holes in towards Inferno, and they will show themselves, and you will put it away. There's a master roster. They know what to do in front of nets.
They do. Inferno now yet again searching for that crack in the armor. Now Dash, he had an opportunity there, although it was just not on the point. Rockets slowly sitting back. They don't want any extra goals, especially when not necessary, so the defense is a bit more needed. A triple commit almost coming through on this single ball. D-Lynch just completely holding back each one of these players. Absolute dominance. Business is booming, but D-Lynch is blowing up every single player he comes across. Now, as we're stuck in this corner, Inferno are thinking, how do we get this ball across these enemies? It seems like they've tightened up their defense. You know, they've adapted to the previous given situation, and now into round 2 here, they are definitely having an easier time. A nice little pinch from Lynch as he gives it over to Bucket Beast, and he's ready to go off of it, although Dash, he's gonna need to do something in order for this not to go right into their net.
Ball back in field, Bucket Beast finds his teammate, NC waiting. That shot won't quite find the target, so Tomster will have to do some work individually to get this ball forward. D-Lynch is waiting behind, and Bucket, he's been to that first ball. It reminds me of that first goal that Sovereigns were able to get themselves. It came from an assist from D-Lynch. It came from those dribbling plays this time. It's shut down in those corners, and those corners so hard to fight their way through, especially when you're against a sufficient defense. But Dash was able to do it. There was no one there for the finisher, and Decom will be able to clear that one out. But little warning shots being thrown in yet again from Inferno as they look to get their equalizer.
Just the communication was a bit more thorough. That could have been that type of 1-1 score lead, although it is not there. NC fighting back to keep it off of their own half, as Dash coming out from the backside, giving it over to Bucket, who is going to be almost putting it into the bottom right, but almost won't quite cut it, as these balls are just coming back to this red net time after time again. But yet again, Inferno shots are nice and all. We need to get the goals in the first place to get some sort of overstep towards Sovereigns, because right now we see the score, it's 1-0, and we're already past that first half, so it's going to get quite dangerous with the time we have remaining here.
Bucket Beast again with that 50-50, trying to fight their way through, and it feels like this game knows how to clamp itself up, and at the moment, of course, that does favour Sovereigns sitting on that lead. If this timer were to run down now, they would head into game 3 with an equal series score. They are the team fighting from behind, and it Doesn't really look like the case here. Inferno have been, well, somewhat outplayed in quite a lot of these areas off the pitch. Sovereigns with that early goal were just happy to just run down this clock. We know how good they can be defensively. And D-Lynch showed that with that clearance coming from his own back wall, but Bucket Beast again able to sit himself onto this ball, flip reset, like a sneak hit over. Sovereigns have to get that clearance, but Dash is looking dangerous. The backboard awaits, Tomster does as well, and that one is extinguished.
Coming through time, although it just won't be working out. Although these opportunities are there back to back, we haven't seen any besides the first goal that was established by Sovereigns. And they are trying to keep it that way. They are gonna have to use full force here to just have it at this 1-0 and get themselves a round back, because if they lost the first, they certainly don't want to lose the second, giving, of course, Inferno here series point. In the meanwhile, though, 45 seconds and it's slowly taking us down. We need to make a change, but that's only if into the bus. That's what it's left down to, and dethrone Sovereigns here of the current standalone type of pressure they're definitely applying. Still keeping the ball in the hands. They have realized the situation they're currently stuck in. Just leave the ball, have it to yourself, waste time as much as possible, and Inferno, they're going to slowly run out of it.
Well, I've never seen a time waste quite like this. They were able to get that goal so early in this game, and now we're in that final 15 seconds, and they really, well, dulled the flames of the grave, which is not an easy task to do. I mean, look at the 3 players on the pitch, but hold on a minute. Has their time run out? Tomster has to get that clearance. 5 seconds left. D-Lynch needs that final clear. You don't want to trip up in the last hurdle. Dash keeps it up. D-Lynch, yet again, gets the second. And what a way to secure yourself this game. D-Lynch with the assist. D-Lynch with the goal. And finally, we see this game over and the series score back to equal. They had this locked up with
Score now basically down to a best of 3 between these two teams, as of course Sovereign just nice little icing on the cake at the end right then and there with that second goal coming through. But we see a lot less saves on the side of Sovereigns here. They're only with 3 now, and of course shots are a lot more leaning in towards them, and of course their favor, as we need to take a bit more of a direct approach towards this third round here in Inferno. You did not have the same performance as earlier. It seems like Sovereigns are slowly starting to adapt. Not only adapt though, overcome. It's only the second one, though. Keep that in mind. There's still a possibility to go up to that 5th, which is 3 rounds away and slowly heading towards it. I mean, this is already getting intense, but at the same time, I'm loving that these scores are only down to this 1 goal or 2 goal deficit. It really shows how these how close these two teams are.
And well, we both predicted that this would go all the way to Game 5. To keep on trading games like this, there's a very realistic chance that could be the case. And it's the first time in quite some time that I'm heading into a Game 3 and I quite literally have no idea what to expect. Game 2 really just kind of came and went, Puffo. Like I said, they got that goal really early on, and then they were just happy to just lock down the midfield, stop Inferno really having any chances whatsoever, and that was just the game. So I feel like Inferno have definitely been sent that warning, but you do not want to concede early. As soon as you lose the lead, we know how well this Sovereigns team can hold on.
Looking to capitalize yet again off of this early advantage was Tomster. Of course, couldn't get it right off, but they're looking for a second round. Hensi, though, he has the ball, he has the opportunity. Flicks it over 1, but isn't good enough for 2. And Decom does fake it out, a nice little dunk to the floor, but in the end, it's still in the hands of Sovereigns, as they do tend to keep it on this yellow side. Not for much longer. Inferno, they do fight back without a doubt, and as NC does fail a bit, it will be as well. Oh, how close! NC's looking to go up for it in such a slow ball, such slow movement. All awkward and well, but it's the first goal given to Inferno.
Well, you talk about luck of the Irish. They haven't had that in that defense. Inferno been able to find their way through in what was quite a chaotic defense there. But NC, of course, the GM, able to see his way through. He's got to be the top CMV on this team as well. And that's how you need him to step up. But play to follow. That is dirty coming from Inferno. They took that second game personally.
Oh my god, Dash, calm down. Not even defense can be considered when you have Dash just going for bumps left, right, and center as Inferno. Not even a minute has passed and we already have this 2-0 established. Huge impact at the start, but can they keep it up like Sovereigns did earlier? Oh, a double tap was attempted. It was a beautiful attempt. Tomster, he is quite a flashy player. At the same time, you need to get those things through. You need to have them pierce the defense that is brought about by Inferno, because if you don't, well, you see the counterattack slowly coming by. And while they did back up on towards this defense, 50-50s are still going to be favoring NC here. Rocket, he contests, and he gets, as of course it's passed right over into the likelihood of Dash here, who does get it right over towards that center. Perfect center ball, but in the meanwhile, now Sovereigns here are looking to reclaim that position, but it's just not going to be happening yet.
Oh, and Demos to follow. They're looking to get that revenge, but Tomster just about cannot find the target. This offense isn't over yet. We see a weakened defense as a result of the Demos that just keep on coming. Decom. Corner doesn't spawn for him. D-Lynch looking to find an opening. Dash assures him that there wasn't one there in the first place. Dash yet again has to clear this one forward, but Decom can't catch up with this one either. That offense is surely over now, and those Demos no longer a factor to the play. Maybe a fear factor, but actually Cosmos Stadium, they have all recovered. They've been able to pick up their boost, and Dash individually able to bring this ball across to the final third. Bucket B sees that backboard, but unfortunately he's shut down by two Sovereigns players, and that big clearance will see himself chasing his way back for another clearance, because it is danger yet again for Inferno. They've got that 2-0 lead, but you don't want to let it close down.
Oh, then the resistance from Inferno is just not backing down. Each time they lose the ball, they manage to regain control one way or another. Dash, he goes for a nice little fleck. That's an attempt. It almost works out. That was dangerously close. Almost had my heart skip and beat. Without a doubt, though, they're still looking for that natural 20 Sovereigns here, as they have gone past the first half, and they only have 2 minutes and 20 on the board to get those scores in. And they get it. That's going to be D-Comp coming in. One from above, passing it right down into the hands of this beautiful Fennec. And that's going to be the opening goal here for Sovereigns, as now they're only one behind.
Well, I love that touch from D-Lynch. Takes advantage of what is such an awkward situation there for Inferno. The backflip happening on the back wall allows the ball to go to quite dangerous state, but D-Lynch didn't touch that. There was a second option ready to clear that one out. Ingenious plays there is follow from Dash, however, to try and open up the defense of Sovereigns. Didn't quite work, and now Bucket Beast has to clear this one to his teammate. Dash uses flip well. Has 4 left in the tank, but it's been enough to get the job done. Tomster just skips across. Looking so calm as he just effortlessly glides forward and gets that ball in field. However, again, it's big blocks coming from Inferno, and they will hold on just for a couple seconds longer. Save again from Bucket Beast.
Coming around the siege, we have a nice little crescent moon type structure on Inferno as they just stop it all. But this could be shut down quickly as D-Comp is going to be joining along. A nice little duo from Sovereigns here are going to be tailing behind that 2-1 just to bump it up for 1, get the equalization through, and that's going to be a beautiful, nice little revenge arc here for D-Comp, as he has scored both of the goals we see here from Sovereigns, taking up the role of Tomster, while though Tomster has been a great sort of backup. You know, he's always been there with those shots. Beautiful performance, passes along the way, but we need someone to finish it out. And who else is that going to be besides D-Comp, as he's also going for demos. D-Lynch following along. This is absolute mayhem.
This is insane. I mean, Sovereigns, they've just had a fire in their eyes right now, and they are going for all these demos, going for all these physical plays, and I'm just seeing a lot more life in them than we were seeing before, certainly compared to what we saw at the beginning of this game. And Tomster will just sneak that one under. He is so smart with how he places that. Delays it by just a second as well to bait out those jumps. Dash can't get there. Bucket Beast can't get there. Sovereigns will take the lead.
Oh my, Inferno bumping each other and then flying up into the air randomly? Wow, what is happening with these two teams? Inferno, while the positioning is quite questionable, in the end they almost get a kickoff goal here. It is saved in the nick of time, but still there's 3-2. It's only 1 goal of a difference that can either change the fate of how this plays out. Either Inferno, they get it, they equalize it out, and we probably don't even see the end of regulation, or Sovereigns get that 4-2, and it's almost a confirmed victory for this 3rd round in the series. And D-Comp is looking to make it that way, but flaking over 1, and a second one coming up from above. enough. D-Lid, she's ready to pinch her up into the air, high sky, as Thompson looks to make it a nice effort, and the ball was already in. It was touching the inside of the net, but not completely. Double tap committed, not fully through though. NC tailing behind Thompson to get some sort of 50-50 going on for himself, because that's what they need. They need to break through this defense without a doubt, because it's down for the 5 seconds, and it is so close here. It is constantly bumping off and white. But with 0 seconds remaining, the ball touches the floor, and that's going to be the 3rd round going right over to Sovereigns.
It was in their hands. It was in the hands of Inferno, but it was a quick burning flame there as Sovereigns were able to make the comeback. I do see a tactical timeout has been called from them, and I tell you what, I 100% agree. I don't really know what happened to them in their last game, and apparently there's a butterfly on Tomster's monitor, so, you know, some extra information for chat as well. But what happened there in that game 3, Puffer? I mean, Inferno had the lead, they had the game in their hands, and then all of a sudden Sovereigns were able to unlock something different. They were going for a lot of these physical plays, and it just seems like they had this Brave Esports side just completely thrown awry. I mean, they were even bumping each other at some points.
I mean, yeah, that's just what we call when you have a butterfly on your monitor. Apparently it gives you a power boost in the match, but jokes aside, Inferno, I don't know what happened as well. I feel like they kind of lost the pace. They had a really aggressive start. They were completely rushing it through to Sovereigns, and they gave them no breath. But the second they realized they wanted to play like Sovereigns, in the earlier match, it was this 2-0 advantage the Sovereigns gained, and then they just played it passively, extremely passively, leaned back, wasted the time, and Inferno, they wanted to do the same, but that's just not complementary to their playstyle. They're aggressive players, and they're good at it. But this time around, when they let that opportunity slip by to continue on to the 3rd, onto the 4th goal, maybe they just played it back passively and allowed, of course, this comeback to come around.
Well, Brave Esports always have excellent support in the Twitch chat, and I can see that follow on both the main stream and the B stream when that time has come, that any, frankly, Brave Esports side is on stream. Well, there's a time that they've needed that support most. It is, of course, now 2-1 down in the lower finals, 1 game away from potentially being knocked out of the entire tournament, with the grand finals within an arm's reach. People in chat, screams of Mon the Brave, whatever chance you guys have come up with this time, your team needs it. Your team needs you, because heading into this game 4, you cannot settle for less but a victory. If it goes to game 5, you can't settle for less than a victory. This Symbiote side are waiting, an organization which has already taken a lead. Are you going to let them take Master as well? Well, that's going to have to start here, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to have to start here with the appropriate suitor finding themselves in that grand finals. And at the moment, I'm still not sure what that better option is going to.
My God. Now, this makes it that much more interesting. Now, I'm only crossing my fingers specifically for Inferno here. Well, of course, I give my prediction to them. Of course, I want that to win. In the end, it's because if we get this 2-2, the intensity of this final match, when it comes after the final one in the series, would be peak. You know, right now at the pinnacle of the iceberg, but that would be just the bottom, and at the same time, it would be going all out. I would be screaming to the point where eviction would even be possible. Although, while in the meanwhile, we are getting back into the groove of things, and with it, Inferno. We see that aggressive play back, although Dash isn't there to back up NC, who gave him a nice pass, but it's going to be DCOM going full in. DeLynch right behind him. A nice, interesting reverse rule 1 happening between the two, as Thompson's just in the back line, sadly with no boost, and not being able to be too positive in his defense. But, of course, DeLynch is surely there for it.
And it's going to be Bucket Beast versus Tomster. Huge 50-50s to come out, but both of them recoil away from the play. So it's going to be DCOM challenged there by NC Ball and Phil, but D-Lynch manages to get that clearance. And that's a very confident jump coming from DCOM. He wants the second, but Bucket Beast denies it at the back wall. This is going to be all men forward here for this potentially final game of the series. It's going to be the last push for one of these teams. Leave nothing behind. Leave it all on the pitch here in Game 4 and Game 5, if we even reach it that far.
we all have to put into consideration that each goal here from now on, from the 0-0, could be the decider. It could go 1-0, it could not. Maybe one goal could be the way to switch it up. Whatever the case here is, the one to open it up is looking for that pressure, for that absolute presence, and the burden on one's shoulders that you need to have some sort of return, revaluation. In the meanwhile, though, we have Bucket going in with 0 boost, but NC not looking too high on it either. It's still a shot nonetheless. Dash there confronting and shadowing right behind the Lynch, who is going all in, and Tomster makes a shot, but it's going to be a bit too high, right into NC's hands, right onto his wheels, and right over to Decomp, who's looking to make a dangerous play. It's just got to be a bit too wide for his, and of course his teammates' comfort, and allows Inferno here to make a possible re-attack.
Oh, and hold on here. There's been a big bump in the defense. Sovereigns have opened up, and Tomster was that last man behind, but Bucket Beast couldn't find his way through. He'll get his second chance, however. Pinch gets the wall dashes to try and catch up with that initial play instead. It's going to be Dash. He might just go alone. Decom does well for that clearance yet again. This has been brutal offense here coming from Inferno, but those demos weren't enough. Decom gets his second attempt at that double tap, but Bucket Beast, the man in offense, has been the man in defense as well, and that one hasn't found the target either. Fireworks here in Game 4 as a grand finals ticket awaits.
It's a ticket, but at the same time, it's an opportunity. If nothing else, you go up against a team that's been leading it throughout the entirety, and that's enough. Second place is a beautiful standing, although it could be first, and both of these teams are well enough to prove that point. Meanwhile, though, each time this ball gets close to the net, my shivers are tempered, absolutely gone. I'm right now shaking in my boots because look at Dash coming out from above. He was almost touching the ceiling. In the end, though, NC right around the corner, just going in a 1v3, Bucket there to back him up. That's why the B is there. Tomster, though, going for a long shot, and that's going to be the opening here for Sovereigns as it's almost fended off. Yet again, almost just isn't quite enough.
No, it certainly isn't, especially in the master tier, the top tier we've got to offer now at RSC. You make those slight mistakes, but you're going to be punished. You get these shots slightly off, they're not going to find the back of the net. In fact, I was already worried when I saw that one bouncing off the crossbar. I thought potentially there was going to be an Inferno player back in time. It wasn't quite, because you know why, Puffo? He was slightly off. Slight mistakes can build up. They will go that goal behind, and potentially they may have just lost their spots in the grand finals.
It's down to this final minute. That's what's so dangerous about it. Time is a virtue here, and you have to savor it as much as possible. But when you're down 1-0, you really get yourself rushing and possibly even open up mistakes, such as the one that allowed Sovereigns here to get this opening. In the meanwhile, though, Inferno are trying to return that for themselves, and that's exactly what NC's there to do. Around the corner, comes in full boosted and absolutely down to adrenaline. He puts himself on the ground and slips it not only between one, but between two players of Sovereigns.
No one just seemed ready in that Sovereign's corner to try and take that one on. And NC, who was given quite a tough hand there, but still was able to recover himself off the ceiling to get himself down in time for that shot. Sovereigns have thrown away a goal there, which really don't think they should have. And now Inferno have their chances yet again to push this one into a Game 5. NC holding this one into that final half, really wants to get that attack back into the favour of his team. Dash 50-50s yet again, and NC is up. The sidewall does await that one. I think it was quite on target, but Tomster still has to put this into the safety of those corners. That's a heavy touch coming from D-Lynch. Decom about to take over. It's low boost here in the defense of Sovereigns. Bucket Beast wants to find his way through, but Sovereigns just about hold on. It's not over yet, as in Inferno do allow that one to clear forward. 8 seconds here of regulation. Will we see an overtime, or can Inferno get it done now? Decom back to the ground. NC with plenty in his tank manages to beat Tomster, stays in possession, but no, overtime awaits. One goal from the grand final is for Templar.
in my head, I was comically biting my nails there. That was so intense. It was the battle of the boost. Everyone was down to their last, what, 20? And it did not come through. But so close to Inferno yet again, though. Just no cigar. As in the meanwhile, it's going to be a shot brought upon by Decomp, but just barely saved by NC. He was there in the nick of time. And it's going to be a similar situation for the second round. NC here is just making it happen. The defense is impenetrable, but Lee Lynch, he comes out from top. He passes it to the middle. And Decomp, his shot is going to be a bit too sky high for it to be in. Although a counterattack from Topster, and he's going to be slipping by one, and a self-goal is going to be brought by Inferno.
This is how it ends. I mean, Tomster, it's a great beat against Bucket Beat. But I don't know who got into contact with that. I tried to see on the replay, it was simply way too fast. But someone has put it in the back of their own net on the side of Brave Esports, and that will decide it. That does put Fort Templar Sovereigns in the grand final to take on Dominion. Oh my goodness, it was a fantastic series, and definitely one that felt back and forth. They had their moments of madness, and the final moment was one of that as well.
To finish it off, it can't be Rocket League without an own goal, they say. And in the end, although it was a 3-1, Inferno certainly put up quite a fight, although they just couldn't last long enough to see the grand finale and see a similar opponent, which does leave Sovereigns here with another possibility. You know, we see a new choice open up. We see a new path. Sovereigns versus Dominion. Now that is a match I'm looking forward to. I think we all should be. Because we haven't seen the two teams face off against each other. And at the same time, it's going to be the grand final here, Pegasus.
Oh, and what a grand final this hypes up to be. I believe the best run a team has ever had from lower round one is to make the grand final. I've heard that no team has ever been able to win it from starting in lower round one. Sovereigns have an opportunity to do that, but they have to beat a very, very tough side in the form of Dominion. Inferno, they had a great season. We have to give them their props, but that was the end of the road for them. But Sovereigns and Tomster, who actually did get the on-screen MVP, they've still got a whole lot more to play for. They've got the opportunity to play for everything. Puffo, I cannot wait for that grand finals, and it was a pleasure to share the desk with you again here today. We will see you all in give or take about 20 minutes for the Master RSC14 grand final.
You would wipe away my tears, so sincere. Turn gray skies to blue. You won't ever change your ways, doing what you do.
Man's on a mission, wavy like the ocean, ain't got time for inhibition. Eyes on a prize, lock it in your vision. Straight up, man, let's gotta make a decision. Stay focused, man, I gotta go. Can't be going backwards, I can't be going slow. Gotta take the lead and I gotta steal the show. It's a straight up madness, you know how we roll. Madness, you know how we roll. Stay focused, man, I gotta go. Can't be going backwards, I can't be going slow. Gotta take the lead and I gotta steal the show. It's a straight up madness, you know how we roll. Madness, you know how we roll. Straight up madness, you know how we roll.
Darkest night, I saw your eyes. A sense of threat that I can't forget. I wanna know who you are. This is what I need to know. So take my hand and let our fears go. Take me to your jungle, where the rain is warm and the birds fly. Take me to your kingdom. There was always a longing for more, a deeper connection. Was disconnecting from the source within. There were parts of my core, senseless and frozen. Wisdom hidden, locked up in my soul. Oh, now it's the time to realign, reconnecting my foundation, reunite. Oh, I'm digging, got my feet on solid ground. No more levitation.
Gotham City, you could go and call me Batman. I roam the night, saving hoes that are enemy. Louis belt them out, could pay a couple your utility. You see what time it is? It's time to buy the wall. Cause these fine ass girls came from mighty far. And these local ass ratchets, she's gotta have it. I call the rappers ass bouncy, cause all these carrots. Fuck up.
EVIP's alive.
RSC14 marked the beginning and the end of eras. 5 tiers of 20 franchises competed for 9 weeks of league play. Champions have etched their names into our vibrant history, but one spot still awaits. Out of all of those, tonight we crown the best of the best, the king of kings, champions of the highest tier. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the RSC 14 Master Grand Finals, brought to you by myself, Sir Pegasus, alongside the mighty Hodge.
Wonderful to be here, and we've reached the end of the road. It is RSC 14's final match here in the playoffs. It is the Master Finals, like you said there, Pegasus, and we have two teams who, couldn't be more deserving of this Grand Finals position that they both find themselves in right now. Dominion, a team who has ran through this upper bracket, beating everyone that stands in their way. And then when you look down to that lower side of the bracket, well, you see Sovereigns, and then you see 3 O's or 3 1s next to them. You do not see a single Game 5. They have never needed a Game 5. They get it done in 3 or 4 every time, and they are looking like a powerhouse going into this grand final, and are looking like a true test here for Dominion. But we could have a bracket reset. We could have it all over in the single best of 7, and we've got to start talking about this series. So, Pegasus, I just want to get your thoughts on sort of the entire day so far. We've seen an incredible day so far, and maybe what's been your sort of best moment?
Well, it's been like you said, it has been an excellent day. Master has really provided so far. But I feel like my favourite matchup was actually the reverse sweep that Dominion were able to pull off earlier today. I got the opportunity to cast it up semi-finals where they were playing Mania. Mania looked like they were going to be a tough team. They looked like they were going to be sitting in this spot. They looked like they were going to be one of those 2 teams to make the grand finals. It didn't quite work out for them. And all their losses started, of course, with that reverse sweep that one of our grand finalists was able to apply. And, well, they've made the most out of being able to keep that second life because they've held it all the way till the most important point, this grand finals. How's the day been for yourself, my friend?
It's been great. We've seen, I've seen Dominion take down Inferno, and then on the lower side of the bracket, I believe, I've seen Sovereigns take down Wyvern. So I've seen the dominant sides of both of these squads, and it's going to be great to get into this action. But Pegasus, as casters, we sometimes make good predictions. We sometimes make absolutely tragic predictions. And there's quite a few people today who've made absolutely tragic predictions. So I believe, without further ado, we should have a look at our talent predictions for the Master playoffs today, because a lot of the casters submitted their predictions for the playoffs today. And, well, there's quite a few of them that maybe haven't quite transmitted into reality here.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to look at all those 410+ symbols. So low on the screen. The most anyone is giving them is 5th/6th there. And that's going to come from Subzan, Smoky Bear, and Matrix. Everyone else said, well, they'll be out instantly. 7th or 8th, the first round that could be played today. And that, frankly, hasn't been the case. They've, of course, managed to go all the way to the grand finals. And it has been, to be fair, an insane run from them. But if we want to look at the other team that made the grand finals, it's one of the team that has had one of the greatest ranges. I would actually say Brave Esports have that, because Smoky Bear with 1st and myself putting them 5th and 6th, that Brave roster. But definitely the Symbiotes team is one of the teams that have had that range as well. We've seen Rhino, yourself, and GM667 put them 5th and 6th. Of course, myself have put them down to go all the way. Kingsman Gas, who's one of the players of the team, has put them down to go all the way. And something which you rightfully pointed out that I didn't notice, the only other person to put Symbiotes into the top 2, into the grand finals, is the man who founded the organization himself, Archeon, putting them just behind that Mania team they reverse swept earlier today. So, you know what? I think this just confirms, Hodge, that these casters, they really don't know ball. And there's nothing you can come to expect here, which brings us on to our predictions.
Well, we're now going to go from bad to worse, apparently. So now we're tasked with making the difficult choice. And Pegasus, from what we've gone with before this game, I believe at least one of us will be right here. What do you think is going to happen with the predictions here? And I'm going to go to you first.
Well, I put it on my RS cast predictions. I put it on my predictions for that graphic as well, once I knew what the top 8 was. I do think that Symbiotes Dominion will go all the way. I'm going to predict a finish in Game 6 in the first series. So that's a 4-2 victory for Symbiotes. Of course, my RS cast brother, Kingsman Gas, is playing on that team, but that doesn't mean he's going to get any bias from me, because simply, if you don't perform up to scratch, I'll be the first one to point it out here whilst, Danny Boy's not in the booth.
Someone's got to step up to the mantle, and Sir Pegasus is going to be the one to do it. On the other side of things, with my prediction, now I don't think we're going to get a Game 7 in the first series, because I don't think Sovereigns can go to Game 7 based on or a deciding match in general based on what we've seen so far. So I'm going to have things getting a bracket reset, and I'm going to have it in Game 6. I'm going to go 4-2 to this Sovereigns roster. But Pegasus, I think it's about time to get this match started. Throughout RSC14, we've seen it all. We've seen new and upcoming prospects battling for a title. We've seen players challenge the top teams time and time again. Strong rivalries have been built throughout the last 3 months. But after months of elite gameplay, who will become the master of RSC14? And let's kick off this grand final.
Players are entering the pitch. The moment has arrived. The best of the best out of 100 rosters. All leads up to this point. Dominion versus Sovereigns. We are underway. We've seen that first demo already enter the pitch here. Dominion, they've been a very physical roster. That's how they played the entirety of the season. That's how they played during play-ins. That's how they played during the playoffs as well. Big start attempted there from Dansku, looking to be the main man on this Dominion roster. The Finnish man, of course, being that 2150 CMV, but he's not the only one on the pitch. Of course, Tomster has some history in the Uni Rocket League scene as well. This 4 Irish roster is led by a big man as well. D-Lynch also being one of them. But one of those I've already mentioned, Dansku, will get the opening goal in the grand finals.
Kingsman drops it down, and Dansku is able to force it through. Opening goal to Dominion, and is that going to be sort of a teaser of what we're going to get to see throughout this series? Because, in a series earlier on throughout the day, when we did see that upper bracket final between this squad of Inferno and Dominion, we saw this first goal dictate the run of play throughout the game so effectively. And, now the first goal has gone the way of Dominion. Is this also going to sort of give us an insight as to the rest of this game, or is Sovereign's going to be able to find something back? Are they going to be able to find a response? Kingsman trying to drop that down, but it has been picked up there by Decomp, and he's taking things into his own hands, taking charge of this series already. But he's not able to find the opening into the back of the net. Another opportunity going to go a little bit wide, and Sovereigns, they've tried time and time again so far, but they're unsuccessful as of now.
And Tomster has weaved his way in field. And there we go, it's back to equal. The 2 top CMVs already find themselves on the score sheet. 1 minute and 20 seconds was all it took. This grand finals didn't take long to come alive.
It certainly didn't. Things are equalised and it's anyone's game. Tomster, we've seen that play before in one of the earlier matches of the day. He's really been cooking so far for this squad of Sovereigns, and he's going to continue to do that, but Decom is going to be the player to get that sent over to the sidewall, and it's an assist coming through from the teammates here. Decom dropping it down to set up Tomster, who takes things to the sky, takes things to the backboard. Will he find the angle? Not just yet, but that is going to drop down and allow someone else to come in and play a bit of a support role. But hang on a minute, Dansku's just found his way past everyone, and the attack begins once more for Dominion.
And Tomster puts this ball high, has Llama waiting there on the ground level. He will collect it, flick over, sees Dansku and D-Lynch in a 50-50, but Dansku doesn't quite look done yet. He bumps his teammate out the way, however, so this Dominion defense is going to look a little bit fragile. And again, he's landed a ball there on Pinchmen. He wanted to be up there to defend that initial touch. Instead, he'll get the second, throwing off his own teammate. It's shaky defense coming here from Dominion. Of course, playing for an organisation with a lot of history here in these grand finals. I want to say something crazy like 8 or 9 titles they've held so far at the grassroots level. This looks like a roster that could add to it, but standing in their way has been this Sovereign side that so far have looked to be completing the impossible. There's just 2 more series separating themselves from fully achieving that. Save there, just about lands there from Llama, and Dansku able to see his way through the chaos, but Sovereigns able to hold the ball in this half.
Now, when you talk about 2 games, we've got to talk about 2 series that these teams have played against each other throughout league play, and every time so far it has gone the way of Dominion in a 4-0 and a 3-1, so they've got the upper hand in the matches so far, but this is a grand final. This is a different environment. This isn't a series of 4, it's a best of 7. You've got to throw all the cards on the table, or your season is going to be over and you'll be taking home that second place. Tomster going to take things to the backboard and look to set up a teammate, but that's going to be knocked down. So now Dansku has the opportunity to try and find an angle, but sets up his own double, but not quite able to find the mark. So it's sort of a bit of a switch of possession here we're seeing, Pegasus, where everyone's just sort of trying to get these attacks started, but not quite positioned in the right places, so it does just end up being a possession switch every single time. Now, opportunities. Decom tries to set that one on target, but it is going to be a backflip from Kingsman that saves the day, and once again, Dominion holds strong on the defense.
Oh, and it's been so tight here, Decom. I thought for a second there he was spinning down the back of his own net. I saw that earlier, I saw that play coming from Mania just before Dominion were able to land that reverse sweep, but this is the grand finals. We only take the best of the best. You're not going to see that in this opening game. We've definitely seen a bit of those grand final nerves find their way through, but it hasn't made all that much of a difference yet. We do stand here at the deadlock at 1-1 with just over 30 seconds remaining of regulation. Sovereign have done so well to pile on the pressure, and Tomster has somehow made that one work. 2 goals to Sovereign, and Dominion sit behind.
Tomster rams his way past everyone, and does a little bit of, well, I guess you can say acrobatics to get that one put away, to make things 2-1, to give Sovereigns the lead in game number 1. But will this be game number 1 sealed away, or will there be a response? Almost a response, but Tomster calm and composed on the defense and ready to stop the danger when it encroaches, and that's also going to be another save coming through from Tomster, but another attack coming through from Llama. Dominion seeing what they can get in the last 10 seconds, but right now it's been a shutdown. Right now it's looking like it's over. D-Lynch going to try and seal the deal. Dangsku tries to continue control. Now it's a 0-second play. It's in front of the net, but the timer will save Sovereigns, and Sovereigns will take game 1.
That passing play, I thought it was ambitious. I thought he was just going to slam that one straight on the floor. Kingsman does well to sweep that one up. But my goodness, Haj, that was on target. There was going to be no Sovereigns players tipping that one out. It was quite literally saved by the bell there from Sovereigns. They will take game 1, and Dominion, well, have a big task in their hands. They are looking tough as opponents right now.
They really are, and this is sort of the matchup that we expected when we, got this series underway. We expected this to be close. We didn't expect this to be a sweep on either side. We expected a heavy fought battle. And maybe if you go back a few weeks, Pegasus, we wouldn't have expected that at all. Coming from the number 6th seed in the Glacies Conference.
Wow.
Just making it to play-ins, not even playoffs. They made it to play-ins by 1 singular win. And it was off the back of 2 back-to-back wins in week 9 that they're even here. And now they're 1-0 up in the grand finals of the Master Division, trying to set themselves as the best team in, I guess you can say, in RSC14 in general. But will they be able to claim that title by the end of it? They've still got a long way to go, and their path has only just started.
And well, it's going to be Decomp bringing this ball out wide. We spoke about Sovereigns not being expected to be here, especially if you were talking a couple of weeks ago. But if we want to, of course, go back to that production graphic, all of their predictions had them going 5th, 6th and maximum. In fact, Kingsman Gas, who sits on this pitch, predicted his opponents to finish 7th or 8th. So that's just another little storyline to add to the picture. And yeah, that was a fantastic save coming from Tomster, who's the big player offensively in the last game. He has to be the big player on this team, sitting out there, Max CMV. And I tell you what, doing a great job so far.
Yeah, he's showing up so far in the grand finals in game number 1. And who's going to be able to put their best foot forward in the early seconds of game number 2? Already we see a couple of attacking looks coming through from Dominion, but nothing too scary just yet. You can't let that get to your head though. You've still got to play your best, and D-Lynch is absolutely putting his best foot forward as he gets that sent downfield. It is going to be sent right back though, so it's a bit of a return to sender game right now. Both teams getting these attacks underway, but it is just being the door slammed shut in their face every time so far.
Yeah, it really has been. Dansku looking to try and continue that pressure, which Dominion have been able to start with, and that Sovereigns have been doing so well to hold on to. That's a killer pass. Llama, though, has to fight for that 50-50 pass. Decomp sends it forward for himself. Dansku will intercept, and Dansku versus Tomster. Well, that's going to be the 2 big matchups here on the pitch so far. Your Max CMVs trying to prove that they are worth every penny. They have been, of course, to get themselves to the grand finals in the first place. Tomster, oh, and that's a clever little ceiling touch to get that ball returning back to him. And it's been a very tight opener so far here in game 2, and that chance again shut down here by Dansku. And I'm just waiting for that deadlock to be broken.
How long is it going to take? It's not a matter of if it's going to happen, it's a matter of who's going to do it and in what time frame. 3 minutes still remain, so a lot of time for both of these teams to make a mark, but Tomster's now taken Llama off the field, and that's now an attacking opportunity for Decomp, but Llama respawns in time and becomes the saviour for Dominion.
Hold on. Oh, and I thought he was going to go all the way to the other side of the pitch and get himself a goal. It actually wasn't the best of shots, to be completely honest with you, but Decomp showing himself with what was a fantastic offensive play. It took till the goal line to try and stop that one, and they're going to have to stop him yet again. Coming in field, Dansku will keep this ball moving towards the corner. Kingsman Gas individually has to beat his man, go for those bumps as well. He's been such a physical player all day. It was a double demo which secured his reverse. We barely a save there by Decomp. Llama again looking to find himself on the score sheet. Dansku can't find this one behind. Pinchmen brings the ball in field. It's a temporary 2v2. Players respawn, however. We are back to regular Rocket League, back to regular 3v3 and regular viewing. And again, with Sovereigns in the attack, trying to make something happen.
What will they be able to do? Tomster tries to fly up and challenge Llama, but Llama's managed to get that over him for the time being. So Kingsman's now going to come and play in support and just try and get that one cleared a little bit. But it is just going to be hit back. The 50's played down low. And unfortunately for Sovereigns, Dominion was not in fact too slow. They read that like a book. They were ready for the play to happen. And Dominion hold on the defense. But for how long? D-Lynch already looking for more, looking to strike like a viper. But no, its ball is locked away, and now Dansku is going to try and go the other side of the field, going to try and get this first goal for Dominion, but it is going to be hit back once again. It has just been back and forth this entire game, Pegasus, but no one has reaped the reward just yet.
Oh, and it's been some hard-skipping defense from Dominion. Sovereigns, they've definitely been the more offensive side. They've definitely been the team that have had the better chances when they have eventually come. But Dominion have done so well to close it down. Dansku sends it long. D-Lynch will make that initial save, and it's Llama again on this left wall. Just waiting for a heavy ball to try and find his car. It doesn't. That one was on target. It wasn't hard to stop. This one might be. Kingsman Gas stopped again by Decomp. Dansku puts the ball back in field, and Well, you see those passing plays coming a lot from this Dominion side. They haven't quite connected. Here's another attempt at it now. He's giving the back all across the hit. And if there was any player you expected to hit that shot 10 out of 10 times, it's him.
15 seconds remaining. Chances here for both of these teams, but it's Dominion who have this ball in their attacking half, and well, unfortunately I have a player on the Sovereign side who hasn't been able to make contact with that. So Dominion, what can they do to try and get this in regulation? It seems it is going to be taken at the sky. It's going to drop down, but that is going to be brought to ground. And for the first time in this series, but most definitely not going to be the last, ladies and gentlemen, we have overtime.
Oh my goodness, this game has been so tight. Sovereigns definitely had, I would say, the majority of the important play so far. Dominion have done so well to shut it down, but now that stress increases. The heartbeat starts to rise. This is the grand finals, and Sovereigns want to run away with that 2-0 series lead. Dominion are just looking to scrape their way back into contention. Those mistakes at a moment, we see a team bump come in there from Sovereigns. Another little moment of panic there. The pressure perhaps starting to get to him. Tomster doesn't feel it, however, as he clears that one back into the corner. Kingsmen, ball back forward. We see two plays go up, but Decomp was the one to get the real touch. Can he see that way through? He does! And Sovereigns will go 2-0 up in series from defense to offense. Rams down his entire tank of boost and is just about able to sneak that one home.
The Titans of Fort Templar are taking this grand final by storm, and they're showing no signs of slowing down. A close game, but in the end, it results in a Sovereigns victory as they're able to force that over the line. Decomp puts it through, and Sovereigns 2-0 up over Dominion. And you have to be wondering, Pegasus, is this already a timeout call coming through from Dominion? Do you think they call it?
Oh, well, I've seen them already up and no one has typed in chat, so they're not going to call one. The question being whether they should call a timeout. Maybe should be thrown out there. I mean, I personally am not a fan of going 3 goals down and giving your other team match points and calling a timeout. I think if you lose 2 in a row, personally, that's when I'd be pressing the button, so to speak. But Dominion are happy to take that risk and allow Sovereigns potentially getting a 3rd in a row. I mean, they were close games. That has to be respected. That second game, respectively, could have gone either way at any point should Dominion have just found that killer moment. But I mean, the same can be said for both sides. I feel like it's definitely a 50-50 whether I'd say it's correct or not. But yeah, if you were to ask me personally, I would have called one. How about yourself?
I think I would have as well, but it seems like Dominion, they're confident off of that last game. They recognise that, yes, they lost it, but it wasn't by a huge margin. So if they fix a couple of those individual mistakes, and maybe are able to surprise Sovereigns a little bit here, then maybe they're potentially able to get something going here and walk away with a game. But that is a big maybe with what we've seen so far from Sovereigns. Maybe we get that game win. Maybe we get that first goal. And we're going to find out for sure in this next 5 minutes.
I say that this first series is a must-win for Dominion. A reverse sweep at a best of 7, my goodness. But it's such a tough ask. I've definitely seen these 2-0 deficits be reduced to none, however. And, well, Dominion did get a reverse sweep earlier today in a best of 5. It's not exactly the same kind of scenario, but that 0-2 record still remains. Of course, this is the grand finals. It does have those added pressures. You're playing a team you've never played before in Dansku. Great recoveries with the wall dashes to catch up with that ball. It was a shot on target, but not going to be too much of a challenge for this Sovereigns defense. If Game 2 taught us anything, you're going to need something special or something really, really silly, I think, to break through these two teams. Isn't that correct?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, what we saw in game number 2 is exactly the sort of gameplay you'd want in a grand finals. I think we pretty much saw perfect gameplay. I mean, you know, there was obviously could be improvements, but for the most part, it was pretty perfect Rocket League from both of these teams. And the ability to match each other to such a degree that we saw is, you know, something that you don't get a lot in this game, and it was certainly a spectacle to watch. But are we going to get that again, or is someone going to find an opening goal? The answer for now is no, but Kingsman's going to send that to the other side of the field. Demos are coming through, but a little bit of an unfortunate rotation is going to send that ball high and turn things around with a bit of a counter-attack there for the side of Sovereigns, but it has been stopped for the time being as Kingsman also going to come in, and we're seeing a little bit more of what we saw from the last game, Pegasus, where it's not a blowout on either side. It's not one team dominating, you know, the pitch. It's both of these teams matching each other so well where nobody can quite break through.
Yeah, definitely. But hold on a minute. This is an opportunity for Dominion. The demo coming out as well from Kingsman just for extra style points. Dansku puts Dominion back into the lead, and that is dirty coming from Kingsman. He might be the best demoer in RSC. We've seen it so much today, and that one was cheeky.
4 more games and he can officially say that. Demo's coming through once again. As Cheb said earlier, Kingsman's favourite thing to do in Rocket League is to eliminate his opponents off the pitch, and I mean, he's doing so good at it right now, and so are the rest of his team when it comes to scoring these goals, because, you know, Dominion, they're really a team who's really just strived off of these team passing plays that are set up by some of these demos that are coming through, but now it's Sovereign's having a look on the other side of the net, although Dansku manages to turn things around, and thankfully Sovereigns get back in time. But 2.5 minutes remaining in this Game 3, Pegasus, and we've already seen Dominion strike first, and now we get to see our Sovereign's going to find a response, because Dominion's defense has been looking really, really good.
Yeah, it has been. Tomster did well to get that slight touch on the ball before to prevent that 2-0 lead here for Dominion. They definitely look like the favourite team so far, with Symbiote's roster here in Game 3, and it hasn't been by a lot. Like you said, I'm not really all too sure we're going to see a blowout game today here in this grand finals. It just hasn't looked like it's going to be one of those series, but Kingsman, low boost of a tank, has to put that one to safety. Might have to get a second touch as well. He doesn't, but Dansku luckily able to pick it up himself. He's given that ball away, however, to Tomster. Tomster going for that second touch, going for the demo. No, he's not. And Llama still being able to fight his way through and get that first save. Dansku to Llama, team pinch attempted, but Sovereigns, like a lot of players, have managed to shut that one down.
Speaking of shutting it down, Decomp is able to shut down that play, shut down that lead, and Sovereigns, just like that, find themselves back in the action. Demo comes through, opens up the opportunity, and Decomp's not missing that one. Sovereigns strike right back.
We're seeing how important the physical plays are in this series. They are arguably the reason for the only 2 goals of this game. Kingsman trying to put this one in field. Llama's lurking, and I thought we were going to see a second just there, but Sovereigns again able to keep that one out. Llama keeps it tight. Decomp with plenty of boost, but awkward there on the back wall, had no momentum. Instead, will tip that one out here to Tomster. Double commit, however, coming from the Sovereigns defense, does give that possession away temporarily. But now Sovereigns got a little extra work to do. It's a ball in field from Kingsman, and Dansku just about can't wrap his way around. Dominion definitely had the more convincing chances, but Sovereigns might just be able to make the most of their own. No, they haven't. Dansku shutting that ball down yet again.
Well, Dansku now in field opportunity. Kingsman capitalizes. 2-0 here for the side of Dominion, and Dansku magics that ball round every single player. Pass in field for Kingsman, and Dominion are well and truly in control of this Game 3.
And Dansku, we need to give more respect. He came from his own corner to the other side there, and he just got another. There's the third. Dansku has awoken. A fantastic goal number 2, where he cut inside from his own corner to the opposing and played it into Kingsman. This one just decides to go alone. No one needed to tap that one home. Dansku has done it again.
The MVP of the upper bracket final is showing his worth here in this series so far. Dansku has been this player who's constantly found these passing plays, who's constantly found these solo plays, and now it's Kingsman to try and jump for that one, but not a lot of boost, so that is just going to result in Dansku once again having to come in for this squad. But Demo's coming through, time is ticking down, and I think this looks like a Dominion victory.
It really does, and you saw them play so much more defensive than they would if they weren't leading by 2 goals with that attack. They literally just had, they saw the time left on the clock. It's a professional finish here coming from Dominion. They can concede, but they know that it doesn't matter. They've run down that clock. They will take that victory. It is the first of the grand finals, and a lot more is left to be played for. They didn't call that timeout, Hodge, but you know what? They made up for it with that victory.
They absolutely did. And just like you said at the start of that game 3, it was such an important game for Dominion to win, because if you lose that, it's a reverse sweep that you're having to be looking at, or a bracket reset. Two things that you really do not want to be looking at. You want to get it done in one, and you want to get it done as soon as possible. But Dominion, you know, we've seen the highs from them. We've seen what they can do, and we saw it in that game. It's just about now reproducing it time after time, because we saw how each of these games have been so close right until the very end. In game 2, we saw Sovereigns take it in the final few seconds. We saw Dominion this game grab that lead in the final few seconds. For the majority of the game, Pegasus, it was quite evenly matched. It seems to be just coming down to who can hold that momentum on their side for the entire game, and who can, have a perfect defensive side for the entire game, because that is what's really coming down to here. It's these defensive standpoints. It's these sort of perfect saves coming through from both of these teams, and then who can break through that defense and really strike it home.
It's been waiting for moments of magic, hasn't it? I mean, Dansku able to skip from his own corner for the assist. He got that double tap as well, albeit you could say it was a bit of a dodgy defense for that backboard, but it was straight off a kickoff as well, which I do think makes that job a little bit more difficult. But I don't feel like there's been a goal yet so far, Hodge, where it has just been just a complete unforced error, just something out of nowhere that you wouldn't expect a master player to be making, frankly. And I think that's been really good for this grand final. They've really been working till the bitter end to get these goals across. That one from Pinchmen doesn't quite find the target. Neither does Dansku. He is stopped there by D-Lynch. And, well, initial chances from Dominion does spell a little bit of trouble for Sovereigns.
Well, we saw quite the fair share of unforced errors earlier on in the Master Division. I'm not sure if you were watching the mainstream during the upper bracket final, but we've had our fair share today, so we would appreciate it here if we would go without here and have a good quality final. And that's what we're seeing right now from both of these teams. Llama going to put that onto the back wall, and Kingsman's now going to come in. Dansku jumping for that, but not quite able to make contact. Tomster doing a great job to clear that away and just keep possession, keep things under control for this Sovereigns team, because I think control in this series is really going to dictate how these teams are going to play when it comes to the overall majority of the games that we're going to see here. We've seen how, one of these teams dictating the pace of play throughout the game has really affected things so far, and I'm going to expect that to keep on happening.
In a minute. Oh, and Kingsman followed up by Llama. All three players of Dominion are involved. You want to talk about control. Dominion were able to pick up exactly that. It was a miss on the back wall there. I believe it was Decom that just about clipped her. I think it was a ghost touch. I think I saw sparks, but that is not enough. These small Unreal units make the difference here in the Master Grand Finals, and it will give Dominion the lead. Goals hard to come by. You have to earn them. Sovereigns have to earn them.
They have to, but are they going to be able to, as this timer now down to just above 3 minutes? Decom trying to place that 50 is going to drop, and D-Lynch is going to have an opportunity to pass things over to Tomster, who's going to try and be the magic man, but it's blocked out, and D-Lynch once again just playing for these 50s, trying to set up his teammates here. And Sovereigns, they did a great job to do what they can, but you have to also have that boost, have that possession, and also work towards getting this downfield, because yes, you're getting it downfield, but you're not able to put together these passing plays. You're not able to break through these second and third men. It doesn't matter if you beat the first man. If you don't get anywhere else with it, then you can't really do anything.
Champions, that is the title these players wish to hold by the end of this day. And it's going to be all these little plays, all these little touches that have to be perfection to earn that title. Tomster, awkward on the backflip, and D-Lynch is waiting behind, doesn't pick up that corner boost, leaves it for his teammate instead, does beat one man. We know how good he is on the dribble, but Dansku will put a stop to that one. Tomster demoed out the play there, and he is shut down there by the other Max CMV. Kingsman wanting that 50-50 as well, but Decomp doesn't give him the luxury. Instead, just dummies himself off that ball, and now it's a Sovereign's attack, which Llama has done well to deal with for the time being. Dansku as well with a long clearance will put an end to that one. And now it's all up to Pinchmen to create something here for Dominion.
Seems like right now it's creating something out of what seems like nothing as this ball's being taken back to the other side of it. But Dominion do still hold that lead and are looking like they're controlling the possession for the majority of this game so far. So they're sort of getting towards this potential 2-0 lead in the, 2-2 tied game in the series. But will they be able to get it, or will Sovereigns be able to fight back in the next 1 minute and 40 seconds as that ball's popped up and Decom gonna have to rotate back and grab that boost. He's able to, but is he able to save it away? Tomster certainly is. We've seen that play before, and we're going to see it again in the grand finals.
Fantastic save there from Tomster. Keeps Sovereigns in the game. They're going for the counter. He's waiting yet again, but that double commit from Dominion prevents him from going for the ball. It might just build up his hopes later, because this is a low boost defense from this Symbiote side, but that big boom clearance will buy the purples some time to pick up some pads, pick up some 100, get themselves a little bit more competitive. And hold on a minute, a pinch from Tomster. He's going to be first to that ball. Deacon's weighing on the other side. He's not needed. And Tomster makes magic out of nothing. That is insane touch. You're right to point it out.
That is an absolutely incredible touch coming through off of that back wall, I think it was, to slam it down, take over, get such a great recovery, and chase it downfield to strike it home. Sovereigns tie up game number 4. And once again, Pegasus, we have a tied situation, but who's going to come out in the tied situation? Who's going to run away with it?
Oh, we've seen these all before. Double commits, Decomp and Tomster with a lot of boost in the tank. Decomp wanted to take that one over, but a fearless Kingsman gas will get that initial touch. Dansku off the back wall. Tomster has to read it. Llama was already up, and now Kingsman, in these dying 5 seconds, has to find a teammate inside. Instead, after the heavy touch, Dansku will look to go alone. Decomp again with the block. Kingsman bumped off this initial play, so D-Lynch has to keep it close. 15 seconds. Will it end in regulation, or will we go to golden goal? Symbiotes need this win to bring themselves back into it. Kingsman, I get it. This coming from the bottom left corner, the multi-time Fail of the Week winner might have just pulled off another here in the grand finals, should they go to lose this overtime.
Opportunities granted, opportunities were wasted there. Dominion not able to slot that home. Will they be punished for it, and will Sovereigns make them feel the pain? D-Lynch up for it, back wall, Tomster ready to read the situation as Decom on the reception of that passing play as well. Sovereigns, they want to throw the kitchen sink at this play. They recognise the weakness in Dominion, and this is where you've got to try and capitalise off of the chances that you've been given. D-Lynch on the reception, able to take things up into the sky, will be met though by Dansku, who tries to go and put it on top. Is it on target? I think it was, but Tomster ready to pinch it away, and we're seeing the best of the best from these two teams right now, and both of them are looking to go the whole way. 1 minute into overtime almost, Pegasus, and we haven't seen anything just yet.
Pinchmen looking to make up for former mistakes, collects that flip reset, but that 50-50 will go out of his favour. Dansku, nothing in the tank, that corner boost just arrives as he drives past it, which means this attack for Sovereigns will continue. Oh, and we saw that infield there from D-Lynch. Dansku able to keep it out. A wall dash to keep himself involved with that play. Decomp will land the demo there on Llama. Llama would have been great if he was alive there in those kind of positions. They all build up. Every single move counts here in overtime. Every single move counts in the grand finals of the Master Tier. Another save there from Llama. Decomp in the corner, and Dansku will send it long.
Thompson now trying to play with this boost, trying to play from his back corner. He's able to, and also able to play out with that 50. Llama on the wall, ready to try and find the reception, but D-Lynch with a little bit of an unexpected pinch there. So Llama's going to get sent packing, and Decomp coming in to try and send that downfield once again. Kingsman's missed the ball. Llama has to come in and play for the 50. No one's able to make contact, but Llama gets a good recovery, which sends things on a potential counter-attack here for Dominion. They're trying to read all the plays, but it's Tomster who's come out the benefactor. Never mind, Kingsman's picked his pocket completely and is looking to go for the shot from Llama, but no, it's picked up and chaperoned out of the situation there by Decomp, who pops things up in the sky. Dansku tries to find the opportunity, but that will be another opportunity for Llama. It's back and forth between these two teams, and no one can create the opportunity and sink the shot when it's needed.
And there was a redirect missed by Dansku. That should he landed it, I feel like that would have been overtime over. We are crossing that point. 50% worth of extra time here in overtime. And Dansku's up. He's looking to end it. Another save from Decom. It's been desperate defense from Sovereigns, but ultimately they've been able to hold on, can't they, for a few seconds longer as Dansku is blocked there by Decom. Decom beats 2 players. Llama, your final man. Be careful, be careful. It's off the post. It's not enough. And Tomster will end it.
Tomster, the man of the hour right now. We've seen the incredible defensive performances coming through, and the same can be said on offense. Sent downfield by D-Lynch, hit in by Tomster. Sovereigns go up 3-1 in the series and now find themselves one Rocket League match away from a bracket reset. But will Dominion allow them it? Will they take a timeout? The answer so far is looking like no, as 2 of the players have readied up and we don't see anything in chat. But Pegasus, what we're seeing right now from Sovereigns is special.
It is special what we're seeing from Sovereigns, and frankly, it is what we're seeing from Dominion as well. But we've got to bring it up, don't we? I mean, that one play in the final 10 seconds of regulation, Pinchmen, he's just got a clear open net. There's no defenders. No one was going to be able to get back there in time if he just got it on target. I don't even think he needed that much power. Bottom left corner. I spoke about him being a multi-time winner of Fail of the Week, but for him to do it in the grand finals as well is going to be really tough should Symbiotes not end the day as champions. I mean, being called grand finalists, that's an achievement in its own, but I know all too well here, Hodge, if you call yourself a grand finalist, there's a sad story behind it and a series to forget.
Well, who's going to be able to move forward as more than a grand finalist? Who's going to be able to move forward as more than just a player in the RSC? Who's going to be able to crown themselves as champions? And right now, we're not quite at that moment just yet, but we might get 7 potential more games if this game goes the way of Sovereigns.
And it's Tomster. He's been excellent all series. He's definitely been my MVP so far. Will get an early touch there for Sovereigns, but he's not going to be back in time for this one. Decom, quite honestly, another player in the running. He's been fantastic all day. I feel like he's definitely been placed as second fiddle with his top CMV, who's just got himself a goal out of nowhere here from the midfield. Sovereigns get themselves that early start. Dansku was up, he was just beaten by that one extra touch Tomster was able to land. And there was just simply no one back. There is the head start for Sovereigns as they look to secure themselves the bracket reset.
In Rocket League, it's always these small, minute things that push you over the edge, and that's exactly what we've seen just there from Tomster with that play. Like you highlighted there, that last touch that was able to power it through, but that touch right there, the small, minute touch, which was very, very powerful, which is going to bring things equal here. Dominion answer right back, and it's with an incredibly powerful shot coming through from Llama.
Small but effective, and this game is equalised in the early stages. 2 early goals from both of these rosters sees them find their way into this stadium. Tomster coming off that wall, looking to regain his lead. He was able to earn himself before, tries to land a bump, doesn't quite get in. Dansku does get back clearance. Pinchmen stayed grounded initially, but when he came up, he ended up flying past the ball there in the midfield. So now Sovereigns have more chances to throw against this Dominion defense. They've had many chances throughout this series, and so far they've been able to come out on top more than their other team, but it hasn't been with a lot of elbow grease. I feel like that's fair to say. It's been a very, very tight series, and if Sovereigns do go on to get this 4th victory, I don't think it will tell the full story of what this first series really has had to offer in this grand finals. But Llama off the back wall finds Dansku, and there is Dominion back in the lead. They started off 1 goal behind, but again, it's Llama who's got himself a goal contribution.
Well, Dominion are not done just yet, Pegasus. And like you highlighted, a lot of these games have come down to, and very, very small margins. A lot of them being 1-goal games between these two teams. So it shows that this is still close. This can still go either way. And the story of this series, the story of this grand final is not yet told. Sovereigns still have to win 1 more if they want to get that bracket reset, and then they have to win 4 more games if they want to do just that. D-Lynch missing the reception, missing the shot. And once again, it is Tomster who's setting up these plays for Sovereigns, doing such a good job at it, but now has to turn and burn, trying to pass that over to D-Lynch, but it's going to be read there by Dansku, who drops that down to Kingsman. And Dominion, they're looking scary, they're looking powerful, and Dominion walk that home like they're walking their dog.
And that is the moment he has been looking for. Dansku made the job a little bit easier, feeling for that button, couldn't quite find it. But a 2-goal difference in this kind of series, with this kind of matchup, at this kind of stage, is crucial.
It well and truly is. And now Dansku has another opportunity to hit the mark. It is kept away by D-Lynch for the time being, but another opportunity. Dansku comes barreling in for the 4th goal here. And at this point, what's gone from a very, very close game 5 has started to turn into a bit of a murder scene.
Yes, it really has. I mean, I saw how Dominion could be unlocked earlier when the series looked like it would go out of their favour, but it just lights a new match underneath him. And I tell you what, Llama is just one of those players who plays fantastic under pressure. In fact, I feel like he thrives in it. He's definitely had a step-up performance in this game. And well, a 4-1 scoreline, I was hyping up the 2-goal difference, a 3-goal difference. Well, that is something big to chase here. The side of Fort Templar. Dansku, however, that's a bit of a dodgy touch. D-Lynch isn't able to get that one on target, however, he is beaten, and Kingsman, again, can just walk that one home. 5-1 to Dominion, and with 2 minutes remaining, it feels like an early call to say this one is decided, but let's just say the probabilities are...
Don't say it, because we saw what happened in the upper bracket final. It's a different team, but Inferno, when they were 3-0 down to Dominion, they were able in the final 50 seconds to get themselves back to a tied game and send it to overtime. 3 goals in 1 minute. We've seen it earlier on today. And what's saying we're not going to get 4 goals in 2 minutes, but we're going to have to see a little bit of a change in the run of events here in game 5. If that's going to happen, Tomster takes it to the backboard. It is hit away there by the Dominion defender, and Sovereigns, well, they've done such a good job at pressuring this net, but they haven't done a good job at all at actually sinking the shots. And I think a lot of that just comes down to how good Dominion's defense has been. You look at the saves across the board, 5 saves on Dominion, and a lot of them are coming through from this man Dansku.
And well, if there was a player to pull off those kind of performances, it does make sense that it would come from him, but even still, it's been a tough ask for him. He is in that dastardly position where he will get demoed off the pitch, but luckily Kingsman there to clean things up. It's decomp yet again, up for this ball, D-Lynch waiting low, but Dansku intercepts before any of that nonsense really comes into play, and I feel like it was exactly where you were just getting to. It has been some great signs of offense here from Sovereigns, but I feel like Dominion are so good at nipping it in the bud before that killer pass is found, but Tomster, no excuses for that one.
No excuses whatsoever. That's a shot you've got to be sinking. And now 40 seconds left on the clock. Is about time where I would start calling things game. But will we see a last second surprise? We'll have to see quite a few surprises, but it all starts with one, and 30 seconds left on the clock. Tomster going to try and jump for that one, but he's not going to quite make contact. So I think at this point, it's starting to get towards nail in the coffin territory. Kingsman, 6-1 here to make it against Dominion. It's coming from that demo from Dansku infield to Kingsman. We are on the precipice. Forget RSC EU. We're on the precipice of RSC South America.
Oh, yes, we are. Just one more goal from Dominion and we will be there. And Dansku was looking to provide that in exciting fashion, and I just want to point out that that 6th goal that Dominion got, it is a playbook play there from Dominion. That cut inside, go for the demo and let the man in field just pat it away, something they go for all the time, and it usually involves Kingsman, whether he's on the demoing end or the receiving end, it doesn't really matter. It's something they go for a lot, and well, It wasn't necessarily needed that game, but I was talking about this in a recent grand finals. Actually, that you do just want to get as many goals as possible, not for the sake of securing yourself a win. Let's be honest, they secured the win a while ago, but just for the mental play, to let Sovereigns know that they have been destroyed in that game.
Yeah.
Rocket League more than ever is a mental game, and it's one that Sovereigns aren't looking to grab back. I mean, I don't see any calls for a timeout, so we're just going to continue where we left off with Dominion completely slapping them, frankly, in that game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm a little bit surprised that we don't see a timeout come through. Obviously, there is still one more game before Game 7, but when you lose a game 6-1, obviously something's not gone quite as you expected. Something's gone a little bit wrong. And maybe having that extra couple of minutes to fix those issues would benefit them. But they say no. They say that, maybe it is just those individual mistakes. Maybe it is just, a couple of moments that maybe we could have capitalized on. We could have defended this better. And I think a lot of when you start to lose like 5-1 or whatever in that situation, you can let everything slip a little bit, and you can already start telling yourself that that game's over and start playing a little bit worse, which, could lead to quite a few more goals. But now it's the scoreline's reset. We're back to 0-0, and Dominion are trailing Sovereigns in the series to 3-2 here to Sovereigns. But for now, we're going to hop down onto Neo Tokyo and see if we're going the distance in the first set, or if this is going to be me getting a prediction right for the first time today.
And well, you mentioned it yourself. We mustn't forget that Dominion are trailing in that series score. Should Sovereigns take victory, of course, that bracket is a reset. They are still looking for the same thing here. However, it's just got that extra caveat, and wow, I've just seen such frustration on the second monitor. And honestly, if you're a Fort Templar fan, I can understand it. You're right, no one was there, Hodge. Do you want to voice that frustration?
Yeah, I mean, in those situations, I get it's off the kickoff and everyone's just running back to try and make sure they're fully boosted up, but if you're going to create that play, get that bump, then you've got to be bumping for someone. And unfortunately right there, the bump came through and no one was there to follow up the touch. It's sort of a little bit of what we usually see from Dominion, except they usually score it. So we need to see something coming through from Sovereigns if they're able to lock this series up and send us to a second one. But right now it's looking like Kingsman's going to play off of that touch and play off of that 50, try and create one himself, and Dominion looking to try and get this first early goal, but it has been blocked away a couple of times. Double commit comes through. Kingsman trying to pass things infield, has not quite found the angle though, so things are going to shift over, and Tomster's going to get an opportunity. Pinch off the wall, looking to control things downfield, touch infield almost, but it is blocked away, and Dominion read the play perfectly.
And Dansku is waiting in this defense. Llama doesn't get a best initial touch. Dansku is sent. Kingsman is needed. It's a great pass actually on the clearance. And Tomster had to throw in a little bit more effort into that play, but I think he was initially expecting Dominion. So good at making the most of these tight situations. There's another ball in field. Bumps coming out between players with Llama involved as well. Kingsman infield for no one. We'll just find a car in red. So Sovereigns will be looking for that counter attack. And Dansku absolutely flying, and that's a dangerous bounce. Kingsman needs to be on the end of it. Dansku needs to be on the end of it. Both of them were. And that opener for Sovereigns is shut down. Both of these teams definitely having their chances. Dominion might be able to put theirs away, but Kingsman flies on past.
Dancing on ice here on Neo Tokyo, and unfortunately no one's able to either save it or score it. 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, and D-Lynch is going to bring that over to the corner to try and start an attack for Sovereigns, but missed opportunities all round.
It's Tomster. Big clearance yet again, but that will just find possession of the Dominion player. Kingsman had a big miss earlier. He's had 2 big misses in this series, of which were, well, decisive for their respective moments. He'll be looking to try and make that comeback yet again. Big demo landing on Dansku. Dansku will spawn on that near side, and that always can cause a little bit of miscommunication. Double commits come out, and Llama just has to desperately send this one long. D-Lynch shut down by Kingsman, but again, Dansku is part of a double commit yet again. Tomster, ball in field, big demo coming out. Decom will be on the end of it. Pass into D-Lynch. It's a free back wall, but that bump will give him some time. It's Tomster beating Dansku, and that first goal finally finds its way in the back of the Dominion net. Sovereigns have been asking for it for quite some time now. and eventually Dominion fall.
I thought that play might have been over there when D-Lynch got bumped off of the play. It was a great bump from Dominion, and I thought, that's over. They wouldn't risk chasing this more, but Tomster was there in the right place at the right time, weaving his way around Dominion and sending that first goal, that opening goal in Game 6 to the side of Sovereigns. But we've seen that opening goal. Now, will we see a response we've come to know and love it in Game number 6? In the most crucial moment of all, that's exactly when you are going to see it from a team such as Dominion.
And I said that there was one player who seems to thrive underneath the pressure, and that has been Llama. What great control. He's found the assist. He's found Dansku. And by then, the job is already done. However, Tomster back in the counter, looking to regain his lead. Ball off the back wall, but there was a defender there ready to stop it. Decomp on the back foot. Llama with a little bit in the tank to get these initial passes across. Dansku lands that demo on Tomster. Kingsman does find the target, but it's nothing too threatening here for the Sovereigns defense. Now they'll create something for themselves. It's Decomp. Off that back wall, that wall falls down to Llama, and again, it is held onto. We're in that familiar position, Hodge, where it's the final minute, and I'm not too sure whether it ends here in regulation.
Let's find out. It's going to be hit downfield. Kingsman going to jump up, going to try and stop that from happening, but D-Lynch there, ready to try and make the play, is also not going to quite make the connection needed. Tomster playing for that reset and trying to play that low, but D-Lynch now, everyone's stepping up to the plate and no one quite able to find the goal needed. It's launched away by Kingsman as he's ready and waiting for that one. This is going to be over to the corner once again. Opportunity set up. Everyone's missed it. And now D-Lynch, opportunity. Tomster in a 2v1 here with D-Lynch, but the players have rotated back in time. And unfortunately, Sovereign's not quite able to capitalise off the backboard. Another last opportunity, but that's sent packing. Tomster over to the corner. 5 seconds remaining. The fake comes through, but Llama also back and ready to go. This ball will hit the ground. We get Champions Field or a second best of 7.
Big kickoff coming out. Llama look to find that 50-50 versus Tomster. Dansku off the wall. Has a teammate waiting behind. He might just try and go alone. Llama's there. Will we go to Champions Field? We will. Tomster dribbles past, but it's late drama from Llama. Champions Field. We will see you very, very soon.
Just when you think this series can't get more crazy, just when you think this series can't get any more mad, Dominion win Game 5, win Game 6, and send us all the way. But now, Game 7, and Pegasus, I wasn't going to bring this up actually, but I feel like this is a fitting time to, because we may not get to bring it up at all if this next 5 minutes goes the way of Dominion. But if Sovereigns are able to win this final, it will be the first ever time a team has gone from the round 1 of the play-ins all the way through the lower bracket to win the grand final. This is such a crucial series for Sovereigns and such a crucial Game 7 to find some momentum out of nothing and get this locked away. The closest someone's ever come is Season 9 RSC, where we saw a team who attempted it end in second place. Now Sovereigns have one shot, 5 minutes, and a chance to go and have a shot at history. But will Dominion allow them that attempt? Will they even allow them the second best of 7, or will they lock things down in the first series? Everything is up for grabs. Everything is on the line. Game number 7 of the first set, and potentially the last game of RSC14 in the playoffs. So let's get things kicked off and let's get down to the pitch.
Champions Field, here we are, the 6 players looking to get themselves that title as well. And D-Lynch off to a great start here, looking to make history in RSC and give Fort Templar that seat. Big opening goal in the first 5 seconds, but we have seen it all before. 4 minutes 55 seconds still left in this game. Let's not get too excited too early. People were saying you can't topple the forts. The foundations looked a little bit shaky heading into this 7th game, but the repairman is here, and it's in the form of the Irishman himself, D-Lynch.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Here's a response opportunity, but Dansku will be denied, and that's not a sentence we've said so far that much this series. It's really been Dansku who's been this man who's really stepped up, had an MVP performance in the grand final so far for Dominion. On the other side, it's Tomster. Tomster's been an incredible player and been forcing the issue time and time again for Sovereigns. Those are the two standout players, and those are the two players who I'm looking at to make a difference in this Game 7.
And this ball will be slow for the time being. D-Lynch beats his first man. Double commit coming from Dansku and Llama. And they don't make the most of it. Just find the back of the net. So it's Tomster with some boost of the tank. Some space here on this side wall. Denied there by Dansku. But D-Lynch was the man to get the first goal. Llama still waiting to land. So Dansku will give him some time to do so. D-Comp been fantastic off those back walls. But Llama will shut him down this time. Pinchmen can't catch that one. It's no boost for Dansku. Ball off the crossbar. It's happened twice in a row. And it's complete chaos here. Coming from the Dominion defense. How have they gotten away with that?
Too sure, but if they are gonna turn this game around, that could have been the moment. Sovereigns could have been 2 centimeters away from a bracket reset, 2 centimeters away from a chance at creating history. But will that become a factor later on? Right now, they still hold the lead. That's downfield. That's popped up. And Dominion now have possession, have a chance to turn things, have a chance to get a goal. But D-Lynch pops it up. Dansku looking to try and knock it down, looking to try and create an opportunity for his teammates, but no one can quite make contact with it. Tomster to launch it up. And no one's going to be challenging, so Llama should have quite an easy reception here. D-Lynch predicts that pop well. And that's infield. Decom looking to try and 50 everyone. Is going to get past it, but not on target. So D-Lynch also trying to size up to his opponents there on the 50, but it is going to be sent packing by Dominion once again as they continue to look for their first goal of this game.
Dansku attempted that shot before. That one just flies off wide, and Tomster will take possession in that corner. Has Decom waiting behind. Will flick it over one. Dansku with a save. Llama has to be composed. That touch can't be too heavy. It wasn't. He's done well, actually, to allow that one to go off to Kingsman. Now Llama has a teammate in field. It's game sequel here in Game 7. And Sovereigns, they had the bracket reset in their hands. It was centimetres away from doubling their lead. They might just feel the bitter end of that now as Dansku brings this game back to nothing.
It feels fitting that we're in this situation. It feels like destiny for both of these teams that it comes this close, but now it's all down to these small margins. Who's going to make the mistakes? Who's going to make the plays and step up for their roster? Who is going to have the performance of their life in the next 2 minutes? Decomp down field. Tomster on the reception. That's blocked away by Kingsman, who saves Dominion there for a second. It's not the first time we've seen it this series. Dansku along the wall, looking to muscle that downfield. He has found the touch, and now Tomster's going to try and get on the end of that play, but it is just sent back over to the Dominion side of the field. 2 players down, looking for the bump, not able to find it. 3 players committed, and now Llama has the chance to turn things around. Will someone be there? D-Lynch downfield, offer that pass, but still doesn't result in anything. We still stay at this deadlock, and D-Lynch is waiting downfield to try and turn this around, but will he be able to? That's open. It is saved away at the final second, Pegasus, but this is getting into golden goal territory at this point.
Might be platinum if that goal comes from Dominion. Kingsman Gas has to get that 50-50. Llama fighting his way through. Dem is attempted, not quite landed, and as a result, Decom will make a connection. You can see how all these slight misses all build up here on Champions Field and make the difference. Kingsman is up, he's found the target. Decomp is there to clear that one high. Llama on the follow. D-Lynch disallows him from even getting a touch. Now Decomp, there's a little bit of miscommunication here from the Sovereign defense. That could throw their entire season. It hasn't. Kingsman stays alive, and D-Lynch will bring this back to the other third.
Sovereigns are fighting for their tournament and championship lives here whenever they are put in defense. Dominion continuing the pressure into the final 30 seconds. Decomp going to touch that over to the wall. Dansku up to the ceiling. 1 goal is all it takes for Dominion at this point. Llama drops it down, and the connection is not made. So Tomster up to the ceiling it goes once again as it's downfield by Decomp, and it's these fine touches, these small margins. 1 mistake is all it takes from either team. We either end things now, or we go to a second series. Now, it looks to be Slaughter D-Lynch. Can he find something? Can he find anything? Or will we have overtime in Game 7? It's either a bracket reset or it's a championship title.
It had to be. It had to be overtime here at Champions Field. Wilson surrendered, not quite. A tight back wall. And Llama is able to make that save. Kingsman with the demo. But Llama alone in defense yet again. That one not heading towards goal, however. So he will have time to pick up that corner boost and get that one out. But now it's Tomster. Shut down by Dansku. Kingsman waiting at that near post. Has to get that clearance forward. Finds his Finnish compatriots. And here it's Kingsman yet again. It's been big attacks coming from Symbiote as they look for that championship winning goal. Dansku back in for those 50-50s. Kingsman is high. It's going to come off that wall. It will find Tomster. And Dansku again slows this one down. It's high octane here in the grand finals in Game 7 in overtime.
It's high intensity, and now Llama looking for the redirect pass infield. Dansku looking to try and find a connection, but that's not going to be a possibility, so Decomp's going to clear this over to the sidewall. Llama, what can he do on this 50? The answer is nothing. Dansku waiting for the touch to turn things around. Llama looking for demos, hunting for a victory, hunting for this championship winning goal, but they're going to be disallowed it. They're not going to be allowed it at all. Decomp over to the corner. It's so close here at this point. And it's all down to these fine moments. Who's going to give first? Who's going to break? Who's going to crack under the pressure? Infield, Decomp, what's he going to be able to do? Rotating out is the best option right now. And right now, Sovereigns are the team fighting for their lives. Remember, Dominion, if they lose this Game 7, they still have that second series. They still have that bracket reset. But will we go the distance? Will we be allowed that? D-Lynch forces it downfield, and Llama on the reception to take things up into the sky. And now look to start cooking. Reset not found, and it's over into the possession of Sovereigns. Dansku fakes one. D-Lynch has to save things away. Everyone else has double committed, and no one there from Dominion to find the touch.
Tensions rising, heartbeats increasing, a hero waiting to be found. Llama is beaten to that ball. Kingsman has fair wide. We are past that 2-minute point in this overtime in Game 7 on Champions Field. And Dansku has managed to pull off that big clearance. It's a miss there from Tomster, but D-Lynch will be able to pick up the pieces. It's team bumps, however, handling in the Dominion defense. This is not the time. Llama, long ball here, is caught here by D-Lynch, but no one on the receiving end of that. It's a big mistake from Kingsman. Dansku has to fight it through, and Llama able to weaken that offense as well with the demo. Dominion will get away with that one, but I don't think they're going to get many other second chances. Big block coming from D-Lynch. Dansku will forward. Now, and Kingsman gets the touch of his career. Kingsman finally gets his crown.
For the longest time, it's been said that Kingsman's favourite thing to do in Rocket League is bump, is demo, and it's only fitting that that is the move, that is the play, that is the touch that wins Kingsman a championship title, that wins Dominion a championship title. And oh my word, Pegasus, an absolutely incredible best of 7 we have just witnessed. Dominion are your RSC14 Master Division champions. Sovereigns came so close, but once again, Pegasus, history will be denied.
It's a pleasure. It is a privilege to be speaking over you for this grand finals, for this result to end the draft stage of RSC 14. What a performance from Dominion. What a run from Fort Templar Severance. The fort has been toppled, but I tell you what, it's been through thick and thin. Earthquakes, tornadoes, whatever you want to call it. They've thrown absolutely everything at them, and they were forced all the way to Game 7 by a very strong Dominion side who they were able to hold it close against. That was an insane grand final. It was the correct way to shut down this season. And they've done it again, that Symbiote organization. They have added another grassroots championship to their tally.
And they've already held Elite. They held Master as well. Dansku is your on-screen series MVP. And well, Hodge, are there any surprises?
Absolutely not. And one statistic I want to have a look at here, which isn't highlighted, enough in RSC, and especially these sorts of type of situations, is that demo statistics. 15 demos coming through from Dansku, and I think if you look at his teammates, if you look at Pinchmen, if you look at the rest of the team as a whole, Dominion, their demos counter will be off the charts. It created them so many opportunities, and at the end of the day, it was what got them over the line. But that's the thing, in that situation, in that game, it does come down to those fine margins. It does come down to just individual goals, and that's what it came down to in the end. I believe we were 3 minutes into overtime there in Game 7. The margin of error is 0, and both of those teams did such a great job to hang on for that long under the pressure. But in the end of the day, it's Dominion who deny a chance at history, deny Sovereigns a chance at a bracket reset from what looked like at first could have been a sweep for Sovereigns. But I think one thing that you've got to sort of take into account there, Pegasus, is fatigue. Unfortunately, fatigue, when you've been playing for that long, does inevitably start to set in. And if you look at this run throughout the lower bracket from Sovereigns,
wow,
3-1 Leo, 3-1 Wyverns, 3-1 Mania, 3-1 Inferno, and in the grand finals, falling at the final hurdle. It was a valiant effort throughout the whole series, and at the end of the day, it will not go their way, but Sovereigns absolutely earned their right to be the second best team in the Master Division, and really, really shocked us all after finishing in league play as the 6th team in the Glaciers Conference. An incredible performance, and now we're gonna get to talk to them. We're gonna get to talk to Dominion.
Yes, thank you so much, everyone. I mean, I just want to give a final. That was an absolutely insane grand finals, and thank you so much as well to Sovereigns for putting on such a fantastic show and creating that storyline. I mean, we spoke about them coming from lower round 1 all the way to the grand finals. That's as the team singing 6th, not even 5th. They couldn't even have that little bit extra. They truly were a team that went all the way, but ultimately our champions ended up being just that bit too strong. How did they do it? Well, we can ask them after this break.
You like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels. I bet you never even try to be real. Cover it up, you like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels. I bet you never even try to be real. we could just take it slow, let it go. Roll down all the windows, feel the wind rushing through. Hear the music, take the groove. Don't you know, all I'll ever really wanna be is a connected high. You and I, pinnacle, climactic vibe. Show me yours, I'll show you mine. You don't have to pretend we're shy. Let's forget the 9 to 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the RSC EU stream. We saw 5 incredible tiers, and Master, being the top one, provided that quality in a thrilling series, which did go all the way to 7. Of course, Hodge, we crowned ourselves some new champions. Can we just get some final thoughts of that series before we bring them in here?
Oh, I mean, that series was everything that we needed it to be. For once, it started to look like a competitive series. It wasn't blowouts on either side. It wasn't, well, in one game it was, but it wasn't every game being 6-1 to one team and then another team turns it around and gets a 6-1 in the next game. It was a lot of the time coming down to just 1 or 2 goals that set the pace for this entire series. It started to look like Sovereigns were, taking shape of the series for the entire of the first couple of games, but then Dominion turned it around and now they can crown themselves as champions. Kingsman has got his first title, Pegasus, and I believe you have a couple of questions for the boys here alongside me. So if you want to start us off here.
Well, first of all, I will give them the opportunity. If everyone here in this Discord VC, our new champions, would like to unmute and give a little shouting hello to stream quickly. I always like doing this, bit of fun. Go on, anyone?
So we're winning, Master.
There you go. You heard it from the man himself. And well, it was a crazy run from you guys here at Dominion. It was coming from the upper bracket. You didn't lose a single life, but today you had a reverse sweep, you had a sweep, and then you had a game 7 to top it all off. I mean, it was one chock full of entertainment, and I'm just wondering how that was to handle in such a high pressure situation. I'll leave that to the floor to any of the players today.
Got to be Kingsman to answer that one.
Gotta be
pressure merchant.
Oh, what? How do I deal with pressure? I don't deal with pressure. I just get my teammates to hype me up whenever I make a mistake. So, yeah, no, we did really well. The vibes were there all the way through as a team. We were chilling. Like, honestly, best vibes I think I've ever seen in a while. We were not stressed in the slightest, which probably is what made the comebacks we made today so good. I mean, we reverse swept Mania in our first series, and then we've come down from 3-1 down to go and win the grand finals without a bracket reset. So, just calm vibes.
Oh, that's great. Just a question here for anyone who would like to answer. It is sort of a team effort when it comes to these grand finals, and after those first couple of games, it sort of seemed like things were starting to slip away in that first series, and I believe you guys didn't take a single time out for the entire day. You might have done earlier on, but I wasn't watching earlier on. I was having dinner. But earlier on in the series, you guys went 2-0 down, I believe. Talk me through sort of the mentality at that point. Were you guys, like you say, you're pretty fine with it, but was it more of a just smooth sailing throughout, or did you guys have points in that series where you were maybe a little bit anxious of what was ahead?
Kingsman was melting.
He's not wrong.
There was to make it 2-2. Kingsman had an open net with like 5 seconds left, completely trolled it, and then we lost the overtime to go 3-1 down. And Kingsman was melting. But I was pretty. I don't know about Dansku, but I was pretty confident because the games that they won, I was just like single-handedly, I just gave them 3 game wins. So I was pretty confident at least if I just started hitting the ball, like we'd win because we were playing well otherwise.
I think it was a setup. Lama said yesterday or 2 days ago that we're gonna go into a game 5 and he's gonna flip reset to clutch the game.
Yeah, so, I didn't exactly.
Almost that.
I mean, Kingsman sort of, that's good enough.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, exactly. Double.
Well, Llama, you actually kind of stole what was going to be my next question there. I did want to actually mention that one play coming from a certain player with history of being, a multi-time fail of the week winner. We see it plenty of times in RS Cast. He's held that title for quite some time. When Mal is feeling bored, of course, that's the go-to name he gives him. Kingsman, what happened, man? What was going through your mind in that moment? I mean, there was no defense.
You could have hit it with, I feel like, any level of power and just on target, and you would have put it away. You were sitting at the center of the goal as well. So if anything, finding that angle for the bottom left corner was impressive, especially in a way that it would bounce out, so there was no chance for follow-up. What was going through your head in that moment?
Hold on, how have we made it seem? How have we made it seem a lot worse? How have we made it seem a lot worse than like?
It was pretty bad.
Fight your case here on stream. Fight your case.
There is no case to try. I just suck at open nets. I've missed so many today. Like, the boys will tell you, it is incredible the amount of chances I've had, the amount of goals we could have scored in games that I've missed. I don't know, it's just that pressure. Like, I just sat there, I was like, oh, it's open, I'll be fine. I just see myself slam it against the, like, post. I've just sat there. Like, I just want to give up. Genuinely, I could have just stopped playing right there.
To your credit, you locked back in instantly.
You
did. I did.
We lost the game, but you did lock back in. And honestly, he missed about 15 wide open nets today. That wasn't even
15 might
his
be a bit
worst
of
one.
exaggeration.
No, today was probably the best I've ever seen you play, but the worst I've ever seen you shoot. It was horrible.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that.
That's a quote.
Yeah,
That is
vouch.
a banger quote.
It is. And speaking of the number 15, I want to sort of direct this to Dansku. We had a look on stream afterwards at the MVP performance chart thing, and it said that you got 15 demos in that entire series. So I want to highlight demos and your team's sort of dynamic that you play around demos and bumps, because it was quite obvious in that game that we saw there. I just want to ask sort of, how did that sort of come to fruition? Was it just all three of you like devised the plan and that was just the straight plan throughout the series, or does it just sort of come naturally?
The thing is, I think how I think I bump myself is pretty just like during normal rotations, and I think people with less experience, they can't avoid the bumps. They're not used to it, so I can just go for the ball, rotate back, pick a bump. It doesn't cost me anything to go for the bumps.
And obviously, Dansku, you are a player with experience, of course. So you're one of the only players really here in the Master Tier that can say that there are players here that are less experienced than yourself. I'm just curious in general, what is next for you? Because you are just constantly competing in a wide array of tournaments, and well, RSC was one of them. What's next for you?
I don't know really. I mean,
winning RLCS.
I like to play tournaments for fun. I got plans for RLCS next season. We'll not disclose them yet, but
wish you the best of luck.
If there's a tournament, I'll play it most likely.
I've got tickets for the Birmingham Major, so I'll see you there. Yeah, when you qualify, see you there.
Yep, sounds good.
If he plays like that, to be fair. MVP.
And if he can carry me to a trophy in Masters, surely he can win RLCS. Like, come on.
Yeah.
And Llama, you're just in a final play that I haven't highlighted directly, so I'm going to use this moment. A certain co-caster I had earlier today was kept on going about a certain Twitter montage that you are part of, and I tell you what, I didn't see any semblance of that Twitter montage in the gameplay I saw from you today. I saw you play against Mania, I saw you in this grand finals against Sovereigns, and it was an incredible performance, especially when the pressure is on you. I feel like you actually got a lot better when Sovereigns made it free. What was that fire inside you today? What changed after Sovereigns got that third victory? Because myself and Hodge, at least, felt like you came out a different beast, and of course, it helped your team take championship victory.
The glazing.
Yeah, no, he's glazing mega.
Yeah.
I pure spite. I'm not going to lose to D-Lynch again. I've lost to D-Lynch too many times in my life. So that mainly, but also. I'll give myself credit. I think after game 4 I started playing all right, but the first 4 games were horrible from me. So I don't know. I just sort of like eased into the series a bit more. Got a bit more confident with my touches because we had 2 hours out. I mean, I was playing bad anyways, but yeah, and I think lots of people when they play with me, they say the open nets thing is sort of like a curse. Like they start missing a lot more open nets whenever they play with me. So I feel like I sort of passed all the energy onto Kingsman today. Because my shooting was actually alright.
Good, Dan.
That's great. Pegasus, by the way, I just want to ask you a question now. You're now part of the interview.
Oh, for goodness.
By any chance, I didn't watch your cast earlier, but by any chance was that Twitter comment? It seems like a very Subzan thing to say. That the Twitter montage.
It may have been. Look,
Subson
it
loves
may
him.
have been. I'm not snitching, but it may have been him. You might have to watch it back. You might have to watch
I'll
it
have
back.
to. I'll have to.
But
Yeah.
oh my goodness, what a day and what a series! And Liam with another championship under the Symbiote's name. Of course, you managed to grab elite. How have you done it again? And how confident were you that this team would go all the way?
I mean, I was confident in the aspects that, I mean, we always planned to build around Llama and Dansky. Somehow we picked up Kingsman along the way, but I mean, yeah, it worked out. They won the championship, didn't they?
Oh, that's great. As sort of a last question here for Kingsman, I cast it over you a couple of weeks ago, and I remember your gamer tag being 0-8 at RSC Landemonium. So I just want to ask how this sort of character development has come in all of a sudden, because you've turned this around really well. It has to be said. 0-8 at Landemonium, which was only like, about a month ago. In a month, you've turned around not winning a single game to winning the Master Division. So I just want to ask, how have you done it?
Teammate diff. Naturally, I'm just gonna get that one out of the way very, very quickly. But no, to be honest, after series, I've had a lot of coaching from Dansku and Llama respectively, and it's helped me so much to pick up what I could do better. It's been so much easier. I felt so much better. So yeah, I don't know. Just credit to those two for just coaching me to being good. Apparently,
Great to hear. Pegasus, do you have any final questions here for any of the players?
I do. So, of course, we've got 3 players here from the roster in the form of Llama, Kingsman, Gas, and Dansku. They are the players we've seen on screen all day, getting a bunch of dubs and, of course, a championship. But, of course, it's a 4-man roster. You've also managed to earn Natzali a trophy. Now, this was a former Team Serene player, actually, so thank you very much. He played for us in Elite, I believe, last ERS. Can you talk about his contributions to this season?
Mentality goat. World player. Now was super cool. Now just sort of like was always available. On very short notice to sub in, and always balled out like the few times they played. So goat. Nothing more to say.
Pretty mechie, I'd say.
Pretty mechie, exactly.
Yes,
showed me up.
World player.
Well, yeah, I think is that everything, Pegasus, or have you got anything further to yap about?
I think it's time to leave it to the players now, and of course the manager Liam. Any final shout outs you want to throw out there? Just anyone in the Discord call. Have your moment.
Could I really quickly shout out D Lynch, my hero.
Yes.
Sad to have beaten him. And Kingsman and Dansku, goats, made the season super fun. Even if we lost, would have been a blast. And Dansku, goat for being MVP of the whole season, undoubtedly.
Yeah, he's MVP. If anyone else gets MVP, by the way, this season, I am calling it's rigged.
Yeah,
Ark, I know you're watching. Make it happen. But
RS Cars Kingsman.
I
dragged us, bro.
I can make it happen, can't I? Oh, I'm gonna make it happen. Spoiler for you there, guys. Dansku is MVP of Master. But I'm gonna take the floor now. Thank you. Shout out the boys that I've got in VC that have all been watching my run today. Josh, Bondab, Frost, Pesky, Lynx, Crisps, and Emils all been sat being my biggest hype person after the every game. So massive shout out to them, and shout out to Liam because he did. By the way, last week when he won Elite, he shouted me out for winning the Master, well, going to win Master, and well, we've gone and done it.
Oh, I did do that.
Imagine we didn't win Master. Imagine what that would have felt like. I guess we'll never know.
Yeah, true.
Ladies and gentlemen, those are your champions. I'll give them one final moment. Do you all just want to shout goodbye to the stream before we move back to cameras and shut this one down? Go on, give your final shout. Something. There you go. I see someone mute. There you go. There you go. So thrilled about their victory. Ladies and gentlemen, those were your champions. That was Symbiotes, Dominion, Kingsman, Gas, Llama, and of course, Dansu, if you were checking chat. Dansku, if you're looking absolutely anywhere else. Well, Hodge, what a journey it has been.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Enough said. A man of little words now. He's got it all out during that grand final.
I was watching the stream because your mouth was still moving on the stream, but I thought your mic had cut out or something. So I was waiting. I thought you were still talking. I thought you were still talking. Okay, we still might be having production issues even at the end of RSC14. But yeah, what a stream! What a grand final that was, and what a day of Master playoffs that we just witnessed here today. And I think, we can look back on what was an incredible, incredible series, Pegasus, an incredible season that in the RSC. And yes, we've still got the cup today, but that's all the playoffs done. We've only got the cup semi-finals and finals tomorrow. And then that's it. Then we're packing it up until the new year, and then it's going to be next year where we restart again and get to do all this twice more throughout the year. But it's honestly, it's been an incredible journey, and I have to say, I started here this year in RSC, and I still have never played in the tournament. It's something I would love to do in the future. I've never played in the league, but I've throughout the season really enjoyed getting to know all the players a little bit better, and now I can actually say, so someone goes says a player's name, they'd be like, I can go, yeah, I briefly have heard of that person. I know their achievements and what team they're on to some extent. So yeah, and I can tell you that Sir Pegasus will continue to not win a title, and he's completely washed. Anyway,
God.
Yeah, let's end off the season. I'm done, and yeah, Pegasus, over to you.
Wow, I was about to pass on my confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, Hodge said this is his first season. I mean, give him some love as a caster. Multiple grand finals he's taken on, including Master.
Don't bother after that. Don't bother. I think I don't deserve any love after saying that to you.
I'll kill you with kindness here. Give him some love in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, Hodge casts up and coming. Excellent here in the Rocket League scene. But of course, that will be it. We will be back tomorrow for the RSC Cup semis and grand finals. Be there for one final trophy, and maybe on RS Cast next Monday, where I believe it'll be myself, Kingsman, and Tavish. This was the Master Grand Finals. This was a cracking season. Thank you, everyone.